Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Elizabeth, Alpha of Dragons, a reverse harem paranormal romance by Ava Mason. Narrated by Angela Daw. 1. Hunter stared at the silver-embossed, labeled file in his hands with such fury I wondered if it would go up in flames. I closed my hand around his wrist, feeling his pulse ram against it like a train plowing through a mountain. I shivered. I'd never seen anyone so angry. I knew that this was going to change everything. Hunter, what is it? The way his hands were clutched around the file, I was afraid that he would destroy it. Then we'd be in a crapload of trouble. Andre was not a dragon to mess with. Hunter, I tried again. Whatever it is, we can fix this. He turned to look at me, and I shivered at the rage in his eyes. What the hell was in that file? Then footsteps pounded down the hallway, and I scrambled to leave the room. I grabbed Hunter's hand, pulling him with me towards a side door, hoping like hell there was another way out. Then the doorknob turned, and I knew it was too late. We weren't going to make it. The door slammed against the back wall, and Easton and Christian came rushing in. Relief poured through me, and I took in a deep breath. Thank heavens. Easton was in front of Christian, clutching the magic book in his hands. His glasses were just slightly askew, giving him a sexy librarian vibe. He stilled as he saw us. Then his look changed, and I read it plain as day on his face. He knew exactly what we'd been doing in here, and all my thoughts scattered. Easton struggled to speak, and Christian nudged his back.
Tell him, Easton.
Finally, Easton choked out what he'd come in to say.
Guys, you're never going to believe what I found. It's the answer.
Hunter jerked his face to Easton, his eyes burning into him.
What? What's the answer?
Frowning, Easton gave Hunter an uneasy stare. Then he looked at me.
What's wrong with Hunter?
Avery rushed in.
Guys, we need to get the hell out of here. Andre is in the ballroom and headed this way.
He stopped short, his nose quivering. Then he rushed towards Hunter.
You couldn't wait, could you? As soon as you had permission, you screwed her, right here in this room, marking your territory like a damn dog. Andre will kill you if I don't do it first.
He jumped lithely over the desk and rammed his fist into Hunter's face. Hunter fell back, stunned. If he hadn't already been distracted by the file and Easton, there's no way Avery would have been able to touch him. Avery! I couldn't believe what just happened.
What the hell, Avery?
Christian rushed forward, but it was too late. The file forgotten, Hunter dropped it to the floor and tackled Avery. They grappled across the desk, the same desk Hunter and I just had sex on, and fell onto the floor. Rolling, they slammed against a bookshelf, and books went flying. Christian grabbed Hunter under his arms, trying to get him off of Avery. Avery was trying to shove Hunter off him. Hunter was ramming his fist into Avery's face. Easton just leaned against the door jamb, sighing heavily and wrapping his arms protectively around the magic book in his hands. I didn't blame him. I'd just sacrificed a hell of a lot to keep that book safe, my bond to the guys. And I'd yet to win everyone back except Hunter. Fuming, I went over to the desk and yanked the drawer open, not bothering to keep it in order as I rummaged through it. Andre, who was a neat freak, was going to know that we'd been in his office, no doubt about that now. He was also the commander over the whole Dragon Special Ops, and scary as hell. I found a stapler and a box of Earl Grey tea. The commander drank tea? Earl Grey tea? I strode over to the guys, who were now on the other side of the room. Avery had the beginnings of a swollen and black eye, and Hunter had scratches down his face. Even poor Christian had a small bump forming on his forehead. I threw the stapler at Avery's head, and it landed on point. Then I threw the box of tea at Hunter, and it bumped into his back. Easton burst out laughing, and the guys all stopped to stare at me. "Quit acting like dumbasses." I looked at Avery. "We don't live in the motherfucking 18th century. Women are allowed to make their own choices now. Don't come in here tackling Hunter like it wasn't consensual." I looked at Hunter. "And quit beating up your best friend, even if he's being a jealous ass. Whatever you're mad at, deal with it in a mature way." I looked back at Avery. "You're the one who told me that it was okay if you guys share, and now you're acting like I'm a whore." I gave him my biggest bitch look. Don't you dare treat me like a whore, especially since you haven't paid me yet. The room was eerily silent, except Easton, who was laughing even harder, and I was glad that someone got my joke. I looked at Christian. Thank you for your help, Christian. He grinned. Now, Easton. Easton stopped his laughing to answer me.
Yes?
Can you lend me some money? I don't have any and I'm tired, and I'm certainly not going to Hunter's tonight. I need to check into a hotel. The room erupted in chaos, with each guy arguing against my need to borrow any money and that there was no way in hell they were going to let me go to a hotel. Frustrated and unable to deal, I bent over to retrieve the papers that were scattered on the floor.
Elizabeth, of course you can come to my house.
Hunter was next to me now, helping me pick up the papers. They were clearly damaged. There was no salvaging them.
You can sleep in Riley's room if you don't want to sleep with...
He glanced at Avery.
On the couch.
I sighed and suddenly felt a huge weight pressing on my chest. I wanted my home. I wanted to sleep in my own bed, with my mom and dad next to me. I looked into his face and wanted to confess that I just wanted my mommy and daddy. I'm just tired of not having my own money. I need to ask you guys for food or clothes or coffee. I'm just sick of it. I twirled my hair around my finger and considered the risk of calling Shane. I had no doubt that Garrett was watching my parents and my account, but maybe Shane could find a way to access it without setting off any alarms. Avery grabbed the last piece of paper from the floor and handed it to Hunter with an embarrassed look. Hunter took it with a snarl and placed it in the file. Then Avery pulled out his wallet and gave me a $100 bill.
That's for this.
Then he pulled me close and kissed me softly, just a brush on my lips. I smiled, biting my bottom lip. If it had been for anything else, I may have been offended.
Sorry, Elizabeth.
I nodded, sighing. It's okay. Then I frowned. Andre is here? He nodded.
Yeah, and he looks pissed about something.
Everyone scrambled to fix the room. Hunter, Easton, and Avery put the books back on the shelves while Christian and I fixed the furniture. If Andre was pissed, more so than normal, I didn't want to see what was going to happen when he found we'd pissed all over his territory and then destroyed a bunch of shit. Even though I was sure it wasn't perfect, we left the room in a hurry. Hunter fixed his tie, which was torn and halfway around his neck.
Where to?
I need some coffee, please. We obviously had to deal with some stuff. I held up the 100. I'm buying. The coffee shop was almost empty this time of night. It was decorated with cherry wood paneling and flooring, reminding me of an old Irish pub. The glass displays showed off fancy decorated treats, and I was tempted to grab one. Okay, several. I ordered pretty much everything, and Christian helped me carry it all to the table. Easton immediately grabbed a pastry, shoving it into his mouth. Avery took a sip of his coffee and gagged. It was hot. Hunter's hand was shaking with anger. He'd taken the file with him. I was sure this was a dumb mistake, but the papers were crumpled. What else could we do? After we were settled, Easton swallowed his pastry and straightened his glasses. Then he cleared his throat.
Okay, so after I got the book back, I decided to try to figure out a way we could help you challenge Sophia for Alpha.
I swallowed hard. For a moment, I'd forgotten about that. Easton continued.
So I was going through the book, and I found a revealing spell. What's that?
Avery took another tentative sip of his coffee. His left eye was almost swollen shut, and I sniggered. Served him right.
Basically, it reveals something about the person the spell is about. Something previously unknown to most people.
Christian tapped on the side of the table. His coffee was beginning to take effect.
Great, what does it show about her? It'll be nice to have some dirt on her.
Avery laughed.
We all know she's a power-hungry whore.
He looked at me and smirked.
No offense.
I grinned as I took a sip of my coffee. No offense taken. Easton opened the book and began to read.
The first son of Dag Rasmussen was Leif Rasmussen, who had 12 sons and 2 daughters.
He mumbled, moving his finger along the page to find the spot he was looking for. Once he found it, he began to read it out loud.
who had a son named Sigurd Sorensen.
Avery shrugged.
So?
Easton moved the book so that we could see it, pointing to the name. We all crowded close, looking at it. It was Hunter who figured it out first.
Holy hell.
What? I was so confused. Christian looked at Avery. Both of them had the same amazed look on their faces. What? Someone tell me what is going on? Hunter took my hand and began to stroke my palms.
Sophia's claim to her true blood status comes from the Sorensen line, the one that everyone believes is the ancestor of Sigurd. But this book is saying that the true spelling is Sorenson, not Sorensen.
Hunter pointed to the letters to show me the difference. Avery slurped noisily at the last of his coffee, only glancing uneasily at Hunter's hand over mine.
That means she's a fake. She must have found a way to change the official records somehow. Everyone believes it, even the Queen.
Christian rubbed his hand through his hair, then winced when he touched the bump on his head.
So how does this help us?
Hunter leaned back in his chair, thinking.
I'm not sure how, but we can figure out a way to use this to our advantage. Crap.
Suddenly, Easton shut the book and slid it into his bag. Everyone looked towards the door. Sophia and Andre were entering the coffee shop. Andre had a frown, which probably meant that he was pretty pissed, and Sophia's eyes were raging. Her hands were clutched to her side, and her eyes narrowed on Hunter when she saw him. I took a quick glance at Hunter. The file had disappeared. Andre towered over our table, his face a cold sneer.
I know you guys were in my office.
He looked at Hunter, throwing a pen on the table.
You broke my favorite pen with your little slut.
I growled, but Hunter put his hands behind his head and stretched his legs out, crossing them.
Oh, was that your office? I didn't realize.
My mouth dropped open. Wow, Hunter had brass balls. Andre glanced at me, and a chill passed over me.
Sophia told me that your lawyers are fighting her over the contract.
Hunter smiled.
I only want what's fair.
Sophia cried out. Her face was red and sweaty.
You clearly backed out of the ceremony in front of a bunch of witnesses. My lawyers are going to sacrifice you if this goes to trial.
He looked at her like she was the smallest thing in the world. Then he shrugged.
They could try.
My pulse was racing at the way she was sneering at Hunter. I wanted to remind her that she'd threatened Riley's life to manipulate Hunter into the contract in the first place. She growled and leaned over the table at him.
You don't even know the extent of the way that you will suffer for this. I'm still your boss, and I can put you anywhere I want you. Even a place like...
She pretended to think.
I think we have some very important work in Mongolia. Shoveling dragon manure, for instance.
I sat up, itching to punch her face in, even though I was a little bit afraid of her. Just because he hates the sight of you doesn't make him bad at his job. She looked down at me, a sneer on her face.
Now that the book is fixed, you can go back to whatever barn you crawled out of.
She looked at the rest of the guys.
Or will you choose to stay with them instead?
She stood up erect, faking surprise.
Oh, that's right. You gave up your right to be with these guys, all to fix that stupid book.
She glanced at Easton.
And to think of all that you guys went through to find poor Emma and her family.
Easton growled.
How did you know?
Sophia raised her eyebrow.
Just assume I know everything around here. With my position, I have access to pretty much everything.
I stood up. Seems like to me, with your high-horse position and all that, you'd have a lot more to worry about than sending this team off to shovel dragon crap. She growled.
They're my most elite team, or they used to be anyway. They've grown soft in the past couple years. They need to be taught a lesson.
I thought of all the ways she could be doing something good for the race. Emma and her family could be the answer to everything, but all Sophia cared about were her stupid, selfish desires. She had never learned how to sacrifice for her clan, how to be a true leader. Maybe that's because they hate you so much. You shouldn't even be here now. Why aren't you with Emma, trying to figure out how the wolves can help you?
You don't know anything about what I should be doing right now, just as you know nothing about being a leader. You're just a little wannabe alpha from some podunk town. I'm going to torment your little guy friends before I permanently retire them.
They say that when you challenge an alpha responds. My alpha magic burst from me, slamming through the room, breaking the display glass and shoving the tables aside. My eyes glowed yellow, and a look of fear passed through Sophia's face. Even Andre took a step back. The magic from my dragons, combined with mine, stifled the room with power. Growling, I took a step forward. Sophia was taller than me, but I was the commanding presence between us. I know that alphas put the pack first. They do everything to protect it. Yet everything I've learned about you since we met has been solely focused on number 1, Sophia Sorensen. You don't even have the dignity to treat your most elite team with respect. And if you were so concerned with saving your race, you'd be working with Emma. She can save the dragon race. Instead, you're sending her off to be hidden from the rest of the world. I may be from the backwoods of Tennessee, but at least my parents taught me how to respect others, instead of treating them like they're the dirt under your ugly shoes. So much for taking my father's advice and never letting your enemy know they're your enemy. That advice didn't work out well for him anyway. Sophia was fuming, and her fear was replaced by rage.
You think you can do better than me at keeping these guys under control? You have no idea.
I have plenty of experience keeping males under control, and I wouldn't mind showing you a thing or two. She got in my face.
You challenge me, then?
I nodded. I do.
Challenging someone of my stature requires you to do it officially in front of the Queen.
I threw up my hands. Fine, then. She sneered.
I'm sure Andre would be happy to arrange a meeting.
Great. She smirked.
Until then, I've got some interesting jobs coming up.
She looked at Avery.
That reminds me, you need to be at the Beit Levant tomorrow. Regardless of your current condition, I expect you to be as sharp as ever and ready for your mission.
She took in his eye, which was already black and bruised, and leaned down on the table again, showing off her generous assets.
Trouble in paradise, bad boy?
Now she was going after Avery? Ugh. Avery looked away.
I'll be there tomorrow, 4 a.m. You'd better be.
Then Sophia turned on her heel and stalked through the cafe, leaving Andre standing there with an amused look on his face. Then he turned to leave with a last look at Hunter.
I'll be sending you my cleaning bill.
I stood up, moving towards Andre. Andre, I tried to remember his last name. Mr. Douglas. He turned back around, sighing.
Yes.
You'll arrange it? A grin spread up his face, and he turned back around.
I'll let you know.
Hunter got up and moved past me. He began to talk to the manager of the coffee shop. He seemed to be making arrangements to fix the display glass. I got the feeling that it wasn't an uncommon occurrence. I would imagine with a bunch of dragons around there would be lots of issues like that. I turned back towards the guys, shaking. My hands were damp with perspiration and my face was flushed. But I was sated because I felt like I was right. I had to protect the guys from her wrath. And she should be working with Emma. What was their deal? Why weren't they using this opportunity to help the dragons? Christian stood up to hug me.
That was awesome, Pink.
I looked at Easton, unsure if he would approve. What do you think? Easton frowned.
I think it's time that we had a fucking alpha in this group.
I sat down and Avery gave me a fist bump. I grinned and took a sip of my coffee, frowning as it went down my throat because it was now cold. If I challenge her for alpha in front of the Queen, there's no way Sophia can say no. And I'll make sure to spell out the terms. I win and I get you guys back. I win and she can't interfere in your life so much. I needed the guys back in my life. I missed them, even though it had only been a couple of weeks. Being here with them after my hiatus only made things worse. My body warmed as I thought about how putting Sophia in her place could help in a lot of ways. And maybe I can find a way to help Emma and her family in the process. Hunter came back and gave me another cup of steaming coffee.
Way to go, Princess.
Thanks. I smiled, taking the cup, and told myself that I was going to show Sophia the doorway to my righteous indignation. Who wants to go spy on Emma, just to make sure she's okay? I took Avery and Christian's hand as we walked through the parking lot to Hunter's car. Hunter stepped forward and opened my door. I shoved Christian in first, and he laughed as he slunk into the back seat. Avery tried to go in next, but I stopped him. Then I got in and motioned for him to come in next. As I sat squished in between the two, I leaned on Christian's shoulder. Avery's fingers stroked my thigh, and I clasped his hand, holding it tight. It felt so good to be next to my guys again. A small part of myself felt bad for being with them when we didn't know if something could happen to the book, but I rationalized it away. It was only for a short time, just to check in on Emma and her family, and then we'd part our separate ways until we could be together again. Hunter started the car.
Does anyone know where they live? Remember Gerard? He said something.
Avery. Christian pulled a strip of my hair between his fingers.
I've missed you.
Sighing, I touched the bump on his head. It was almost healed. I've missed you too. Thanks for helping with Avery and Hunter. He grinned.
No problem.
Hunter called from the front, pulling out onto the street.
I can't go to something. I need directions. I'm pulling it up on my phone.
Easton tapped his phone.
I think he said Winslow Place. What's that?
Avery's hand on my thigh was so warm.
Some castle.
Easton sounded distracted.
They get to live in a castle? That's pretty cool.
Christian's voice was right by my ear, and it made a shiver go down my back.
Hunter, why don't we have a castle? 'Cause we don't need one, you obstinate shit.
Christian smiled.
Yeah, not like your place isn't in the most expensive district in the city.
Suddenly the voice on Easton's phone burst through the speakers. Turn left in 20 yards.
Follow her.
Easton looked up at Hunter, then leaned over to look at us.
It wasn't the most expensive place in the city until Hunter's parents bought it. Shut up.
Hunter's voice was strained, and he turned at the last minute, causing Easton to fall into him. Easton pushed away from Hunter.
Don't like talking about your money, pony boy?
Avery hit Easton in the shoulder.
Shut up, man.
Grumbling, Easton sat forward, swallowing hard, and the car grew silent. Easton turned the radio on, and a dubstep song burst out on the speakers. I turned towards Christian. Why is Hunter so weird about that? I tried to speak softly enough so that no one would hear me. Avery leaned over, whispering loud enough that I could hear him over the music.
It's 'cause he feels guilty with his parents and all that.
Oh. I nodded, understanding. Avery didn't lean back in his seat, but his eyes playfully roamed my face.
Sorry about earlier. It was dumb.
I smirked. Yeah, it was.
I agree.
He glanced towards Christian, then suddenly he pulled my chin forward and kissed me. I clasped my hand around the back of his neck, pulling him closer. His tongue was soft, and it caressed mine, exploring my mouth while his hand moved around my waist, pulling me closer. I pressed myself to him, loving the way he felt against my chest.
Hey, dude.
Christian pushed him back, but Avery just smirked and licked his lips. I turned towards Christian, looking into his eyes. They were hungry, needy orbs, focused on my mouth. Come here. I gripped his jaw and claimed his lips. He groaned, but it was barely heard over the sound of the music. I nudged his lips with my tongue, and he opened his mouth. I took in a sucking breath, and a heated flush marked my skin as our tongues clashed, caught up in the moment. I wasn't sure if this was breaking the rules or not, but I didn't care. I didn't want it to end. Then we came to a stop, and Christian pulled away, nipping at my bottom lip. I smiled, taking a moment to revel in his warmth. Then Easton opened his door, and a cool air rushed through the car. Avery nudged my hand, and I followed him out the door. We were on a side street. I looked up. It was small, but it was a castle, all right, complete with massive round towers. Tall, narrow windows were scattered along the white brick walls, complete with large wooden doors that barred our entry inside. It was surrounded by patches of grass and dirt. Probably gardens when the weather was right, and a spiked iron fence. Do you think they have a security system? Easton just gave me a look, but Hunter smiled, answering me.
I'm sure they do. I don't see anything that will keep us from coming in from the sky, though.
He shook his head.
Lazy security officers, I'm guessing. Here.
Avery held his hand out to me, and I took it.
Hold tight.
The rest of the guys were pulling off their clothes, and their orange dragon magic was pulsing through the street. Avery grasped me to him as his wings extended, and I clung to his warm body as we rose in the air. The wind on my face felt amazing as we flew over the fence and the gardens. I glanced behind me to see that the rest of the guys weren't far behind us. We landed on the back lawn, close to some windows, and the guys shifted one by one, landing gracefully in their human form next to us.
That was too easy.
Hunter rolled his eyes. We crept forward, peering through their windows, and I stifled a snigger. I felt like such a wicked spy, hanging out with all my guys and peeking in Emma's windows like a stalker. Shh! Avery elbowed me, but he was grinning. You shush. I elbowed him back. He grabbed my arm.
There's Emma.
I squinted my eyes to look through the wavy glass. Emma was walking with her son, Landon. They entered the room and sat on the couch and turned towards the TV. I realized that 2 of her younger sons were already there. One of them was laughing, and they had popcorn in their lap. Well, they seemed to be doing okay. Suddenly, Hunter gripped my arm.
We've got to go.
Then I heard the squawking sound of someone speaking over the radio.
Check the back entrance. The alarm is pointing to that part of the yard.
Shit. Guess they had better security than we thought. The guys shifted in an instant, keeping as low to the ground as possible as they flew towards the back road, trying to keep out of sight. Avery grabbed me and I clung to him as we flew over the yard. Then there was a shout, and we knew that we'd been caught. We flew over the fence and landed. The guys grabbed their clothes and we all crowded into Hunter's car, laughing as a security guard ran towards us. Hunter revved the engine playfully, then put it in reverse. Looking back, Christian gave him the go-ahead, and Hunter slammed his foot on the gas, driving backwards and away from the security guard. We stood outside of Hunter's apartment, and I hesitated in saying goodbye to the rest of the guys. I gave Avery a long hug, and he clung to me tightly.
It's only for a few days,
he whispered, and then let me go, walking off without a goodbye. Easton just brushed his lips over mine softly, and it sent a thrilling sensation through my body. Then he stood back to let Christian say goodbye. Christian glanced at Hunter.
I have to admit, I'm jealous you get to go home with him.
I frowned, feeling bad. I'm sorry. He sighed and pulled me into his arms.
It's okay. I know you had to do it.
Even though it was cold outside, I was warm in his arms. I pressed my head against his chest and listened to his constant, steady heartbeat. I'll miss you.
It won't be for long. You'll win us back, I know it.
I shook my head. There's no way in hell I'm letting Sophia win. He laughed. I reached up and softly kissed the spot on his head that held a bump. It was healed now. Then Easton and Christian walked off to catch up with Avery. We entered his apartment. There was one light on in the kitchen with a note from Riley on the table. He dragged me to it. The paper had Riley's scribble on it. For you, my dearest. Hunter smiled.
She means you.
Huh?
She never calls me dearest. The note is for you.
I smiled, and as I picked it up, a card fell out of it. It was a bank card with my name on it. What's this?
I had Riley call the bank and add you to our accounts. You can get what you want without asking for money.
It felt like a brick in my hands. I can't take your money. I have my own. I just need to access it somehow. He frowned and pulled me into his arms. His voice was thick.
There is no way in hell I'll have Garrett alerted to your location by letting you touch your money.
But I think... He cut me off with a slow and sensual kiss.
Your safety means so much more to me than money.
But maybe Shane...
The answer is no.
He sighed at the defiant look on my face.
If it makes you feel any better, you can pay me back later.
I grinned, giving in as I studied the card. I'd never heard of the name of the bank. Okay, thanks. How'd you get them to do it so fast, and so late? He nuzzled my neck.
I have connections. Trust me.
He paused.
Actually, Riley has connections.
I laughed. I don't doubt it. He pulled my chin up and rubbed his thumb across my bottom lip. A slow stirring that began in my chest moved through me, becoming a smoldering need that spread through my veins like fire.
Elizabeth, I never plan on letting you go. So take my money, take my apartment, take my parents' house, take everything I own. Just make sure you take my heart, because it's yours.
I stared into his eyes, biting my lip. Then I pressed my hand against his chest. I want all of you. He nodded.
Take me.
He moved forward, making me take a step backwards.
Now make a choice. Do you want to sleep in Riley's room? I'm sure she'll enjoy a snuggle buddy. Or...
His eyes burned into me.
Will you make good on your offer to fuck me all night long?
He leaned down to whisper, and his breath over my ear made goosebumps run up my arm.
My little slut.
Raw heat blazed through me, sending a bolt of electricity to my inner thighs. His dirty talk only made me want him more. I had to have him, and I had to have him now. I took a step away from him and pulled off my dress. Underneath, I still had on the sexy lingerie that I'd selected with Riley in anticipation of my night with Hunter. My first time with him seemed like forever ago. He growled and yanked me off my feet. I wrapped my legs around his waist as he carried me into his room, nipping my bottom lip with his teeth. When we got to his room, he threw me onto his bed. I bounced and then sank into his soft blankets. I watched with eager eyes as he pulled his shirt off, gulping as he revealed his muscled chest. Then he crawled on his hands and knees towards me, a smoldering look of desire on his face, and my fingers longed to touch him. My eyes were glued to him. I couldn't look away. I wanted him so bad. But I pulled myself back to his headboard, forcing him to work to touch me, to get to me. His eyes became predatory, his face serious.
Elizabeth.
His voice was so soft and yet so fucking demanding that my body went into overdrive, feeling weak and wet at the same time. I melted. I would do and say anything he asked. He moved over me and I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him to me like I could trap him, like I could own him, like I could possess him. His lips moved to my neck, and I moved my head so that he had complete access to it. You never had a girlfriend that you really loved? My voice came out breathless. I needed to hear him tell me that I was the only one he ever desired. His hand moved up my side, caressing me so that his fingers brought with him a trail of fire that left me short of breath and wanting. He had no idea what those fingers could do to me, the way they could make me melt under his touch.
No one like you.
My mouth parted, and I closed my eyes, reveling in the warmth from his body that burned into my skin. I could stay like this forever, his firm body against mine, driving me slowly mad with lust and desire. His thumb inched up my ribs and I arched my back, edging him higher. Damn, it felt so good. He moved his lips up my neck, nibbling and teasing, then he tugged on my ear with his teeth.
I never felt even an ounce for anyone else the way I feel about you. It was all...
He paused as his teeth raked over the base of my throat.
Sex for the race, for the queen, whatever.
Really? I looked into his eyes, needing him to show me that he meant it, that I was the only one for him. And even though I knew it was so fucking backwards because I desired them all, I made him say it. He moved his face to look into my eyes.
Really?
His eyes were so serious.
It was all so...
He paused, thinking.
Empty.
His eyes focused on mine.
I've never met anyone like you, Elizabeth. And I will possess you, heart and soul.
A dam of emotion broke down my walls. His words could touch me more than his hands ever could. I slid my fingers around the back of his neck and tugged him closer, hiding the way his words affected me. I struggled to contain my fear, to force back the surge of feelings rushing into my chest, pressing up towards my eyes. The fear that I would lose him one day, like I had Aaron. And then it hit me like a lightning bolt. I knew and understood that he would never leave me. He would always give me everything. He was my warrior, strong and sure, and at the same time an oxymoron of existence because his physical strength was nothing compared to the beauty of the way he offered himself to me, without doubt, without expectation, without reservation. I pulled back to look him in the eyes, deciding that he needed to hear it from me too. You are the center of my world. I will never let you go. His face betrayed the way I'd affected him. He'd needed to hear it too. I moved my fingers against his naked back, digging and pressing them in as my desire for him flared, and he shivered. His erection hardened and it strained against his pants and into my stomach. I hooked my arms around his neck and leaned in. He took in a breath and held it, waiting, and I was lost in the moment. I wanted it to last forever, knowing and feeling that one of the sexiest men I'd ever met was holding his breath in anticipation of my lips on his. I touched the tip of my tongue to his lips, and they parted. Then he yanked me to him, the palm of his hand digging into my back, and pressed his mouth tight against mine. Fire shot to my belly as I opened myself to him, kissing him back. God, I needed him. I suddenly had to have him inside of me, touching me in ways that no other man could touch me. I wrapped my legs around him and pulled myself up to grind against his erection. Take me, Hunter. Right here, right now. Growling, he pulled me to straddle his hips, not breaking the kiss. The urgent way he was pushing against me made me feel loved and sexy, all wrapped up in one big present made especially for him. His kisses became urgent, demanding and harsh, as his control began to unravel, and I tugged at his pants, not breaking the kiss as I yanked them off him. His mouth was against mine, kissing my lips, my cheeks, my neck.
Say you'll never leave me. Say you'll always fight to be with me.
I nodded, grinding myself against him, grinding my need into his erection with only the thin lining of my panties between us. I moved his face back to my mouth, opening my mouth to tangle my tongue with his. I'll never let you go, Hunter. My hands wrapped around his neck, and I clung to him like a lifeline. I was drowning in Hunter, and he was the only thing keeping me from drifting away. Then he pushed me down onto the mattress.
Show me, princess. Show me how much you want me.
He yanked at my panties, and I raised my hips to help him slide them off, and then he was inside me, and we were both driven with an urgency to possess and own the other. He commanded my mouth at the same time with his, and I was lost in a sea of ecstasy as he took me, and I knew that he had claimed me, body and soul. I leaned against him, my breasts pressed against the side of him as my fingers trailed across his chest. Damn, he was so freaking sexy. Tell me. He kissed the top of my head and ran his fingers through my hair. It was a few hours after we'd arrived at the apartment, and he'd held up his promise to keep me awake all night long, including giving me another full guide of all the functions of his jacuzzi tub. Although we didn't just screw, we also ate and talked and looked out his windows, watching the city below. Riley never came home, and I wondered where she was. Now we were back in his bed, snuggling.
Yes, tell you what.
Tell me about Riley. About your parents. His hand stilled for a brief moment before he began to stroke my hair again.
What do you want to know?
I trailed my fingers down to his stomach. How did they die? He swallowed hard and took my hand loosely in his and caressed my palm with his thumb.
Part of my job is collecting people. The authority wants someone brought in, they send me to do it. Once, this was before I was with Avery and them, there was a guy who got away. We were supposed to bring him and his brother in. I'm not sure how, but somehow he knew we were coming. And they were waiting for us.
I could feel his heart pick up.
It was a bloodbath. 2 of my team members died, and a third was in the hospital for several weeks. The guy got away, but we killed his brother in the firefight.
He paused for a moment, and I let him collect his thoughts.
So he came back.
He growled.
Not for me, the coward. But he killed my parents.
Silence stretched between us. I was at a loss for words. Then he finally spoke.
I was just lucky that Riley wasn't there.
I moved to straddle him, tracing my fingers over his chest. I loved the feel of the sharp curves that defined him. It was making me heat up again. It wasn't your fault. He shrugged.
It doesn't matter. The consequences were final.
I nodded, understanding full well the consequences of death. More words weren't necessary. We both knew it. I leaned over and softly kissed the scratches on his face from his fight with Avery, which were now white slivers. What was in the file in Andre's office? Where is it? He traced his fingers up my stomach, and my insatiable need for him flared. I would never get enough of this man.
I gave it to Easton. It's their file on William and Emma.
I moved my lips down the side of his neck, and his dick hardened under me. And what's so important about it? He moaned as my teeth found his nipple, and he pulled at the tips of mine. I sucked in air, and desire burned through me. I lowered my hands to grasp at his thickness. He took in a sharp breath as I moved my hand up and down. I wanted to make him feel better, to forget anyone who ever hurt him. I wished I could kiss it all away. Tell me, Hunter, and I'll make it all better. His breath came out a heavy gasp.
Sophia had her signature on a document she's known all along.
Known what? I raked my teeth down his chest as I moved my hand. I wanted him again. I needed his body over me and in me, holding me tight as he came.
Where William and Emma were. About their family, that they had dragon babies. The document was dated right before she formed our team. She made it seem like we were going to save the world. We were going to have babies and grow the race. All along, she knew that wolves could save the dragons. But they hate the wolves, so they buried the information.
I heard the pain in his voice. I thought about how they'd had sex with Sophia, thinking it was the right thing to do. I needed to make it better. I needed to smother his agony with my body, with my love. Except now you have me, your wolf, which you may not have had if you hadn't been with her. Maybe you would have been married to someone else now. He growled and moved his hips against me, digging his dick into my stomach and breathing hard.
Fuck, Elizabeth. I need to be inside you, right now.
His voice was deep and penetrating. I could get lost in it forever. He flipped me onto my back, and my body stretched as he pushed up inside me. I lost myself in him, in the moment, helpless in Hunter. His lips devoured mine. He tasted so good. I pressed my hips up against him with a grinding motion, needing the release. He filled me up with his thickness, with his pain, and I moved in rhythm with him, trying to heal his hurt. A primal urge came over me, and I bit his tongue. He growled, slamming his hips against me faster, and we moved in an erotic haze towards the edge of the cliff. "Oh, fuck!" I cried as I came. And then he was coming with me, and we fell over it together, shuddering as our orgasm washed through us. My orgasm pulsed and jerked, shooting sparks of electricity through my body, and a pounding sensation moved through me. He moaned, his voice deep and gravelly, and I loved the sound of it. Then he kissed me softly, deeply, and I raked my hands through his hair.
Elizabeth.
His words were a caress over and through me, filling me with want, with need to always have him by my side.
Elizabeth.
I reveled in the love that pulsed into my body with the whisper of my name on his lips.
You are the keeper of my heart.
I melted in a puddle right then and there on the motherfucking bed. Then his kisses grew softer, and he lowered himself onto my naked chest, his eyes closed in the afterglow of our lovemaking. I shuffled so that he was lying on his back and I was by his side. His strong arms surrounded me, pulling me against his chest. Caressing my arms, Hunter hummed softly, and we finally fell asleep, ensconced in the safety of each other's arms. I awoke to a pounding on Hunter's door. Hunter snoozed softly, oblivious to it. Humph, not a very good special ops dude. I waited to see if Riley would get it. I was hoping she came home super late and would get it so I didn't have to get out of Hunter's warm embrace. But the apartment remained silent, except for the stupid banging on the door. So I dragged myself out of his bed and, pulling one of Hunter's shirts over me, opened the door. I had expected, or hoped for, one of the guys, but it was James, the guy I met at the dance, and the guy that Hunter obviously didn't like much. I'd sensed a frenemy-type thing going on with them. Hi. I was sure by the smirk on his face that my surprise was evident on my face. He didn't speak as he raked his eyes down my body, taking in the bareness of my legs underneath Hunter's long shirt. If he'd hoped to make me feel uncomfortable, he was going to be disappointed. I wasn't embarrassed of my body or my sexuality. Patiently, I waited for him to finish. Finally, he met my eyes. Done? I twisted up the sides of my lips and leaned against the door. His smirk grew wider.
Oh, not even. I'm just beginning.
There was something bugging me about James, and I suddenly realized what it was. He reminded me of someone I knew from back home, a guy that was a tinderbox in our pack because he liked to push everyone's buttons. He was also hot as hell, and so it was easy for him to get under your skin. And then I knew what kind of guy James was. He liked to tease both men and women alike, men into jealous fits, and women into his bed. And I could eat him for lunch. Tempted to give him a bit of his own medicine, I stepped out into the hallway, glad that there was only one other apartment on this floor. I moved into his personal space so that he had to step backwards. Why are you here?
The Queen sent me.
Why would the Queen send you over here? He shrugged as his back met the wall.
My cousin often likes me to run her little errands.
I ran my hands up his chest. It was firm and strong. He probably blew himself kisses in the mirror while he worked out. And what does Cousin Arya want? Putting his hand around my waist, he tugged me close. I leaned against him, my mouth only a breath away from his.
You know her name?
I brushed my lips against his in a teasing dance. Obviously. His eyes caressed my face.
She will meet you in 2 hours. Same place you saw her before.
For a brief moment, I thought he meant Gerard's house, but realized he meant the first time I saw her. I nodded as he moved his hands over my shoulders to the back of my neck.
Enough time for 2, don't you think?
He glanced at the door.
Or 3.
I pressed my hands against his jeans. He was hard. Sure, I'd say that's enough time. Letting him go, I backed into Hunter's apartment. He didn't follow me, but only stared at me longingly as I slowly began to close the door. For 2. He sighed.
One day.
Smirking, I shook my head. You wish. I caught his smile just before I shut the door. 2. As we moved down the long corridor, it still looked intimidating and royal and all that crap. Except it was more intimidating than before because now there was a crowd of people waiting inside. The suppressed magic of the dragons flowed through the room, making my heart beat erratically. I gripped Hunter's hand and we moved in quick strides towards the Queen. She was dressed more casually than last time, but was still elegant in a nude-colored dress with gold-embroidered vines across her chest. Her sheer skirt cascaded down her chair to the floor like a waterfall. Gerard stood stoic and silent by her side, never ending in his dedication to her. I passed by Sophia, who had on jeans and a t-shirt with rumpled, uncombed hair. It looked like she'd just woke up. But wasn't she supposed to meet Avery this morning? Well, maybe she went back to bed afterwards. I studied the Queen, who had a slight smile at the edge of her lips. Had she sent for Sophia at the last minute? I had my hair pulled up and was wearing one of Riley's outfits, a black top with a loose black and tan skirt. I also reveled in the glow of all-night and early morning sex, and it looked hella good on me. Both Andre and James stood next to Sophia. Next to them were my guys, and a grin broke out over my face. I waved to them, and they smiled in return. Only one spot was empty. Avery. I hoped he was okay. He hadn't seemed too happy to be leaving. The Queen stood up.
Sophia, step forward next to Elizabeth.
Hunter moved to stand in between my guys and James, who gave him a thumbs up. Hunter just grunted in response. Sophia came to stand next to me. I looked amazing compared to her, for once. I held back my snicker. The Queen addressed me in a somber voice.
Andre has told me that you wish an audience with me and Sophia.
Her sharp eyes studied me. I realized that her eyes weren't cold like I thought they'd been, but rather opaque. The doorway to her soul was impenetrable. The Queen hid her true nature well. She raised her eyebrow.
Thank you, Sophia, for waking up to be here.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was only notified 15 minutes ago.
The Queen gave Andre a cold look.
Andre was notified over an hour ago.
What?
Sophia's incredulous voice made me falter, and I glanced back towards Andre. He stood up straight, his eyes fixed on the Queen, and he shrugged.
I don't have time for this petty squabble. I have work to do.
Damn, he was cold. The Queen studied him, and then looked at me.
Elizabeth, you must formally make your request.
I nodded, took a step forward, and subtly wiped my moist hands on my skirt. Even though I was a little nervous, my voice was strong. I wish to officially bid for Alpha over the Ildrenis clan. The Queen answered.
While Sophia is not their alpha, she has had claim over them for several years due to her position and their occupation. Do you wish to challenge her for alpha?
I do. Sophia sneered.
Do I really have to accept a challenge from this dog?
The magic of the dragons intensified, and I heard Easton and Hunter's deep growls bite through the air.
Sophia Sorensen!
The Queen's voice was sharp. Sophia blanched and glanced at me with hollowed-out cheeks. She was biting them.
I apologize.
I noticed she didn't look me in the eyes. I faced her. Sophia Sorensen, I officially challenge you for Alpha. If I win back the team and will be Alpha over them. That means you'll have to go through me to give them assignments. She huffed, folding her arms across her chest.
You really think you, a wolf, can beat me, a dragon?
Suddenly, the realization that we would be fighting as shifters hit me, and the blood drained from my face. Shit. Her face lit up in the biggest grin. I couldn't even make my wolf come out when I wanted to. Damn it! Stupid, stupid. I glanced at the guys, who nodded solemnly. They believed in me, and trusted me. And I remembered the reason why I was doing this. For them. I didn't want Sophia to smother their careers. And for Emma and her family. So I looked at my nails, faking boredom. Inside, I was screaming like a maniac, but on the outside, I was cool as a cucumber. In my sleep.
You're kidding me.
I dropped the facade and faced the Queen, a fierce expression on my face. Sometimes you just have to put on the big girl panties and remind them who you're dealing with. I may not be able to shift on command yet, but I sure as hell wasn't going to take Sophia's shit anymore. I'm willing to take on the challenge. I only ask for time to train properly. I growled. Regardless, I'm officially challenging her, in human or shifter form. The Queen tilted her head towards Gerard. He stepped forward quickly.
Rules from the Erwina Accord of 1927 state that if a wolf or dragon are challenged against each other, they fight in their human form.
Apparently not too long ago, the dragons and wolves had been cool with each other. Enough for a freaking accord, anyway. Sophia sneered.
Fine, I'm okay with that. I don't mind fighting in my human form since she's so weak.
Damn, I wanted to bitch smack her face already. Just shred off my clothes and take her down right here and now. The Queen stood up and walked towards us. She circled around me, looking down her nose as she took me in, and I shivered under her inspection. I knew she was just putting on an act. I knew it, but it seemed so real. I wondered if she had a twin sister that was imprisoned somewhere and was calling out for me to save her from her wicked twin sister.
You're right. She is weak.
Well, damn. She continued.
We may need to adjust the rules further.
The Queen began her ascent towards her chair. Gerard raised his appraising eye at me, and I bit my tongue to stop the response threatening to burst from my mouth. Then he moved his head, just ever so slightly that only I would notice it, but I knew he was telling me to shut the hell up.
I'll propose a different Alpha challenge, with different rules.
The Queen sat in her chair with her back straight and her head held high.
There will be 2 challenges instead of 1. The first test will be one of intelligence. You won't be instructed on the rules of this test, but must figure them out on your own.
I glanced at Sophia. I wasn't sure I was that much smarter than her. Please say the second test is who's the nicest. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the nicest bitch in the kingdom? Me, literally. I was pretty sure I was also the only shifter wolf in the kingdom.
The other test will be the battle. You will fight in a ring, in human form. But since Sophia's service in the authority is vitally important, and Elizabeth has proven herself when she repaired an ancient artifact, the challenge will not be to the death, but only for dominance.
The Queen looked at Sophia.
Do you accept?
Sophia shrugged.
Well, it hardly seems fair, but yes.
She curtsied low at the Queen.
I accept.
The Queen looked at me and my heart beat like mad. Suddenly all this was becoming real, and I was nervous as hell. But I couldn't go back on it now. I was the one who initiated this. There were so many people in the room, and they would really laugh at me if I said no. And Sophia really would send us to Mongolia if I backed out. There was no question that I was going to fight for them. I would do whatever it took to win my guys back. And as soon as this was over, I was going to figure out how to help Emma. So when the Queen asked me if I accepted the challenge, I curtsied low, then stood up to meet the Queen's stare. Absolutely. The Queen gave me a condescending look.
Will you need assistance with training?
Seriously? Right after this, I swear I was going to go through every room in the dungeon. There had to be a good twin somewhere. Hunter stepped forward.
Elizabeth needs a team she trusts to train her. I would like to request that my team is the one to do it.
Sophia swiveled around.
Unfortunately, you've got an assignment pending.
She looked behind Hunter to the rest of the guys.
In fact, you all do.
Easton stepped forward, and I realized that he'd brought the book with him.
Unfortunately, we're already assigned to another task. The hell you are, you work directly under me. My assignments take priority over any other side activities you do.
Easton narrowed his eyes on her, and I could see the anger pulsing from them. I was sure he'd read the file on William and Emma by now and knew how Sophia had betrayed them.
I'm afraid we can't turn this one down. It's by a Mr. Sigurd Sorensen.
Sophia frowned.
I'm not aware of any living Sigurd in my family.
Easton cleared his throat.
As I said, Mr. Sorensen,
he said, emphasizing the last part, and moved the book so that it caught her eye.
Cannot be refused.
Sophia's mouth hung open and she stared at the book, a slightly confused look on her face. Then she shut her mouth with a snap and turned back towards the Queen.
Whatever. but only during work hours and only at the training compound.
I almost gave Sophia a hug. I was so happy. The training compound sounded like a sucky place to be with the guys, but it was freaking better than Mongolia. For the first time ever, I wished Avery could be here to make me run like mad.
Your training begins tomorrow, then.
The Queen stood up, and everyone bowed.
Be ready in a week.
As she made her way out the back of the room with Gerard in her wake, she glanced at me with a small smile. A crowd descended on us, but James was by my side before anyone else, wrapping his arm around my waist to steer me towards the back door. He leaned towards me, and his voice hummed in my ear.
Elizabeth, the afterglow of morning sex does you well.
I grinned. Why, thank you, James. Too bad you couldn't join us. His lips tugged down into a frown.
Oh, I'm a patient man. One day I will have you in my bed.
His hand lowered to squeeze my hip. Then he entwined his fingers through mine and pulled me through the same doorway the Queen left through. We were in a softly lit hallway. There was no sign of the Queen or Gerard. He pressed the top of my hand to his lips and kissed it softly.
Would you consider allowing me to join you and your guys?
I stared at him, speechless for a moment, not understanding him. Did he mean to train me, or did he mean other things? His lips brushed against the tops of my fingers, and I stared into them, trying to figure him out. Hunter's bed is pretty big, but I don't think it's big enough to fit your ego. He smirked. Then his hand moved over mine. He slipped a ring on my finger, right next to the ring with the black onyx the Queen gave me. I frowned, and he shrugged.
Another gift from my cousin. It's got some magic or something.
It was silver and twisted into a vine-like shape that wrapped around my finger.
So?
He pulled an escaped strand of my hair out of my face.
What say ye?
About joining the guys and me? He nodded. Suddenly, the guys burst through the door.
Hey, man, what are you doing here?
Christian did the man-hug thing with me squeezed in between them again.
Yeah, what are you doing here?
Hunter's welcome was, not as warm as Christian's. I smiled at Hunter's outright grumpiness. You'd have thought he didn't just screw me all night long or something. I put my hand on James's shoulder. Oh, he was just giving me something. I showed the guys the ring. A gift from the Queen. Hunter rolled his eyes.
Seriously?
Easton pulled on my hand to inspect the ring closer.
This looks familiar. Is it a magical ring?
James suddenly seemed disinterested and began to move back into the hallway.
Maybe. I don't know. Ask the Queen. I got a jet.
Then he looked at me and winked.
Think about it.
All eyes were now on me, and Hunter took my hand in his, growling.
What are you supposed to think about?
After spending the day shopping so that I could have clothes that I picked out, Hunter and I went back to his apartment to eat. I sat next to him on the couch, eating a spinach and chicken salad. His salad was more chicken than anything, and he also had a big bag of corn chips. Hunter was in a bit of a mood, and I made a mental note to go shopping alone next time. I threw a chip at his head, and it landed on his cheek. Hey, dude, what's up? Growling, Hunter shoved the bag onto the floor, then put his bowl on the coffee table and turned towards me, taking my hand. His blue eyes were troubled as he played with the ring James gave me.
So, what are you going to tell James?
Ah, so that's what he was so grumpy about. Well, it's not like I'm going to do something that you guys don't want me to do. I raised my eyebrow, watching him as he moved the ring so that it circled my finger. He looked so envious, in an adorable kind of way. I mean, come on. We'd spent so much time talking, laughing, eating, and screwing each other's brains out in the past 2 days that it was completely ridiculous that he would even be jealous. And yet, it had a sort of soft, endearing quality about it. I felt kept and adored, and it made me want to tease the hell out of him. The sides of my mouth quirked up. I made a blowing noise with my mouth, moving my bangs out of my face. It would be awesome to have another guy around. I kind of like hanging out with a bunch of dudes. Makes me feel like home. There were a lot of guys in my pack. Plus, Christian likes him. He wouldn't look at me.
Except Avery doesn't, or Easton.
I shrugged. Easton seemed more interested in my ring than anything. He finally looked up.
Is that what you want? You'd be okay with bringing him in?
He swallowed hard.
Do you want to have sex with him?
I leaned back against the couch and rested my feet over his knees, shrugging. I don't know. He's kind of hot. He scowled, and a blush rose to Hunter's face. Aw, did he think I thought James was hotter than him? That wasn't possible. Hunter was way sexier, in a very manly way. I moved to straddle his lap. But you're much hotter. I leaned down to nip at the top of his lip. He groaned and wrapped his arms around me, pulling me in for a kiss. I ran my hands through his hair, enjoying the taste of his tongue. Then he pulled back.
Do you really want him to join us?
I shook my head. Hell no. I figure it'd do his ego good to let him stew about it for a while, though. Hunter laughed, then grew silent as I pulled my shirt off. Plus, I like teasing you. It's fun to see you act just a little bit jealous. He leaned in, his mouth over mine as his hand raked up my side and around my bare back.
Jerk.
I kissed him softly. Dick ass. He grinned, then groaned as my hands went into his pants. 40 minutes later, I was wrapped around his naked and sexy body on the couch. Heat radiated from him, and it made me feel warm and fuzzy. Then I realized that he was a little too hot. I sat up and pressed my lips to his forehead. He was pretty warm. Are you feeling okay? He grinned in a lazy, slow grin.
I'm more than okay.
I frowned. I'm serious, you're hot. He folded his arms behind his head, and his arm muscles bulged.
Yes, I am, thank you.
I let my eyes roam his body. It's true, your body is just as hard as your stiff cock, and your ego's also just as big, so you can't be that bad off. Chuckling, he pulled me into his arms, and I lay against him. We fell into a comfortable silence. His powerful, naked body under mine felt so good. I ran my hands down his side, loving the way it felt under my fingers. He began to hum, and it vibrated through my chest. I yawned. What's that song you hum? You always do that when you're happy. He stroked my hair, and a sleepy haze washed over me.
My mom used to hum it to me to help me sleep when I was a kid.
I smiled a dreamy smile and closed my eyes. That's so sweet, though I'm not sure she'd approve of you humming it right after we screw. His fingers moved over my back softly.
Oh, I think she'd approve.
When I awoke, there was a bright pink square blocking my vision. I pulled the sticky note off my face in a sleepy haze to read it. It was from Riley. Ew-wee, gross! Keep your sex-making in the bedroom. Don't want to see my brother's penis. I'm gone for the day. I laughed and turned to see if Hunter was awake. His bangs clung to his eyes and sweat drenched his pale face. I realized that he was burning up. I jerked up and he moaned, then turned on his side. He looked awful. Grabbing my newly purchased phone, I texted the guys. Then I got up and, throwing on some clothes, grabbed a glass of water. I rummaged through the bathroom until I found some fever reducer, then went back to him. Hunter. I touched his arm. Hunter, wake up. You're sick. He mumbled weakly and tried to pull on my arm.
Come here, woman. Lay down with me. And bring a blanket. I'm cold.
A shiver passed through his body, then stayed. Hunter, you need to drink something. He frowned, holding his arms to his chest as he shook.
No.
I pulled on his arm, slowly but firmly, until he was sitting. He opened his eyes, giving me a hazy look, and I put the cup to his mouth. Drink this, babe, please. He smiled.
I like it when you call me babe.
I tried tipping the cup, but the liquid dribbled down his chin. Hunter, come on.
You look gorgeous in the morning with your hair all tousled.
He pointed at me.
Hey, you have sex hair.
His eyes widened.
You had sex with me.
Then he gave me a lazy smile.
Oh, yeah.
I laughed. He was so ridiculous. I grabbed his hand and put the glass in it with the medicine. Drink this, or I'll never have sex with you again. He frowned.
If you say so, missy.
I waited to make sure he would actually do it. Then I went to his room and grabbed some underwear and jeans. When I came back, his head was against the back of the couch. He was snoring. I sighed. I hated to wake him up, but the guys were going to be here soon. Tossing the underwear aside, I tried to put his jeans on without waking him, but got stuck right at his hips. I touched his shoulder. Hunter, wake up a second. I just need you to lift your hips. His head jerked. Then he lifted his hips without opening his eyes, and I pulled his pants up. He sighed deeply.
Love you.
I stared at him, open-mouthed. I didn't even think he realized what he'd said. I reached up to kiss his forehead. I love you too, dude. As soon as I leaned back to the floor, he jerked up, and I stared at him, wondering if he'd realized what had passed between us. Then he jumped off the couch and ran towards the bathroom. Leaning over the toilet, he vomited. I grabbed a wash rag and wet it, then put it on his forehead as he rested against the toilet, breathing heavily. I reached to flush it when I realized he'd thrown up fresh blood. 3. Easton, Christian, and I were in the waiting room of the hospital, waiting for word from the doctor. Hunter had thrown up 3 more times, and I was freaking out. I saw Edward turn the corner, his face worried. He came into the room with a rush of energy, taking immediate command of the room.
What happened?
I don't know. He's been throwing up and he has a crazy temperature. I knew that it was normal to have a high temperature for a shifter, but a strange energy was buzzing through me. Something was wrong. I mean, we had some chicken earlier, maybe it was bad, but I ate some too. I thrust the bag into his hands. Here, I brought it just in case they needed to test it. He opened the lid to smell it.
You said he was throwing up blood?
I nodded.
Salmonella could do that.
He looked at Easton.
But it might be something else. What has he been up to? Anything magical? Of course, we fixed the book. He broke the bonding spell. We fought with the Cthulhu and had to deal with a ghoul, but all this is normal shit for a guy like Hunter.
He paused.
Well, except for the bonding spell. Do you think this could be the effects from that?
So you think this is from the book? Because we're together? I thought it was going to be okay. Christian rubbed my shoulder.
It's not from that.
Well, how do you know? Easton frowned.
I asked Liam. He said breaking the bonding with Sophia qualified as earning him back. That's not it.
I paced the room, restless. Where was the friggin' doctor? Edward put the lid back on the bowl.
It could be a lot of things. I'll take this to my lab to test it for things that the doctor won't check for.
I swiveled towards him. Like what?
Someone could have poisoned him.
My heart faltered. You think? He frowned.
Someone tried to kill you the other day. The group responsible could have tried to get to you another way.
I stared at him in shock. His eyebrow went up.
Or did you forget about that?
I nodded, trying to process it. Honestly, yes. With everything else going on, I'd forgotten. Do you think they were trying to poison me?
Maybe. I won't speculate until I have more information.
Edward shoved the chicken back into the bag and threw it on the side table. Easton faced him.
Whatever happened with the guy we caught, Sophia hasn't told us anything.
He gave me a dark look.
I don't have anything for you yet. They're still questioning him.
Easton scowled.
Ask him about this then. Maybe he'll know something. You need to get information for us. I know. But he's under Andre's jurisdiction, and I'm not necessarily in the loop. Plus, their methods aren't known to be reliable either.
I shivered. I knew what that meant. Torture. Edward looked at Easton.
You'll need to train Elizabeth now, since it's unlikely that Hunter will be able to do that for a little while.
I was back to pacing. I can't even think about that right now. Christian fell onto the chair, sighing.
You have to, Elizabeth. This isn't going to be a good enough reason for Sophia to let you put it off. She'll declare herself the victor by default.
How could she do that? Won't she care about Hunter? Easton moved in front of me, his eyes troubled.
Not after he resisted the bonding ceremony. And with all those people there, too, she was mortified.
Edward spoke next.
I wouldn't put it past her to have done this herself.
For the second time tonight, I was speechless. But I wasn't surprised. She'd promised him that he'd suffer. Then the doctor walked into the room and everything else fell away. We all turned towards him. Christian stood up again and took my hand, clasping it tight. The doctor ruffled his hair. He looked tired.
The good news is that Mr. Larson is stable for now. We've given him lots of fluids and are watching him, as well as conducting tests on him.
Do you know what it is? I brought the chicken he ate. Do you want to take some to test it? The doctor looked at Edward.
No, but Edward, I'd ask that you report any information as soon as you have any.
He tried to give me a reassuring smile.
I'm sure Edward has better access to more tests than me, and I'd prefer he conduct them.
I nodded. But do you have any clue, any kind of idea? His eyes slid away from mine and went back to Edward.
I can't say yet, but from the preliminaries in his blood, I'd say it looks like it has magical properties.
Blood rushed to my ears and I felt faint. What does that mean? He sighed.
That means that regular medicine may not help him. I'm sorry.
I felt lost in the middle of a stormy sea. How were we going to fix this? Maybe I could get more information from Liam and Amber. They'd said that I could come to them if I needed anything. The doctor continued, his voice softer.
Don't worry, Elizabeth. He's going to be fine. He's in good hands with us.
I growled. He'd better. He smirked.
Do you even know the name of the hospital you're standing in?
Feeling like I was missing something, I shook my head.
Well, take a look on your way out.
My way out? I'm not leaving here until I know what's wrong. Both Christian and Easton stood in solidarity next to me.
We've got him on some heavy pain meds, and he won't even be awake until tomorrow at the earliest.
I folded my arms across my chest. I can wait. The doctor shrugged.
Fine by me. I'll show you guys to his room.
He hesitated.
Has anyone called his sister?
The blood drained from my face. Ugh, I was the worst. Shit, I forgot. Easton pulled out his phone.
No worries, I'll call her.
I grabbed his hand. No, I want to call her. It's the least I can do to make up for forgetting. He handed over his phone and we began to follow the doctor down the hallway towards Hunter's room. I focused all my energy into hitting the punching bag. It had been 3 days and Hunter was still in the hospital. All tests for poison or bad chicken came back negative, so they were still trying to figure out what was wrong. But I'd seen him and he'd urged me to do my training, so here I was, taking out my frustration on the punching bag. I had 4 days to figure out how to control my shift, and nothing was working. I was also upset because Avery wasn't back yet. The only thing the guys could tell me was that sometimes it took longer than normal for Avery to complete his missions and that he was fine. Oh, and not to worry. When I asked what exactly Avery did, every single one of them told me that I would have to ask Avery. Ugh, stupid bro code. I hit the punching bag even harder. Easton came into the room wearing jeans and a t-shirt.
It's already dead, Elizabeth.
I stopped, breathing heavy. What? He pointed to the bag.
The leather? It's already dead.
I punched it again. It's good to remind it then. He chuckled and came over to me, then took my hands in his.
Hunter's going to be okay, Elizabeth.
I tried to relax. I know. I'm just trying to do what he would tell me to do. It's just a coincidence that I broke the other bag.
You know you're going to have to do something different. This isn't working. Getting all bent out of shape isn't going to make your wolf follow your command. That's what you need to be working on.
I sighed and stripped open the Velcro to my gloves, then pulled them off. You're right. Okay, Easton, you're supposed to train me. What do I need to do?
First, go take a shower because you stink.
He grinned and touched my cheek.
Then meet me in the living room.
I put away my gloves, then walked through the training compound. Sophia had called it that, but it was just as beautiful as the Hawaiian house, except the gym took up a large portion of the house. There was also a room especially outfitted for Easton and his special computers. That room looked like the inside of a spaceship. I was afraid to touch anything in there. There was also a large jacuzzi and a heated endless pool for swimming laps. There were several large rooms with large, comfortable beds. Only the kitchen was small. 20 minutes later, I met Easton in the living room, and we walked towards his car, making footprints in the snow. He stepped in front of me, and I checked out his ass with a sigh. So very, very fine. Where's Christian? When I'd woken that morning, both guys were gone.
He's spending today with his family. It's his mom's birthday.
Oh, I didn't know. We came to Easton's car. It was a cherry red sports car, an Alfa Romeo or something, Spider something. Basically a tiny sports car that went really fast and was really small on the inside.
Christian will be back tomorrow and he's going to work with you.
I groaned. I don't think his methods are going to work. He shrugged and opened my door.
Never doubt Christian's methods. He's on this team for a reason. He's just being nicer to you than most people.
I shivered, thinking of what Christian could do with his gift if he used it maliciously. When we drove up to the ancient-looking building, I was surprised. We're going to the library? He parked, and the sides of his mouth twisted up. Then he opened his door.
Never underestimate the power of the right book.
Oh, I don't underestimate books, but still. The library was just as gorgeous inside as it was outside. It was probably built in the 18th century or something like that. Easton took my hand as we walked down the big room, and I felt a tingle in my fingers. It was nice to spend time with just him. He moved with ease through the library, and we walked through several large rooms lined with books until we came to the end of the hallway. There was only one room left, and it had an elderly man standing outside a large archway. He looked like a guard or chaperone of some sort. The sign over the room read Restricted Section. Oh, is this where all the bad spell books are, like in Harry Potter? Easton grinned.
Something like that.
He nodded to the old dude, who took off a pretend hat.
Afternoon, Easton.
He looked at me.
Easton's friend?
I grinned and gave him a small wave. Hi. He bowed as we passed through, and I leaned into Easton to whisper in his ear. Oh, fancy. We don't have butlers in the libraries back in Tennessee. That must be why Sophia calls me a hillbilly. He put his hand around my hip possessively to guide me towards a row of bookshelves. He whispered loudly in return.
Yes, that must be it.
We went to the shelves, and I was very surprised to see that it was similar to a Harry Potter library. These books were about magic. I couldn't read most of the titles, but whatever, it was still cool. There was also a display stand with first press run books of titles such as Don Quixote, War and Peace, A Christmas Story, and, one of my favorites, Pride and Prejudice. And yes, there was even a Harry Potter book, causing a deep sigh from me and rumble of laughter from Easton. I was in heaven. After allowing some ogling and fangirling for long enough, we moved to the section Easton was interested in. He moved me to stand in front of him and pressed his head on top of mine while he studied the covers. His hands rested on my hips, and I felt the possessiveness of his stance. His firm body made a nice cove to relax, and I leaned into it. It was making my heart beat erratically. Easton was a warrior with brains, like Superman and Clark Kent combined. It was sexy. At one point, he wrapped his arms around my stomach and breathed in deeply. I think he was enjoying our alone time as much as I was. We stood in silence like that for a moment before he reached forward.
Here it is.
He pulled out a book with the title Transformations, and we took it over to a table. Can you check books out of here? He nodded as we sat.
We can, but we need prior authorization first, which takes weeks sometimes. Sometimes it takes months. Like with our magical book. It took me a year to receive authorization to check that book out. I think the Queen herself signed off on it.
Well, now we understand why. She must really trust you. He didn't answer, but opened the book and moved through the pages. What are you looking for?
Shifter magic, specifically wolf, but really anything will do.
I leaned over to look, noting his fingers were long and nimble, with his nails cut short. I wondered if he was as skilled a lover as Hunter. Then I pushed that thought away. Each guy filled a part of my life that no other could. It wasn't fair to compare. I adored them for who they were as individuals. Still, I could imagine those nimble fingers doing things to my body. I flushed as a shiver went down my body, and he looked up. I gave him a small smile, and he went back to his book.
Look here.
He pointed to a section, and I read with him as he read out loud.
Scientists have long studied the mystical and magical powers that dwell within all shifters, and have mostly come up stumped as to how these powers work. But studies have determined that each shifter taps into his or her powers individually, based on the psyche of the individual. That may be one of the reasons why scientists are unable to determine the exact science that creates the creature to shift, as they may be as individualized as fingerprints and unable to duplicate.
So, I looked up at him, and his stare burned into me. Maybe this is why Christian's way isn't working. It works for him, but not for me. He nodded, and his eyes lingered on my lips. Suddenly they were dry, and I licked them. I looked back down at the book, but touched his foot with my own. Does it say anywhere how to figure out what works?
Let's see.
His eyes went back to the book, but he wrapped his ankle around mine. I tried to hide the way it was affecting me. I stared at the book, but I couldn't read the words. I could only think of the way his thigh was touching mine, sending prickling sensations up my body. I reached forward and lightly traced his arm, and he looked up at me. Then he leaned in and kissed me softly. His lips were soft, and they felt so nice. I let out a sigh, and then his hand was behind my neck, pulling me closer and deepening the kiss, causing a guttural noise to leave my mouth. I jerked my head back, embarrassed to see that I was getting a strange look from some of the other nerds in this place. My face blazed red, but he rubbed his lips across mine softly, closing his eyes.
Don't worry about them. They're probably just jealous of me because I'm with the sexiest girl in the library, and I don't see any signs that say no kissing in the library, so we're good.
I smiled, grateful that he was trying to make me feel better. It was working. His lips brushed over mine, making me feel hot again. Then I looked back down to the book, trying to concentrate, and his hand gripped mine under the table. He stroked my hand as we searched through a few more pages. I tried to remember what we were even looking for, but his kiss got me all befuddled. Fortunately, he remembered, and he read out loud.
Each shifter must determine the exact way to connect to their own shifter powers in a way that coincides with their upbringing, personal tastes, blah, blah, blah.
He slammed the book shut, and I sat back, surprised.
We get it. Looks like you gotta figure it out on your own.
I nodded. Yep. He stood up.
Want to get out of here? I know of a great hot chocolate place.
I stood up, and he slipped his fingers between mine as we walked out of the room. Instead of walking towards the exit, though, he pulled me in the direction of another shelf.
I just want to grab one more book, but this one I can check out.
We walked down the street, holding hands and feeling the small drift of snow as it fell. His hand in mine and the hot chocolate gave me a warm, fuzzy feeling. We'd grabbed some food first, then stopped by some cute cafe afterwards. Since I hadn't really had time to see the city, he showed me some of his favorite spots. It reminded me a lot of Madrid. There were several old and gorgeous buildings, and some streets with huge, masterful murals painted along the brick walls. There was also graffiti and tagging. A lot of them were large, red-painted circles with a white A in the middle, with the slogan, "Death to the Authority," painted in black over it. I wasn't surprised. From what I'd seen so far, I wasn't that impressed with the Authority either. He told me about his family. His mom was a single mom for most of his childhood, and she raised him and his younger brothers in a very rough part of the city. She'd had a lot of boyfriends, mostly junkies who would beat the shit out of her when they were drunk. They never hit him or his brothers, but he described how helpless he felt. Listening to his story made me tighten my hold on his hand as bitterness stirred through my chest, especially the part about how weak he felt as a kid, powerless to help his mom. And it made me angry, so freaking angry. I wished I could go back in time just to tell off his mom and beat up her stupid boyfriends. Once, when he got old enough, the boyfriend of the month was beating his mom, and he just knocked the guy out by hitting him with a pan over the head. Scared that her boyfriend would kill Easton when he awoke, his mom kicked Easton out of the house. Nice. Eventually, his mom met some rich dude, and now they traveled around the world together, dragging Easton's youngest brother with them, who was 17. His other brother was attending some upper-class university in England, paid for by her new husband. His mother constantly sent him gifts from wherever she was traveling. He knew she was trying to make up for his youth. I frowned but held my tongue. Families were complicated, and a lot of time, parents were doing their best. But I hated it when parents didn't get their shit together to take care of their kids. I hoped I never got the chance to meet her. I wasn't sure I would be as forgiving as Easton was. The air turned crisp and I shivered. Easton put his arm around me and I leaned into him as we began our way back towards his car. I loved the way his hand felt on my waist, snaking under my shirt, the possessive strokes he made with his thumb that burned through my skin. Then my phone beeped and I pulled it out of my jean pocket. It was a text. Meet me at the Botanical Gardens downtown in 20 minutes. I frowned. It was from an unknown number, but I'd already saved everyone's number that I knew. I showed Easton and he scowled. I texted back, snickering. New phone, who dis? The answer came immediately. James. I choked on my last sip of hot chocolate, which was now cold. How did you get my number? Really? You have to ask? I thought about it, sighing. The Queen had connections, I was sure. What do you want? Just meet me there. I promise you'll want to. I wasn't exactly sure if he was trying to insinuate some kind of sexual thing. I showed it to Easton.
If he got your number from the Queen, it's probably something about the fight.
He tucked my hair behind my ear, wrapping his arm around my waist and pulling me to him in a soft kiss.
Besides, I'm not ready for this night to end yet.
I bit my lip, agreeing. Then I kissed him again, and suddenly I wasn't so cold anymore. We walked, holding hands and touching each other in every way possible, heading in the direction of the park. It was only a short walk away. When we got to the gardens, we walked around, waiting for James to show up. No one else was in the park. It was probably too cold, but I didn't feel it, not with Easton's hand in mine, his side pressing against me. His face had grown darker since we'd arrived, and I wondered if he was thinking about his past. Are you okay? We were next to a long brick wall that surrounded the park, with foliage around us that was manicured into beautiful shapes, despite the winter's cold. I wondered if someone used magic to make the garden grow. He stopped suddenly and turned to me.
Why?
I shrugged. I don't know. You seem upset. My phone made another noise and I glanced at it. Another text from James. Running late, wait for me. I sighed, showing it to Easton. He looked back up to me, a serious look on his face, and I swallowed hard.
I'm not upset, Elizabeth. In fact, I'm the opposite.
Then suddenly he was moving and I was backing up.
I've just been thinking about you, and me, and us, the guys.
A blush burned my cheeks. What exactly have you been thinking about?
I've just been wondering if you would decide to pick between us, and if you did, how that would kill us.
Suddenly my throat felt thick, and I wanted to reassure him, to tell him that everything would be okay.
Want to know what else I've been thinking about?
He stepped forward again, and I took one last step backwards, drawn in with the intensity of his stare and unable to look away. Wrapping his hand around my wrist, he pulled it over my head. He had me against the wall, and his other hand was riding up the side of my shirt. His chest pressed into mine, and it was making my heart beat erratically.
How badly I want to fuck you when we get home.
I inhaled a sharp breath. The image of me bent over him, hands tied behind my back, my breasts pressed out like an offering to him. These were the kinds of things I thought about when I imagined screwing Easton.
I wasn't sure what to think about you at first.
He rubbed his chin against the top of my head as his thumb slid under my bra.
You inserted yourself in our lives like a tornado, sucking us in with your intensity. You were so sad, so innocent, so sexy, so in need of saving. We all craved you. We all wanted to stake our claim on you, to make you ours. And we wanted it enough that we decided to sacrifice anything to protect you. Our identities, our lives, our hearts.
Letting go of my hand, he pulled my chin up, and I looked into his hardened eyes.
Elizabeth, if you choose us all, then I expect you to have sex with all of us. No playing favorites.
I gulped, understanding, as his thumb moved higher to brush over the hardened tip of my nipple. I was on fire. I know. Then his lips were on mine, and I'd never felt so claimed, so possessed. I wrapped my arms around him, kissing him back. Does this mean you want to fuck me, Easton? He groaned and pressed himself against me, grinding against me with his hips so that I could feel his erection.
Yes.
His voice was so dark, so demanding. It made me want to tear off my clothes and screw him right here in the garden.
I want to take you right here against this garden wall.
His hands moved to the back of my head, pushing his fingers through my hair to press my mouth to him harder.
To watch your face as you come over my dick.
Shit, Easton. He growled, his mouth claiming mine possessively. I ran my hands under the front of his shirt, feeling the tight ridges of his stomach to pinch his nipples, and he ground against me harder.
Except that
A soft tendril brushed along my right ankle, then wrapped itself around my calf. I opened my eyes, and a large red flower peered over Easton's shoulder. Shit! I jerked my head back, breaking the kiss and interrupting Easton, who turned. The flower lurched, its stigma moving like a hissing tongue. What the hell? Easton turned around, blocking me protectively. The flower made a growling sound and little darts shot out, hitting Easton's cheek. I pushed Easton to the side and swiped at it, but it swallowed my hand in its enormous petals. Then the vine around my leg tightened and I flew into the air. My hand tore from the flower and my arm exploded in pain as the sharp edges of the flower scraped down my arm like teeth. While we'd made out against the wall, the whole garden had grown to a wild, exotic jungle around us. The hedges spread out, its branches closing in on us like sharp spears. The flowers were humongous and menacing. Vines snaked along the ground and wrapped around Easton, who had fallen to the ground. Half his face was swollen, and he moved in a daze as the vines squeezed his chest. The vine around my leg was dragging me through the garden. It speared me through bushes and slammed me against trees. I grappled, trying to grab a hold of something, but I was moving too fast, and the leaves only ripped off the trees as I clutched at them. I tried to shift into my wolf, but the magic just moved over my body in a surge, then fizzled out like an old can of soda. The vine dragged me over cobbled stones towards the water fountain. I crashed my head against the brick side, and for a second I blacked out. I awoke just as the vine was pulling me under the water. I inhaled sharply. It was freezing. Then I went under the water. It was just deep enough to cover my head. Vines slithered above me, braiding themselves in a tight bind over me. I shoved off the bottom of the fountain, fighting against the vine trying to keep me under. Clutching at the braided vines, they were thick and strong, I pulled myself up. I pressed my mouth to the top, trying to take in a breath of air, but the vines were too deep. I couldn't get in a breath. The vine that was attached to my leg tried to pull me in deeper, so I turned and yanked on it, trying to break it. It burned against my leg and my fingers as I tried to pry it from my leg. My lungs threatened to explode. I needed air. I jerked the vine as hard as I could, and it slashed at my leg as I wrenched it off. Then I pushed off the bottom of the fountain again. Finally, magic pulsed through my body, and I shifted into my wolf. I snapped and gnawed the vines with my teeth, but they were too thick. Large claws broke through the barrier, and I raised my snout to inhale a large breath. Easton was here, and he was clasping at the vines with his claws, yanking them from the fountain. I burst from the water and dragged in another deep breath. Easton had set the overgrown jungle on fire, ravaging it. I took several more breaths, then a hand was on my furred neck. I shifted back into my human form, and James dragged me out of the fountain and towards the street. I coughed and spurted, trying to ease the burning in my chest. When we got to the street, James took off his coat and wrapped it around me, then zipped it up. Easton shifted as he landed and ran towards me. "Easton, are you okay?" He grabbed me and pulled me into his arms.
Oh God, Elizabeth, I was so worried.
"I'm okay." My lungs still ached, but everything else was already beginning to heal. I pulled back to look at Easton. His face was still swollen a little bit. "Are you okay?" He nodded. "What was that? How the hell did that happen?" I turned back towards the garden. It was a little blackened, but it was quickly changing back into the garden as it once was. Easton held me close, and I shivered in the snow, but he was warm, and it was calming me down.
I've never seen magic happen like that before, not so powerful, and in the middle of the city.
People were walking by, but didn't even give us a second glance, even though we were naked. Being in a country where shifting was normal had its advantages. But I was surprised that no one even glanced at the garden. I looked at James. "You saw that, right?"
Of course, you almost drowned in there. Are you guys okay?
Nodding, I leaned heavily against Easton, craving the warmth and comfort of home. "What the hell was that?" I looked up at Easton. "Will you take me home?" Easton looked at James.
What did you need to tell us?
He looked at Easton.
Sorry, this is for Elizabeth only.
The back of his neck burned red, and his dragon power surged from him.
I'm not in the mood for any of your games. Whatever you have to say can be said in front of me.
James smirked and stepped towards us with a swagger.
Sorry, doll.
He pat Easton's face. It looked like he was going to kill James.
Elizabeth's cute wolf ears only.
Easton growled, but I pressed him back, knowing that James wasn't going to change his mind. "Easton, I think my clothes are in the water fountain. They're probably messed up, but can you grab them? And yours, too. As much as I love watching your fine ass, I'm sure you're going to get cold fast." I eyed the garden. Besides, I don't want to go back in there. Easton didn't answer me, and I tugged at his face to force him to look at me. "Please?" He growled again, but at my look, he softened.
Fine.
After a warning glare at James, he walked off. I huddled in James's coat, grateful for it, and he stepped closer.
Need some help getting warm?
His hands brushed against my bare thighs, and I yelped, jumping back. He looked offended, although I was pretty sure it was an act. Sorry, I'm a little jumpy." I gave him a grateful look and forced myself to calm down. "Thanks for the coat." He eyed me suggestively.
Oh, I'll be expecting that back.
I smirked and tightened my arms around my waist. "Sure, as soon as I get my clothes back." He reached forward and tugged on the zipper, pulling it down just a little bit. I gulped. "So, was there something you were going to tell me?" His eyes were glued to the zipper as he was slowly tugging it downwards. Then he looked at me.
Damn, Elizabeth. You have no idea how much I want to bend you over my knee and spank you till you come.
My face burned red. No one had ever spoken to me like that. "I'm sure you say that to all the girls."
You're the only one I've said it to that I've actually meant it.
His stare burned into me, and I couldn't tell if he was lying or not. For the first time, I was unsure if he was just teasing. "Unfortunately, I'm not a wham-bam thank-you-ma'am type of gal."
Who said I'm looking for a one-night stand?
"I don't believe you."
Then let me show you.
I shook my head. "No." Easton was approaching from behind him. "And Easton is almost here, so if you need to tell me something, do it now." Then he leaned close to whisper in my ear as his thumb caressed my bare thigh.
Sophia's officially protesting the law that says you fight in human form. If she gets her way, you'll have to fight against her in dragon form.
A shiver ran down my body. That was not good. Then Easton appeared, frowning at James, who turned towards him and smirked.
See you later, Easty.
Then he blew him a kiss and was gone. I grinned at Easton. Easty? I like that. He frowned, and I laughed. Dressed and drinking a mug of hot coffee, Easton plopped down on the couch. We were back at the training compound, and I was exhausted. All the way home, we'd tried to figure out what the hell that was. The only thing that we could come up with was that it was part of the test that we had to figure out. Either that, or the magic in Erwinna was going batshit crazy. We couldn't figure out what we were supposed to do about it, though.
Here.
Easton pat the couch, and I sat next to him. He put his arm around me, and I leaned into him. I took in a deep breath, feeling so grateful that he'd been with me. His warm body next to me was calming, and I took a sip of my coffee. Easton, how am I supposed to fight against Sophia if she's a dragon? There's no way in hell I can win. He shrugged and ran his fingers over my shoulder, tracing it softly.
Yes, you can.
How?
I think that Hunter knows her weakness. Every dragon has one.
They do?
Sure.
And what is yours?
Oh, I'd have to say that you are.
When he said it, his voice was husky, and silence briefly filled the room. His blatant desire for me made me feel so wanted. I gripped his hand and caressed the palm with my thumb. Even if Sophia has some super-secret spot that if I touch it, it'll explode, I'm sure she'll be protecting that spot like mad. She probably has some kind of kinky armor that shifts with her to protect it. He laughed.
As far as I know, Sophia doesn't have kinky armor. In fact, she doesn't have armor at all. The only reason she's getting her nails dirty fighting you is because you and Hunter embarrassed her in front of everyone.
Except she did it another time, when she helped save me from the ghoul. I felt a little sad that she and I couldn't be friends. She had helped me that day.
Don't let that fool you. Sophia only helps someone if she thinks it will get her somewhere. She probably thought it would get her brownie points with Hunter. Believe me, if she thought feeding you to the ghoul would help her in any way, you'd be a skeleton in the middle of the ghoul's living room right now.
I sighed. Regardless, I seriously have to get my game on. I have no chance. I couldn't even shift in the garden. She'll kill me in a second. He nodded, then shifted me to face him.
I have ultimate faith in you. Once you know how to do it, you'll be an unstoppable force. You'll easily defeat Sophia.
The way he looked at me, his dark brown eyes were intense. He was always so serious when it came to helping me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even have had the chance to be with the guys. Easton, can I ask you a question? He nodded.
Yes.
He traced my cheek with his finger, and it burned through my skin. Then he reached forward and softly kissed the fading scratches on my face. I closed my eyes, reveling in the tenderness of his kisses. Why do you work with such intense... I tried to think of the right word. Energy. He leaned back, and for a moment he looked so raw, so open, and it caught my breath. I think it's extraordinary.
You do?
I nodded. At first I didn't really know you, so you came off harsh. But now that I've gotten to know you, I understand that you do it for those you love. It's how you show people you care for them. You protect those you love fiercely. He looked surprised.
Most people wouldn't get that. I don't even know if the other guys know it.
I nodded. They do. That's why they put up with your assholery. He laughed, and the sound warmed me. But, I continued, I want to know why. To understand the man under the hard exterior. I traced my hand down his chest. And believe me, you're hard, all right. His lips twisted up in a smile, and then he looked off, shrugging.
I'm not exactly sure. I've never thought about it much. But I guess it's because I don't have any gifts like the other guys have.
His voice wobbled, and it hurt to hear him so honest, so vulnerable, so exposed.
I feel like I have to prove myself to them and to the authority, or maybe one day they'll think that I'm obsolete.
His voice had grown so quiet that I barely heard the last word, but it absolutely broke my heart. I thought about how helpless he felt as a child and how fucking domineering he was with the guys sometimes, how feeling in control must be his way of assuring himself in the way that he couldn't do as a child. I gently touched his chin and pulled it so that he was looking into my eyes. You will never be obsolete, not to the authority or the queen, not to the guys. I paused. Not to me. There are plenty of people with gifts, but they're lazy and they don't use them, or they use them for ill will. And what good are those gifts then? I shook my head. No, Easton. You're too strong, too special to ever go out of date. You'll only get better with time. I leaned forward to rest my head on his, closing my eyes, and I moved my hand up to cup his cheeks. And I'm so glad that I met you, that you came for me that fateful day, even though you could have stayed here in your comfy house with the pool. You came for me because you were worried about your team. That says something. He nodded, and his head moved against mine.
Thank you.
You have nothing to thank me for. It's I who should thank you. Thank you for coming, Easton. For giving me a chance to be here. He traced my lips with his finger, and I kissed the tip softly. Then he pulled back to stare into my eyes.
The other book that I checked out. It's about magic amulets and jewelry. I thought maybe we could try to find your mom's necklace, see if there's any information about it.
Touched that he would even think of that, I nodded. Any information would be awesome. His voice was low and sexy as he spoke.
But
He glanced down at my chest.
I need to see it better. There's probably hundreds of necklaces in the book.
I sat back, grinning. Sure. But instead of pulling my necklace out, I reached down and slowly pulled my shirt up. His eyes darkened, following my shirt as it came over my head. I dropped it to the couch, waiting to see his reaction. He reached forward, tracing my nipple through my bra, and I was tempted to take my bra off too, just to feel his hands on me. For that matter, why not take everything off? Let his hands move over my whole body. Shit, I wanted it. He didn't take his eyes off mine.
You are the sexiest woman I've ever met.
I raised my eyebrow, ignoring the heat that was running through my body because of the way he was touching me. You do. Even sexier than Sophia? I know what you guys used to do. He nodded, his eyes serious.
Sophia doesn't hold a candle to you.
Groaning, I leaned into him and pushed his hand under my bra. His hand gripped my breast, and his nose traced up my chest to my neck. His breath moved over my skin, and goosebumps broke out, making my nipples perk. The way he looked at me, the way he was touching me, made me feel so wanted. This whole day, every single touch made me feel that I belonged with him, to him. I straddled him. He slowly pulled the necklace from in between my breasts and put it in his mouth, suckling it. Fire shot to my center as I imagined his mouth down there. I moaned, excited by the thought of it.
It's beautiful.
He didn't even look at it, but continued to stare into my face. Thank you.
You're beautiful.
He tugged me closer, dropping the necklace to trace his tongue up my chest to my collarbone, trailing fire in its wake. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. I was entranced by his touch. He licked and traced my collarbone up to my shoulder. Then he tugged at the corner of my neck with his hand, and I leaned down to kiss him. His lips, soft and warm, were velvet to touch, and I traced them with my finger while we kissed. Gripping my face, he poured the same intensity he always carried into his kiss, and I was consumed with it. We kissed for several minutes, our tongues tangling and tasting, our hands touching and knowing. Then, abruptly, he broke the kiss, pulled himself to the edge of the couch, and stood up. I fell to my feet, but he steadied me. He took off his own shirt, and then he grabbed the book, and tugging my waist to follow him, lay back on the couch. He looked up at me, waiting. He had the book in his hand, which confused me so much. Maybe he wanted to look through it right now? Maybe he'd changed his mind about everything he'd said, but why'd he take his shirt off? Oh, damn it, I was so confused. I grabbed my shirt, thinking about putting it back on.
No, don't.
I waited, unsure what he wanted.
Please, just sit between my legs.
Okay. I sat down, and then he pulled me to lay against his chest. I snuggled into him, loving the way his bare chest felt against my back, and he opened the book.
I want you just like this, next to me. Is that okay?
I nodded. He put his head on the top of mine. I could hear his breathing, short and uneven, and I knew that he wanted me. Easton, what's wrong? Is it something I've done? He let out an unsteady breath.
Believe me, Elizabeth, if I could have my way, you'd be on your knees, in between my legs, staring up at me with those fuck-me eyes you have.
A jolt of heat moved in between my thighs, and I had a forceful desire to screw him right here and now. And then why? He lowered his hand to trace across my stomach.
Gerard warned me that if anyone besides Hunter has sex with you before you win us back, it might have adverse effects. I remember how sick you got that night that we tried to fix the book, and I don't want anything to happen to you.
I thought of his reaction in the garden and the way his words set fire to my body, and yet he'd restrained himself. Oh. I nodded, remembering. Plus, we wouldn't want to undo the fixing of the book and all that. Damn it. He opened the book and we moved through the pages, looking at each of the drawings, trying to find the one from my mom. His fingers traced the top of my collarbone, and I lay smoldering at his touch, wishing that we could do more. Page by page we turned, talking but not finding the necklace. It took a long time, but we finally went through the whole section and didn't find anything. He closed the book and put it on the floor. Then he rested his head on mine again.
Too bad. I thought for sure it would be there.
Me too. The sexual tension between us was thick. He had an erection that pressed against my back.
Elizabeth.
His voice had that dark tone again, and just the sound of it made my heart pick up. I tilted my head towards him. What?
Take off your bra.
I sat up and unclipped it. His fingers were like fire as they brushed the straps down my arms. Then I settled back into his naked chest as he dropped my bra on the floor.
You are so damn sexy.
The only sound between us was our uneven breath as his fingers brushed up my stomach. I closed my eyes, reveling in his touch. I wanted him so bad. His hands moved higher. His touch turned rougher as he stroked and felt, and his breath moved over my neck. Then he kissed my shoulder as his hands moved higher to brush across my nipple. I moaned. It felt so good. And even though I knew it would only be a tease, that we couldn't go any further, I wanted it bad. He fondled my breast as his mouth moved over my shoulder, my neck, my earlobe. Then he flicked my nipples. I was strung so tight. His hand gripped mine, and he guided it toward my pants. I protested. No, Easton, what about you?
I want you to.
You do? I felt him nod.
It turns me on. That I could make you feel that way is its own prize. Besides, Gerard only said we couldn't have sex. He didn't say you couldn't come.
I smiled, loving that Easton, the rule follower, was looking for ways to bend one. Are you sure? His voice betrayed his desire.
Do it, Elizabeth.
I slipped my hands in my pants, knowing it wouldn't take much to make me come.
Fuck, Elizabeth, you have no idea how sexy you look right now.
I couldn't answer him. I was lost in a world of lust and desire. His fingers flicked and pulled my nipples, and his tongue moved, hot and wet, over my neck. Then he moaned, and his dark voice in my ear was all it took to take me over my peak. My mouth opened as the orgasm washed through my body, and when I pulled my hand out of my pants, his fingers trailed over my body again. His voice was low, commanding.
Again.
We spent a long time with him touching and pulling and flicking, and then his fingers were under my pants. I didn't know if it was cheating, but I was helpless to stop it as he explored me with his fingers. They were rough, demanding, and then they were soft and giving. Time and time again I came as he touched me until I was exhausted. Finally I moved so that I was leaning on his chest and closed my eyes contentedly. He kissed the top of my head and wrapped his arms around me. Then he pulled me up off the couch and I groaned.
Come on, babe. Let's go to bed. Tomorrow afternoon you'll have a busy day with Christian.
He walked towards his room and I felt bad. I could see his dick pressing against his pants. I'm sorry. He chuckled.
For what?
That you didn't come with me? He was silent, and I was sure that he was sorry too. Then he sighed.
It's okay.
We got to his room and he raised his eyebrows.
I know how you can make it up to me.
How?
Take off all of your clothes.
I grinned. Okay. As soon as we were settled in his bed with his hand closed over my boob, I closed my eyes and fell asleep. Droplets of water woke me up the next morning. I squinted my eyes against the brightness of the room. Easton stood over me, dripping wet from a shower. He was only wearing boxer shorts, and I raked my eyes up his sexy body. It was hot as hell. He grinned, and the smile lit up his face. He'd done something. What? What did you do?
I found something in the book.
I sat up. The necklace? Did we miss it? He frowned.
No, but something else. This is going to make you very happy.
What?
I'll tell you in a minute.
I frowned. Why? He kneeled on the bed.
Because you look so fucking sexy right now, I can't help but do this.
He lowered himself over me, his eyes intense. Liquid heat shot to my belly, but I groaned. He frowned. His eyes stared at me, dark and intense.
What? Didn't you enjoy yourself last night?
Of course.
Is it Hunter?
No.
Avery?
Well, I'm worried about him, but it's not...
What then? You don't want to come this early in the morning?
His mouth was on my ear.
I don't care if you have morning breath.
His lips on my neck made my legs slightly part in anticipation. I'm always ready for an orgasm, with you guys anyway, I amended. He growled.
It better only be with us.
I nodded, looking into his eyes seriously. Only you guys.
Then why?
I pushed him back. It has nothing to do with the other guys. Right now I'm here with you, and only you. But... I bit my lip. I feel bad for you, and... I glanced down. I don't want to be a tease. He smiled.
Oh, don't worry about me. I took care of myself in the shower.
His eyes narrowed on mine.
All it took was thinking about you. You and your fucking sexy body lying in my bed. Not Hunter's or Avery's or Christian's. Mine. And I knew I had to come out here and show you just how much you affected me.
Then he lowered his lips to the corner of my hips.
Besides, It gives me the ultimate pleasure to make you come, to know that what I do brings you over the precipice, to make you so addicted to my touch that you will never turn me away."
His tongue swiped across the top of my hips, and I closed my eyes, arching my back against the bed as his fingers trailed up my inner thigh. "Never, Easton."
"I'm going to touch and taste every part of your body, and you're going to come again and again until I'm satisfied."
I groaned, unable to tell him no, because I was already succumbing to his touch. 2 hours later, after coming so many times I couldn't count, a shower and a huge breakfast, he brought the book to the kitchen table. He had the same excitement in his eyes that he'd had that same morning he'd found William, and I smiled. "I love it when you look like that." He stilled.
"Like what?"
I shrugged and took a sip of my tea. "Like that." He raised an eyebrow.
"Okay."
I leaned forward to peer at the book. "Go ahead, show me." His excitement was beginning to rub off on me. I was feeling impatient. "Come on, dude, I don't have all day." Suddenly he stood up, and pushing the book out of the way, he grabbed me and set me on the table. Then he stood in between my legs.
"You do have all day if I tell you that you do. Do you understand?"
Surprised, I nodded. Then his hands moved lower to sweep up under my shirt, brushing across my stomach and sending a shot of warmth through me.
"And as soon as I can, I'm going to take advantage of you all fucking day. I'll tell you when to come, when to suck me off, and I won't be as nice as I was last night or this morning."
Every hair on my body stood on end. I nodded, knowing that I would want him to. Yes, absolutely yes, I want it.
"Good. Because what I'm about to tell you will probably help Hunter get out of the hospital."
Then he pulled me off the table.
"Oh, shit, Elizabeth. The way you make me feel. You have no idea the things I want to do to you."
I nodded. "I know." Then he took in a deep breath and pushed me down in my seat. He moved to sit across the table from me.
"Just sit over there, and I'll sit over here. I'm going to need to take another shower, and damn it, I need to show you what I found."
I jumped up and grabbed 2 waters out of the fridge. After giving one to him, I twisted off the top and downed the whole bottle, making me so full I couldn't stand it. I was definitely cooled down. Then I sat down. "Okay, tell me." He grabbed the book again and opened it to the page he'd bookmarked. He slid it over to me and pointed to a picture. I peered down, and realizing that it looked exactly like the ring from the Queen, I quickly scanned over the words. When I was done, I stood up and yanked the ring off my finger and threw it across the room. "Who should we kill first? James or the Queen?" 4. Deciding that it was better to cut off the head of the snake, I typed out a scathing message to Liam that if the Honorable Queen didn't meet me at Gerard's house, I was going to tell the media about how her power was tied to the ancient artifacts. Easton, who was at a stoplight, took the phone from me. Glancing at it, he raised his eyebrow at me. Then he deleted it and gave the phone back to me.
"Try again."
I growled, frustrated, then typed an extremely sarcastic message requesting the presence of the Honorable Queen at Gerard's house, using as many flowery words as possible. Fortunately, in text form, you couldn't tell I was being sarcastic. Or so I thought. Easton read the new text and raised his eyebrow.
"You don't think he won't be able to tell this is sarcastic?"
Groaning, I yanked the phone out of his hands. I typed a simple request and sent it. Then I threw the phone on the floor. I unbuckled my seatbelt and crawled into his lap, facing him. He grinned and glanced behind me.
"The light's green."
I shrugged and bent in to kiss him. Then drive. We were on the way to the hospital to meet everyone. I enveloped his mouth with mine, caressing the side of his face softly. He pulled on my back to press me against him tighter as his tongue caressed mine. Cars behind us honked loudly, and he pushed the button to lower the window. I moved my hands over his chest, then down to his pants to rub his hardness. He leaned his arm out the door, then he gave the car behind us the middle finger. The car zipped around us, and someone yelled out, "Assholes!" I grinned. tangling my tongue with his, loving his taste in my mouth. Another car moved around us, slower than the other car. As they passed by us, they yelled, "Get a room, bitches!" Thanks for the idea, I said and pulled back. Maybe we should. His eyes stared into mine, dark and possessive. I grinned, biting my lip, and then I crawled back to my seat. Except we shouldn't. They're waiting for us. He sighed, then pushed the car forward. I picked the phone up off the floor. The notification light blinked red. I opened the message. She's there now. Damn it, Easton, turn around. Without hesitation, he did a 180, ignoring the blaring horns and the cars that almost hit us. I took several calming breaths before I entered the house. I'd put the ring back on, but I intended to give it back. As soon as I was inside, I announced with a loud voice, "I know about the ring." Queen Aria was jumping rope in the middle of the living room. All the furniture had been pushed to the walls, and Gerard was standing near her, holding a stopwatch. She was wearing workout clothes, and I realized that her whole body was tight. Damn, the queen was ripped. She didn't stop, and the rope hit the floor with a loud thwack as she moved it over her head.
"Oh, hey, Lizzie."
She wasn't even out of breath. I growled. "Only my friends call me Lizzie." Easton pressed into my side, his hand on my arm, squeezing it lightly. He was warning me to behave, but the side of her mouth twisted up.
"No take-backs."
I sighed, realizing that she'd expected me to figure out the ring. "Aria, why the hell did you give me that ring? It got Hunter sick and it almost killed me in the botanical gardens." She stopped, finally a little bit breathless, and gave Gerard the rope. He traded it for a towel and she wiped the sweat from her neck.
"And yet here you are."
I barked out a laugh. "Barely! I almost drowned in the stupid water fountain."
"That would have been funny."
She laughed. It was so light and happy that I almost wished she wasn't laughing at me almost dying. I also almost wished she could laugh like this all the time, instead of always pretending to be Queen Bee. Except I was in a bad mood, so I set my mouth in a frown. "No, it wouldn't." She put her hand on my shoulder.
"But you're still alive, aren't you?"
Her eyes were so open, so friendly, so different than when she was at court. "You don't happen to have a twin sister, do you?" Her eyebrows furrowed.
"No, why?"
I looked at Easton. "Is she lying?" He shook his head. He had a very strange look on his face, like he couldn't believe that I was interacting with Queen Aria like this. I looked back at her. "Too bad."
"What are you on about?"
"I thought maybe your evil twin was the one I interacted with in the castle, and she kept you locked up here, and that you are trying to get me to rescue you from her." Queen Aria laughed again, and the sound was so musical it lit up the whole room. I even managed to get a small chuckle out of Gerard.
"No, I am one and the same person."
I sighed. "That's disappointing." She nodded, suddenly serious.
"I agree."
I swallowed hard, feeling bad. I couldn't imagine trying to live with the intrigue she had to put up with at the castle every day. Actually, I could. I forced the next thought away.
"Keep the ring, Lizzie."
My mouth dropped open. "You're kidding, right?" She shook her head.
"I'm not."
"Why?" She walked to her water bottle, which was on the floor. She took a few small sips.
"Because any disadvantages to the ring are overshadowed by the most powerful part of the ring."
I put my hands on my hips. "And what is that?"
"It's been dipped in dragon blood."
I stared at her. "I'm not sure what that means, but I'm sure Easton here wouldn't mind giving up some of his blood to rub across a different ring, one that isn't cursed with magical mayhem." She shook her head.
"This isn't just any dragon's blood. It's a powerful dragon's blood. Dag Rasmussen's blood."
Easton took in a sharp breath, and she continued.
"The original dragon. Keep it. Always wear it so it can grow to trust you. like me. I'm trusting you with it."
I was speechless and suddenly feeling bad that I'd lobbed it across the room. "So, how is that going to help me?"
"That is for you to figure out, but I promise it will give you the edge you need over Sophia."
She looked into my eyes intently.
"Dragon, Sophia, and it will shift with you, just like your necklace."
She eyed the lump at my chest.
"I'm going to grant her request to fight in shifter form."
I felt a chill pass over my body. I was going to have to fight against a freaking dragon. And by the look in her eye, I knew that I needed to keep the ring. If Queen Arya told me I needed it, then I had to trust her. Except I was worried. About Hunter, about me, the rest of the guys. What if something else happened? "Are you sure it won't kill me first?" She tilted her head to the side, thinking.
"Probably not."
I expelled a breath. "Probably?" She took another sip of water and then put it on the floor. Then she held out her hand to Gerard. He gave her the rope and she began to swing it over her head.
"I gave that ring to you because I know you can handle it."
I turned to leave, clearly dismissed. I wanted to talk it over with everyone else. Just before we walked out the door, she called out to me.
"By the way, you figured it out. You passed the second test."
"Whatever," I called over my shoulder. Her musical laughter drifted through my ears as Easton shut the door behind us. Hunter's eyes went straight to my fingers looped through Easton's as we walked through his hospital room door. Feeling a bit awkward, but wanting Hunter to know that my feelings for him hadn't changed, I let go of Easton's hand. Then I went to his hospital bedside and brushed his bangs out of his face. "I hear your last name is on the sign out front of the hospital." He rubbed his hair, making it stick up, and gave me a funny look. He almost looked embarrassed.
"Yeah, my dad did that."
Then I leaned over him to give him a kiss. Immediately he wrapped his arms around my neck to envelop me in his warmth. His mouth moved over mine and heat shot to my belly. Damn it if I didn't love this dude. After a moment, Easton cleared his throat and I pulled away. Hunter's eyes were filled with heat and desire.
"I've missed you."
I smiled. "I've missed you too." He raised his eyebrow.
"Admit it, you're just using me for my kissable lips."
I grinned. "You got me." He looked at Easton, sighing as he squeezed my hand and then let it go.
I know, making out in the back room only."
I nodded, blushing slightly, and then suddenly Christian bounded in the room with several bags of takeout.
"I got your food, Hunter."
Then he saw me and his eyes lit up.
"Pinky, you made it. I thought you'd gotten lost."
He enveloped me in a big hug.
"More like got sidetracked with lust."
Hunter did not look happy. Christian frowned, letting me go to give Easton an envious glance.
"Figures."
I went back to Easton and pulled him to a chair. He sat in it, and I curled up in his lap. He put his chin on my head and caressed my hand. "Actually, we met up with the Queen." I looked at Hunter. After my lust-filled morning with Easton, I wasn't going to pretend that we'd done anything different. Hunter's eyes were filled with a mixture of amusement and jealousy, and I sighed. "I just wish I could squish all you guys together and make you one person." Easton kissed the top of my head.
"It's okay, babe. Sometimes we get jealous of each other. We're not perfect."
Hunter interrupted.
"But that wouldn't happen if we didn't have strong feelings for you."
Easton nodded.
"But still, what we have with you is more important than anything else. We would rather be with you and have to share than to take the risk of making you choose only one of us."
Hunter wiggled his eyebrows.
"Unless you want to, of course."
He pointed to himself and whispered,
"Pick me."
I grinned, feeling a little bit better.
"It's okay, Pinky."
Christian's eyes still held an envious stare at Easton, but then he turned towards the bed.
"I still have Hunter."
Christian jumped onto Hunter's bed, squishing his face and pulling on the tubes connected to Hunter's arm as he crawled over him.
"Dude!"
Hunter protested Christian's large hand pressing down on his face. Finally, Christian settled in on the other side of the bed.
I'm so glad you're sick because of the Queen's magical ring, and that you're not dying or anything.
Hunter sighed and pat Christian's arm.
Thanks, bro.
I was trying very hard not to laugh, but it was difficult. I'd wondered if any of the guys had a bi thing going on, but Riley had burst out laughing when I'd asked her. Apparently they were just affectionate and okay with anyone knowing it. Oh, wow, nobody let me know what kind of party this was going to be. If I would have known, I would have brought flavored gels. I grinned up at Riley, who came in with Edward. I blushed, damn, he still looked hot as hell, and gave him a little wave. Hi, Edward. He pat my head, then went over to Hunter.
You're looking not better.
Hunter was still pale and sweaty and was attached to liquids. He'd also had to have a blood transfusion earlier. He pointed at me.
Blame it on the princess.
Edward frowned.
Yeah, Easton called me. Hey.
Christian looked at me.
Mind giving me a burger?
I jumped up and grabbed the bags of food, then passed out burgers and fries to anyone who wanted anything. When I got to Riley, Traitor's head popped out of her purse. Hey, you! I rubbed her head and she purred. I looked at Riley. Have you been toting her around everywhere? Riley looked at me defiantly. I may or may not have decided to keep your cat. I gave Traitor a fry. You may or may not have to fight me for her. Riley shrugged. I'm down with that. I grinned, then went back to Easton's lap and curled up in it. His thumb rubbed on my thigh, and it made me feel warm and squirmy inside. So, I bit into my hamburger. We have to decide if I'm going to keep the ring or not. Easton frowned.
Why wouldn't you?
Because. I gestured to Hunter. What about him? What if he doesn't get better unless I take it off? What about last night? We could have died. Easton was thoughtful.
I think you should keep it on. We can protect you.
But what about you guys? There was an immediate reaction from everyone else, including Riley. Hunter's mouth was full, but he spoke through it.
Elizabeth, I think we can handle ourselves. Yeah, please don't insult us.
Christian. I looked at Edward. Are they serious? The sides of his mouth were twisted up in a half smile.
I think these guys can handle themselves.
What if something's happening to Avery because of the ring? Would it do that? I was worried about him. I missed him. Edward gave me a serious look.
I'm sure Avery's fine.
I wiggled on Easton's lap, sighing. Okay, then. I looked at Christian. We going out today? He sat up straighter.
Yep. As soon as we're done here, we're going out of town.
What do I need to bring? He shrugged.
No worries. I took care of that.
I took in a deep breath. Okay, now there's only one thing left to discuss. We need to know Sophia's weakness. Hunter? He had only eaten half of his hamburger and he wrapped it up. My eyes moved over his pale skin as he answered me.
Easy. Her vision. She had a car accident that messed up her right eye. Attack from that angle. Keep to her right side.
Edward shook his head.
Nope. She got that fixed.
Hunter's mouth dropped open.
She did?
Edward's hands were folded neatly in his lap. He was the only one who hadn't accepted any food. He had a way of holding himself that was casual and formal at the same time. He nodded.
Yep. She used witch powers.
The room was silent for a moment as we processed that. Okay, then. I was done with my burger and throwing my fries to Traitor, who had jumped out of Riley's bag. Riley was giving me the evil eye. I know you're just trying to seduce her away from me. I smirked, then looked around the room. So what are we going to do? Does Sophia have another weakness? How can we find that out? I can do it. Riley looked pretty confident. Easton spoke up.
I'll help you.
Edward nodded.
They'll find something.
Christian threw his wrapper at Riley, who caught it, and he smiled.
Thanks.
Then he climbed over Hunter and off the bed, looking at me.
We better get going. Time to tell your bitch who's in charge.
I smiled, standing up, and Easton stood up behind me. I said goodbye to everyone, and when I got to Easton, he wrapped his hand around my waist and pulled me to him. Then he leaned down and, gripping my chin, kissed me. My whole body was aware of the way his fingers pressed into my back possessively, the way his lips consumed mine greedily. The room was suddenly silent, except for Riley, who sniggered. Then Edward spoke, his voice soft but firm.
Easton.
Easton broke the kiss, but didn't look at Edward. His eyes probed my face, which was flushed. Then his hand around my waist dropped, and I stepped away. Suddenly, Hunter's half-eaten hamburger hit Easton in the face. Easton picked it up and threw it back at Hunter. Then Riley's fries were shooting across the air at her brother. Even Edward was smiling. Christian sighed and tugged me away.
Let's get going.
Christian let me drive his Jeep, and we pulled the top down and blared the heat. It was the perfect mixture. I loved the feel of the air over my skin and the heat at my feet. He gave me instructions as I roared through the streets. All of a sudden, I realized that I'd missed driving. Without a car, I'd felt a little bit powerless over my own schedule. With a smile, I wondered if Hunter's card would let me buy my own car. I glanced at Christian, who was grinning as I jerked around the corners. I also realized that he'd known letting me drive his car would make me feel better. He was always so in tune with my feelings, always so giving, it almost hurt to think about it. I was lucky to have him in my life. Christian would be the kind of husband who would give much and never take. It would also be hard to figure out what to buy him for birthdays. My thoughts drifted to the challenge. How was I going to take down a dragon? I had 3 days, just 3 days left to figure this out. And where the hell was Avery? It didn't matter to me that the guys didn't seem worried. I needed to see him soon. I missed him.
Everything's gonna be fine, Pinky.
Christian ran his finger up my arm, and I felt a shot of warmth and calmness come over me. The tension in my shoulders drained out of my body, and I relaxed. I know. I frowned. Okay, maybe I don't know. I slowed down as we went around a corner, and the Jeep jerked forward. I don't think your methods are going to work on me. I looked into his eyes briefly. You know, all that calm shit?
I know.
His eyes danced, and I looked back at the road.
When you and I met, we were under a very high-stress situation. Most times it helps people to calm down because you're so stressed that you're not using the thinking part of your brain when you're under attack. But sometimes thinking yourself out of the situation is the only way to survive. Then in Hawaii, you needed to move past the sadness so the ghoul couldn't track you.
We stopped at a stop sign, and I looked at him. His eyes held a firmness I had never seen before.
But we're not in Hawaii anymore, and you sure as hell don't need to relax. Right now, you need to kill that motherfucking bitch Sophia, and I'm gonna teach you how to do it.
Fine. I grinned, relieved to hear that we were done with the calm stuff for now. Now where to? After a long drive, we rode down a long and bumpy drive that ended at a small cabin. What's this?
It belongs to my dad. He comes here when he wants to be alone.
How many brothers and sisters do you have? I'd gotten the feeling that he had a lot.
10. 8 brothers and 2 sisters.
My mouth was open. Wow. He nodded.
Yep.
Jumping out of the car, I landed in snow that came up to my knees. Holy cow! I don't think I've been in snow this deep before. He pushed his way around the Jeep and held out his hand towards me.
That's why I gave you those boots. They're my sister's.
I pulled my feet out of the snow and we made our way to the cabin. His hold on my hand was strong and steady. They're pretty awesome. They were wide, which made it easier to clump through the snow, and lined with fur, so my feet were warm. They were a little heavy, though. We went inside, and Christian immediately turned up the thermostat while I explored the cabin. There was a small living room, a bedroom with a double bed, and the bathroom just big enough to fit one person in the shower. Even though the kitchen was sparse, the appliances were new. The whole cabin had an alluring touch, a welcoming feel to it. A realtor would call it cozy. It was obviously decorated by a woman, and I wondered how often his mother came to visit. How was your mom's birthday? There were a few pictures of his family on the mantel, and I grabbed one, studying it.
It was good. Crazy. Too many people, and my mom wouldn't stop showing me off.
Most of Christian's brothers had blonde hair, and at least one other one had a dimple like him. They were very similar, except for one who had black hair and dark brown eyes. I was surprised to see that his mom looked to be of Native American descent. Both sisters looked like her. His dad was an exact replica of Christian, except older. I put down the picture, realizing that Christian's eyes were on me, and I moved towards the sliding glass doors. I looked out of it to see the most glorious vista of the mountains. I bet it was nice being home. Can I meet them someday?
Sure, as soon as all this is over.
He nodded, and a peaceful sensation came over me. There was something about being in a nice, cozy cabin with a view of snow and majestic mountains in the backdrop that made you feel peaceful. Christian wrapped his arms around my waist, and I leaned into him. The peaceful feeling I felt intensified. I loved the way he made me feel, so warm and confident. He pointed to the other side of the backyard.
See that right there?
It looked like a small covered pool.
That's the jacuzzi. I'm gonna go turn it on, and if you're shifting by tonight, then that will be your prize.
I turned, smiling. You're on, dude.
But you've got another thing coming if you think I'm gonna be easy on you.
5. It was well into the afternoon, but we decided to just jump into it. I changed into the loose-fitting clothing he'd brought, and we went outside. I was wearing sneakers, and the snow was slippery. He grasped onto my hand, keeping me steady. I took a moment to stare at the forest, which was so fucking beautiful it took my breath away. I breathed in deeply. This was my home, the woods. I felt so at one with nature in the moment. Then Christian pulled on my hand, dragging me forward, and we began to jog. Suddenly an image slammed into my head, the sneer on Scarface's face.
You mean she can't even shift yet?
A low rumble of laughter from my dad.
Don't worry, it'll come soon.
I was 14, and almost all of the other kids from my generation were already able to shift. Shame burned my face even now, and I jerked my hand out of Christian's. What the hell? He frowned.
I'm sorry, Pinky, but even you said that the, and I quote, calm shit wasn't going to work on you.
My face grew redder as I suddenly realized that I'd belittled his methods, and he hadn't even said anything about it in the car. Look, I'm sorry I called it that. I didn't mean it like that. I sighed, frustrated, and looked away. I just don't know how the hell to make this work. And if we can't get this down, then I'm going to have to learn some serious Jedi skills to beat Sophia. He took my hand, then pulled my chin up to make me meet his eyes.
It's okay. And look, you were right. That method won't work right now. But this method will. Just trust me, okay? I know it's going to be painful, but that's kind of the point.
I stared into his eyes, so soulful and concerned, and nodded. Okay. He beamed, his smile bright.
All right, let's get this bitch moving.
I grinned, and we began a slow jog. He gripped onto my hand, and another memory seeped into my mind. It was night, and my parents thought I was asleep. I was probably about 8. I was standing on the back porch, clutching my blanket around my shoulders and staring at the woods where my parents had gone on a run in wolf form. My nanny was asleep in the room below mine, and I'd snuck past it to look for my parents. I shivered in the cool spring air and turned my face up to stare at the moon overhead. An energy pulsed through me, throbbing and aching. I longed for the forest. I felt the call of the moon. It beckoned me answer. I felt my wolf magic pressing against my skin, and it buzzed like electricity. I longed to shift, to become the wolf I was meant to be. But I had no idea how. That was the first night my dad had told me the story of the moon goddess, Luna. There was something about the story that I knew I was supposed to figure out. We were picking up speed. Christian was pulling me along, and I felt his dragon power hovering just under his skin. He wanted to shift. I tapped into my wolf, and she perked at my call. She wanted to shift too. I moved her magic over my body, and it buzzed and zapped, and then fizzled out. Growling, I moved my legs higher. It was freaking hard to run in snow this deep, especially when we hit the soft spots. Christian jogged next to me, patient and persistent as I tried to shift again. I remembered all the times I'd tried to shift as a teenager, trying to do what my friends were doing. Christian had knocked something loose, and now the memories were beginning to leak out.
Faster, Pinky.
The whole pack was gathered at my house. We were around the bonfire in my backyard. Everyone was laughing and having a good time. Then everyone shifted and ran off, leaving me behind. I'd pretended that I didn't care, that I didn't even want to go. Christian pressed me forward, and I moved with jerky steps as the memories slammed into me. I was suddenly hot, and I threw off my coat. Then my wolf took over, and I was sprinting through the woods, my clothes shredded to the ground, my shoes flung into the snow. It only took half a second for Christian to shift. He couldn't hold back any longer. His black scales shimmered in the soft light of the setting sun, and he flew into the air, leaving me to run through the trees. Then my body lurched, and I groaned as my wolf magic fizzled. Pain burst through my head and shot through my arms. My bones crackled as I lost my shape, and then I was human again, scrambling through snow on all fours. I jumped up, breathing heavily and massaging my neck. I had the worst headache. Christian turned around, flying back towards me. Angry, I dropped my hand and pressed on. I was tired of everyone having to wait on me. I was always the slowest, the weakest. I ran forward, ignoring the sting of the cold on my feet as the last of the light hit the snow, making it look a hazy pink color.
Don't worry. I trust you.
Aaron pulled his shirt over his head, making me feel lightheaded. God, he was always so beautiful. He'd always had the ultimate confidence in me, more than anyone else except for my parents. Then his hands were on my hips, lightly tracing up my stomach to pull my shirt up.
You'll shift soon.
That was the first time we'd made love, both virgins, and we'd fumbled our way through it. Even though I'd had no idea what I was doing, and neither did he, I'd still felt so fucking wanted, so fucking needed. It was the way he'd looked at me, like I was already his alpha. I shoved the memory aside. That was a long time ago, and certainly I'd proved him wrong. My legs and lungs were beginning to burn, but still I pushed myself, following Christian's lead. I could see him in between the break in the trees, a shadow against the rising moon. He was leading me higher. The memories were coming faster now. I saw Luke's face, his lips twisted in a jeer. He grabbed his crotch and thrust his hips towards me.
You just need a little bit of that Chilean spice. That'll get your wolf in line.
He laughed, and the sound of it raked against my ears. My face burned in shame as his brothers laughed. I'd kneed him in the groin in response, but still, I was so embarrassed. I hated the way this was making me feel. All the shame, embarrassment, and anger I'd grown up with. I tumbled through the snow, furious at Christian for doing this to me. My legs and hands were freezing, and the images ran through my mind over and over. I couldn't stop them now, and it was all his fault. Me watching through the window of my room as everyone shifted but me. My dad coming home, smelling of leaves and dirt and fur and 100 other smells that came from the woods. He was always so happy after the run with the pack. I'd felt so alone, inept, a fucking loser, that's what. The stupid, faded alpha that was the laughingstock of the pack. And now all those feelings were coming back, like a train plowing through my emotions. I squeezed my eyes, trying to push the feelings away, but they burst through my block and I stumbled in the snow. I fell to my hands, scraping them on a rock jutting through the snow. I sat, stunned for a moment. And then I screamed, so tired and frustrated with this stupid shifter business. I found the moon in the sky and yelled at her. Why the hell did you pick me, you stupid moon? You could have picked anyone else, anyone, and they would have been better than me. I grabbed some snow, ignoring the icy pain that shot up my hands, and threw it into the air. It landed on top of my head and ran down my face. Ugh! I got up and clomped through the snow, coming to a break in the trees. Christian circled overhead, swooping downwards, pressing me forward. I took in a deep breath. He wasn't going to let me take a break. So I shook off my bad attitude and began a slow jog. He swooped downwards again, flying so close that he brushed the top of my hair. Growling, I ran faster, determined to get this stupid thing down. I pushed my wolf magic from my body and it moved over me. My legs grew longer, and wolf ears popped from where my human ears were. Then the magic fizzled, and I was back to my human form. I pumped my arms, trying to keep up with him, but it was so hard to run through the snow, and it was wearing me down. We were moving higher, and the air was getting thinner, but I pulled my knees up high and pushed forward, moving faster than I'd ever moved before, faster than when I ran track in high school, faster than when I chased Aaron, me in human form and him in wolf form, through the woods, faster than when I raced Avery in Hawaii. Christian led me higher and higher, and it was getting easier to run. I flew through the forest, zipping around trees and ledges. The speed was natural to me. I was one with the forest. Then I came to the edge of a crag, and the ground disappeared from under my feet. I soared through the air, helpless to stop myself. I screamed as my arms and legs flailed, and the ground came rushing toward me. The image of Aaron in wolf form staring at me from the trees, wishing I could go run with him, of my dad being ripped apart by 2 wolves and I was helpless to do anything. All my frustration, my grief, my anger channeled into my command. Shift! In 1 second, my body was human, flailing and weak. In the next, my body was the white wolf, graceful and powerful. I landed easily and sprung forward, not skipping a beat as I ran forward. Christian's black form breezed over me, lightly brushing against my fur. He'd been ready to catch me if I didn't shift. You fucking bastard!
You are an alpha, Elizabeth. All you need to do is show your wolf that you're in charge. She'll react to that. Now do it again.
I channeled all my energy and commanded my wolf to shift. My wolf magic rushed over my body and I fell face first, naked, into the snow. Shit, it's so freaking cold! I hopped up, tired of the snow now. But something felt different. Flying through the air, knowing that I had to shift, changed something in the way I commanded my wolf. Before, I'd been asking or begging my wolf to shift. This time, I was telling it. I shifted again, and this time it was almost effortless. I pranced around doing a happy dance. I felt Christian's approval flow through me, and I did it again, forcing the change back and forth. Settling on my wolf form, I raced forward, and this time Christian followed me. I took in the smells of the forest, buried under the thick layers of snow, and reveled in the feel of the wind over my fur. We ran for another hour, and I shifted several more times, easily and painlessly. Then Christian turned around, and we headed for the cabin. I was so exhausted, I wanted to throw myself in the bed and pass out. My whole body ached, but at the same time, I was exhilarated. I could finally control my shift. I was confident now, and there was no way I could sleep anytime soon. I also deserved the jacuzzi, damn it. I looked through the bag Christian had packed for me, trying to find something suitable to wear, but could only find a skimpy white bikini. I pulled it out, raising my eyebrow at it. I heard some splashing outside the bathroom window. Looking out, Christian was already inside the jacuzzi, relaxing. Damn, he looked so good in his suit. I watched him for a moment, basically eye-fucking him like so many of the men did to women back home. He wore his shirt most of the time, so I hadn't had a chance to really get a look at him. He was every bit as built as Hunter, except instead of exuding a warrior's aura like Hunter, his was a more quiet strength. Not showy, but sexy all the same. His head laid back against the side of the jacuzzi, and he was biting his lip. He did this when he was really thinking about something. I knew he was happy I was finally shifting. He'd given me a big hug when we got back to the cabin. We'd also eaten a huge dinner. I needed fuel from all that running. I watched him, wondering how he really felt about me. Every time we kissed, he stopped it before it went very far. And Christian always took the back seat to the rest of the guys. He made a great beta. It didn't seem to bother him that he wasn't the center of attention. Except that it also didn't feel like he was exactly on board with everything either. I needed to know how he felt about me. How was I going to pick between the guys, or pick some of them, if I didn't know how every single one of them felt? Deciding to find out, I put on the bikini and then my coat and the boots. I went out the front door and snuck around back. Christian still had his head against the back of the jacuzzi. I scooped up a big pile of snow and packed it into a soft ball. Then I made 3 more. He saw me just as I lobbed the first one. It landed squarely on his chest, and his eyes widened at the cold. I threw the others, but he jumped out of the jacuzzi, and I only managed to make one more hit. He tackled me, and spikes of cold rushed up my legs as I landed in the snow. Then he was on top of me, pinning me to the ground, and suddenly I wasn't so cold. His shoulders were broad and rippled with muscles. Up close I could see that his chest was chiseled into fine lines and had a tussle of blonde hair that flowed down into his swimsuit. He grabbed a handful of snow and held it over my head, squeezing it so that it dripped onto my face. I shivered, then flushed as his other hand skirted up my bare thigh. I wanted to urge it higher. I imagined it slipping under my bottom, touching me there. I bit my lip, holding back my emotions. His eyes were playful, but held the promise of late-night kisses and sex under a moonlit sky. Then a chunk of snow landed on my nose, dousing me in cold. Squealing, I grabbed a handful of snow and threw it at him. He yelped, then let go of the ball of snow in his hand. It landed with a splat on my face, and I inhaled sharply. I threw another handful of snow at him. He wiped it off his chest, then shook his hair, spraying me with cold water. I called out, squirming under him. He got off me and put his hand out. I grabbed it, and he pulled me up, grinning.
You coming in or what?
Hell yes. He led me to the jacuzzi. Steam was coming off it as the cool air hit the hot water. I sighed, then stretched my hands over my head, feeling the ache in my muscles. He watched me out of the corner of his eye, and I couldn't contain my smile. He took a step into the water after I took off my boots and coat. Then he held out his hand to guide me in. I blushed as he took in the bikini, his eyes lingering on my cleavage, the tips of my nipples having pebbled with the cold. He swallowed, and I grabbed his hand, grinning. Eyes up here, buddy.
Sorry.
He blushed, and I snickered. I'm just teasing. He guided me into the water to sit on the side, and I sighed again, loving the feel of the hot water on my body. It felt so good, especially after the torment of our run. I relaxed for a moment, letting the warmth of the jacuzzi soothe my muscles. Then I looked at Christian, who still held my hand. So, he looked at me, his eyebrow raised.
Yes?
Tell me about Sophia. What's her deal? He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck.
What do you want to know?
Why do you think she hates me so much? Avery said she used to be nicer.
True, she used to be nicer, at least a little bit, though she's always been ambitious.
So what happened? He took in a deep breath, and I felt like he was gathering his thoughts. Finally, he spoke.
Well, after we'd been together for a couple of years, she finally got pregnant.
I inhaled sharply. She did? Then I remembered that Avery had mentioned something about it. He nodded. And what happened? He looked away from me, running his hands through his hair. Then he turned back to me, and I could see the pain in his eyes.
She lost the baby.
He looked so sad, so heartbroken. I'm sorry. I stroked his arm.
And then she got pregnant again.
Wow, she did?
And we did everything possible to keep the baby okay. She stayed in bed for a few months, and we gave her the healthiest food. The doctor was optimistic. But then she lost the baby again.
I clasped my hands to my lips. I couldn't imagine what they had to go through, what she had to go through.
The third time she actually almost came to full term. And...
His voice caught, and he had to take a moment to compose himself.
And she had to go through labor.
Oh, God. I felt so horrible. That must have been so devastating.
A couple of weeks later is when we found her with the ghoul. We knew about the ghoul because she'd gone after Avery, but this time, Sophia had actually gone out looking for it.
I was silent and speechless as he continued.
After that, we had several tests done on Sophia and found out that she had a genetic disorder. She couldn't carry a baby to full term.
He bit his lip, thinking.
Which makes sense now that we know the truth about her blood.
I nodded, stroked his hand, and he looked into my eyes.
After that, she became an outright bitch, and I understand she was in pain, but we were in pain too. We'd lost the babies too, not just her. We were just as devastated.
I could see the fury in his eyes and realized that he must still be feeling the pain. There are some things you just don't get over. My parents also lost my younger sibling when I was 2, and they still had an intense sadness about it, even after I was grown. I'm sorry, Christian. I wish I could do something to make you feel better. I leaned into him and he put his arm around my waist.
You already have. You make me feel better. Just being with you helps.
I sighed, feeling like it wasn't enough. I wished I had his power to help him heal.
You know, I worked with Sophia at first. I was trying to help her with her pain. And she talked about your dad.
What? She did? He touched my face to wipe away a stray hair.
Her dad was an ass. He used to beat her with a belt. He told her it would make her strong. You can still see the scars. And your dad, Robert, he was nice to her. Robert used to work with her dad, but they had a falling out. This was when you were young. But he still tried to keep in touch with Sophia.
He looked at me, his eyes intense.
And I think that she was jealous of you. She wanted to be Robert's daughter, to be raised by someone that kind. I think that's why she hates you so much.
I was shocked, feeling a mixture of sadness and anger. My anger won out. The fuck? That's why she's such a bitch to me? I couldn't believe it. Because my dad was nice to her? A wave of sadness overcame me and tears sprung to my eyes. My dad was nice to everyone, and he'd been killed because of it. Christian moved closer to me and pushed my bangs out of my face, looking at me with such compassion. But I pushed my tears away. I couldn't do anything about anything. I didn't want Christian to feel sorry for me. He touched my cheek, tracing where a tear had fallen. I could feel him repressing his power. He'd told me once that sometimes we need to heal at our own pace. Suddenly I needed to know how he felt about me, right now. I put my hands on the back of my neck and untied my top. He watched me silently, his attention drawn to stare at my neck, where he could only guess what I was doing. His hands moved to my hips, and he stroked my sides, his eyes staring intently at my hands. But then, when the strings fell across my shoulders, his gaze moved to my face. I still held my top up, though, wanting him to give me permission, to say something, to show me that this is what he wanted. Suddenly he stood up, and by the look on his face, I thought he was going to get out of the jacuzzi and walk away. Instead, he slowly pulled the top of my bikini to the side, to slowly reveal my breast. When I didn't stop him, he pulled the strings through my fingers so that they were hanging loosely by my side. I reached behind me to untie the knot behind my back, and then my top was floating on the surface of the bubbly water. His breath caught in his throat.
You are so beautiful. So much more beautiful than what I imagined.
His lips twisted in a half-smile. Did he just admit that he'd been imagining me naked? This revelation didn't scare me, but made me feel sexy, wanted. Imagining me naked, alone in desire, was way different than seeing me naked while I shifted. The wolf inside me purred her satisfaction. Then he ran his fingers over my nipples softly, and they pebbled. He groaned.
I wasn't sure you wanted to be with me.
He sat back down, pulling me to straddle him. I stared into his eyes. I wasn't sure you wanted to be with me. He leaned down to take my breast in his mouth, sucking softly. Feeling something release inside me, I groaned and pressed his head to me, need driving me to rub myself against him. He was hard, and its thickness pressed against my soft spot, teasing me. Then he moved his hand down to stroke me softly through the thin bikini bottom, and I mewled.
Christian, don't stop.
He bit the tip of my nipple, and I pulled his face to mine, kissing him. His reaction was so strong that it surprised me. The ever-giving, ever-gentle Christian fizzled in the heat of the jacuzzi as his desire for me flared. His mouth pressed against me as his tongue explored mine, his arms wrapped around me in a passionate embrace. He yanked me to him, squeezing me tight. I opened my mouth wider and pressed against his mouth harder, wanting to taste everything. I clung to his neck, loving the way his chest rubbed harshly against my boobs.
Stop.
Growling, he broke the kiss. He was breathing heavily, but his face was a mask, a wall that hid his emotions. Then he stood up, still holding me, and he turned me to face the mountains. The mountains were a soft purple with white jagged caps. A herd of deer jumped across the trees beyond the yard. Snow drifted around us, and the sudden cold made my nipples perk. He stood silently for a while, and I was left in want, in silent anticipation of how he was feeling.
Christian, I need to know how you feel.
My desire for him had been building like a soft crescendo of longing, and I needed to feel his hands all over my body, to see his face when he told me he wanted me, to know that I fulfilled him in the same way that he fulfilled me. He ran his nose across the back of my hair and nuzzled my neck with soft kisses.
How I feel.
A flush washed over me. I put my hands over my head to wrap them around his neck, feeling exposed and vulnerable.
Why did you stop?
My voice was demanding. One of his hands moved to the sensitive skin right under my breast, and he kept it there, his thumb caressing burning circles into my flesh. His other hand clasped at the edge of the jacuzzi, pressing into me so that I felt his bulge against my back. Finally he spoke.
I remember the look on your face the first time you saw me. It seems like a lifetime ago.
I thought about that day. The worst night of my life had just played out. And then the guys came like knights in shining armor, there to slay the dragons, except they were the dragons, there to protect me from the big bad wolf.
I remember how you looked at me, like you wanted to trust me, but you didn't know how. And the emptiness in your eyes just killed me. I'm sorry about your parents.
I was silent. I didn't want to talk about my parents. Instead, I gulped in a shaky breath. Then I moved his hand higher to my breast. He moaned as his hand engulfed my boob, and heat flushed up my body. His voice was right by my ear.
I wanted you from the minute I saw you. Your wolf spoke to my dragon, and I had to have you.
I swallowed hard, not wanting to stop his other hand that was edging down my stomach to my bikini bottom, but at the same time I needed to know how he felt about our situation.
And the others?
Fuck the others.
My mouth dropped open, and he stilled. I tried to turn to look at him, but his arms tightened, pressing into me harder, stilling me.
Christian, I don't know if I can choose just you.
Screw that. I already knew I couldn't choose just him.
Do you want me?
I nodded.
I do. I want you. I want you beside me every day. Your presence, calming and assuring me. I want to feel your body over mine, your lips tasting every bit of my skin. I want to feel you inside me, your emerald eyes staring into mine as you make love to me.
He growled.
Then why can't you choose me? Do it now. Claim me as your mate, and I will give you what you want, right here, right now. And the mountains will be our witness that you are mine.
The wolf inside me growled, ready to give in to his demands. Christian is already mine. I touched the necklace tucked into my breasts, feeling its warmth under my fingers. I turned, and this time he let me.
You are already mine, Christian. My wolf claimed you months ago.
He frowned.
but I don't like to share.
His hands went to my shoulders, caressing them roughly.
If you are mine, Elizabeth, I won't share you with the rest.
I wanted to make him feel better, to assure him that I would be his and only his, but I couldn't make that promise, because I was also theirs. I raised my eyebrow. Why not? Avery said you were all raised that way, to know you might have to share someone if you couldn't find enough mates. He looked away.
I was raised differently. My parents found their true mate in each other, and they never wanted to be with anyone else.
And if I can't choose? He stared across the mountains for a moment, considering my words. Then suddenly he wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me up so that I was face to face, eye to eye with him.
I will show you that I can please you, that I can be enough for you to just be with one man.
I shook my head. It's not about the sex. I blushed at the lie. Okay, it's not just about the sex, because, let's be honest, I want to fuck every single one of you over and over until I can't move. He looked surprised.
You do?
I nodded. But it's more than that. I feel a connection with all of you. I don't know if it's just how I feel, or maybe it's the alpha in me. My wolf growled affirmatively in response. But I've marked every single one of you, and you will all be mine. Every single one. His eyes clouded over at my words, and his face scrunched up. He looked absolutely crushed.
What if I can't deal with that? What if I want you to myself?
I softened at his pain, knowing that it was raw and real and that he was hurting. I wrapped my arms around his neck, pressing myself against him. His heart thudded in his chest, and the sound of it wrapped around my body, swallowing me whole. Then you are free to choose another, to leave and find another clan if you wish. He gasped.
You would kick me out of the clan if I don't agree to this?
I leaned back, horrified. No, of course not. You could choose your own mate and stay in the clan, if that is what you want. I looked away from him, feeling too strange to say my next words to his face. But if I choose all of you, if I can't choose just one, and that makes you unhappy, then I will not bind you to the clan. You can leave if you want. He was silent for a moment. Then he turned my face to his.
I don't want to leave the clan, Elizabeth. I want you.
Then his lips crushed against mine, kissing me passionately, and I gripped him tighter as his mouth devoured mine. He pulled me up and I wrapped my legs around his back, feeling the heat from his body as it enveloped mine. We kissed for a long time as the snow drifted around us, cocooning our faces in its shelter. I wanted to give in to him, to move myself over his erection, to screw him right here under the stars of this brilliant night. But I knew that I couldn't do that. Not only would it affect the magic that repaired the book, but if I didn't choose him in the end, giving myself fully to him right now would crush him later. Just like Avery. Oh, damn it, this was so hard. I was now sure that I couldn't give up Easton or Hunter, or Avery, or Christian, not without a fight. And I wondered what Christian would say or do when I told them. I was already in too deep. I knew that I'd made my choice. I wanted them all. And yet, could they all accept that? I wasn't sure Christian could. I would have to wait to figure out what to do about him. Because even though I meant what I'd said, I was still determined to keep him in my life. He knew when to push and when to give. He was my rock. That kind of beta was important to have when I was alpha, but it was more than that. I needed him. Christian. The man whose dimpled smile made my heart soar, whose deep eyes could look into mine and own me without saying a word. And so instead of telling him, I moved my hands up and down his back, allowing my desire for him to flow through my body and into his, letting him know with my hands, my mouth, and my body that I wanted him, and hoped that would be enough for now. During the night, my mind simmered, and I woke up angry. In 2 days, I would face Sophia, the woman who could have welcomed me into her world, just as I was sure my dad made her feel welcome. As soon as we ate breakfast, Christian and I went outside. We had to make sure my command over my wolf stuck. Now the sun was overhead, and I wasn't even tired. The wolf and I were beginning to move and think as one, and her instincts surrounded me as I ran through the snow-capped forest. I'd already shifted 16 times on command today. My breathing was even, and my legs moved swiftly over the snow. Even though it was several feet deep, I didn't sink in. I couldn't stop thinking about Sophia, how she'd insulted and berated me.
Let the story pause so your spirit doesn't have to. This music is for your restoration, and this audiobook is a gift to you.
Since the day we met. It made my heart rate increase just thinking about her. Why, thank you, Sophia, for welcoming me so and treating me like a sister. Yes, I know that the man we loved just died, and I feel sad just like you. I chased a rabbit, loving the smell of its fur and the sound of its tiny erratic heartbeat, and continued the conversation with her in my head. Such lovely treatment for the daughter of the man you'd wished was your own father. I'm sure he would be so freaking proud of you. I couldn't tamp down my anger. I tried to let it flow through me, to run it all out, but it only seemed to build up more. Feeling Christian's shadow move over me, I gave up on the rabbit and raced through the open field to chase his shadow. My long legs made me fast, and the wind rushed over my fur. We moved together towards the upper part of the mountain. I focused all my energy on my shift, and then I tumbled through the snow as my legs stretched and popped, forming human legs. This time I managed to stay upright, though I looked like a weeble-wobble toy for a moment. But I pushed myself forward, running naked through the snow, my hair flying behind me. I felt like a wild animal. My heart pounded, my legs were oblivious to the freezing cold, and I had a heightened sense of smell. Christian moved past me, making a 90-degree turn up into the air. His gloriously black body shimmered in the sun, and I stared at him in awe. Then I began to run again, moving my wolf magic back over my body, and the transition was as smooth. White fur moved over my body, and I landed on all fours without a break in stride. My anger towards Sophia was developing into a powerful and dangerous hostility, and my heart raced just thinking about taking that bitch down. Why couldn't she have welcomed me into the group instead of treating me like a pariah? Sophia could have been like a sister to me, instead of making me her enemy. Sure, it was a little awkward, knowing that she'd screwed my guys before. But the guys were obs over her. Why couldn't she move on, too? And with her position, a bod as hot as hers, and her brains, she could catch herself an awesome trophy husband, if that's what she really wanted anyways. Of course, she'd have to lose that fucking attitude of hers first, but Easton had already shown that pigs could fly. Maybe assholes could get some preparation H, too. Regardless, when I got in the ring, I was going to take down that iridescent pink shifter as soon as I figured out her weakness. I jerked to a stop. Something was wrong. I sniffed the air. Before I could react, my leg exploded in pain. A loud boom popped my ears. It echoed off the trees. The snow under me melted a dark red. I shifted into my human form and fell to the ground. Christian dove, shifting smoothly as he fell to the ground.
Elizabeth!
Christian! My leg! His eyes were wide, and he ran through the snow towards me. He scooped me up in his arms.
You're gonna be okay.
What happened? I felt so strange. He carried me through the snow.
You were shot, probably by a hunter. They're not supposed to shoot wolves, but they do anyway. All this stupid terrorism crap has created a lot of hatred towards the wolves.
Are you sure it was a hunter? I stared at him with wide eyes. This was the second time someone tried to shoot me. His eyes widened.
I don't know. I couldn't see them. I just heard the noise.
I clung to his neck, gritting my teeth. It burned like hell. I was also bleeding all over Christian, making me slippery. I was leaving a trail of blood behind me. He gripped me tighter.
We'll figure it out.
Shouldn't it be healing by now, at least a little bit? He frowned.
Sometimes it takes longer to heal, especially if it's a big caliber shot from a rifle.
We reached the cabin, and I winced as he put me on the soft wooden table. He grabbed a dish towel and pressed it against the gaping wound in my thigh. A large chunk of my thigh was gone. My skin and muscle was shredded. The rag was soaked red in seconds. I gripped Christian's hand. Why isn't it healing?
Crap, maybe the bullet is still in there. You should be healing regardless, but I need to check. That could be what's keeping it from healing.
He looked into my eyes.
This is going to hurt.
Give me another rag. He grabbed a clean one, and like they do in the movies, I rolled it up and shoved it in between my teeth. I nodded at him to go. Fucking motherfucker, why the fucking hell did you do that? His fingers digging into my thigh hurt like hell. Fuck! Christian, hurry up! I dug my fingers into his arm. I knew he could understand me through the towel. What the hell was taking him so long? He leaned in, pressing tighter on my leg, and I cried out.
It's not there.
Then the pain lessened as he pulled his fingers out, and I breathed through my teeth. He ran his other hand through my hair, smirking, though I could see the rage simmering beneath the surface.
You're going to be the worst when you go into labor. You couldn't even handle a little bullet.
Feeling faint, I weakly slapped his arm. Shut up. I eyed the wound in my leg. And that was not little. Only something big could make a hole that large. He washed off his hands, then grabbed another towel, got it wet, and began to clean off my thigh. Seconds felt like hours as we waited for the wound to heal. After 5 minutes, Christian picked up his phone.
I think we need to call the guys. This isn't healing. It's probably because of the ring.
He nodded at the Queen's ring on my finger. I grit my teeth. I'm not taking it off. He slammed his phone on the table, shattering it.
Damn it, Elizabeth. If this doesn't heal, it's going to get infected, or worse, septic. That's not going to help you beat Sophia.
I shook my head. It's only a couple days away. How bad can it get in 2 days? 6. I sat on my bed with the shades drawn, my blanket wrapped around me and a cool jar of bottled water by my bed. The wound was getting worse and spreading up my thigh. Christian had taken me to the hospital, but there was nothing they could do. Even Hunter couldn't heal me. Last time they'd checked, my temperature was 109 degrees Fahrenheit. I could hear the raised voices from down the hall. Hunter was on the speakerphone talking to Christian and Easton. He was yelling, and Christian and Easton were yelling back.
What the hell? Just tell her to take it off.
Christian.
Don't you think I've tried to talk her out of it? She says the Queen told her to keep it on at all times. How's she supposed to fight without a fucking leg? It doesn't even make sense.
Easton.
She says if we touch the ring, she won't speak to us for months.
Hunter snarled.
Why don't you just rip the ring right off her finger? I'd rather she be pissed off at us than dead.
Easton.
I'm not going to rip her finger off. She would never forgive me. Why don't you come here and do it? I didn't say to rip her finger off. Holy hell, Easton. Doesn't she get a say in the matter? Just because we love the shit out of her doesn't mean that we should force her to do what we want.
Easty, aw, does he love me too?
Shut up, Easton. Why are you even there? You should be trying to figure out Sophia's weakness. Ring or not, if we don't figure that out, Elizabeth might lose anyway. Riley's working on it. She told me to go home. She wants to meet up with one of her connections. She wouldn't let me go with her.
Hunter again. His voice was low and serious, and it made a shiver go up my spine.
Christian, did you find the person who did this?
There was a pause.
What if Elizabeth can hear us?
Easton.
Nah, last time I checked on her she was asleep. I'm sure she's still passed out. Her temperature was 120. She probably isn't even aware of what's going on.
Easton didn't know how wrong he was. I was completely aware of everything going on around me, from the bug that had been crawling on the wall for about 15 minutes to the light drift of the snow outside. By the position of the moon outside, it was about 9 in the evening. I had about 9 hours before I was to be at the arena, ready to challenge Sophia. I could even hear the way Hunter swallowed when he sipped his soup. Every sense in my body was intensified. My mother's necklace was burning a hole in my chest. It was so hot. There was a constant throbbing that ran from my middle finger to my chest, and I suspected that it had something to do with the magical connection between the ring and my necklace. Something set off the magic. My mind wouldn't be quiet. Something was going on in the deep recesses of the subconscious part of my brain, and I knew that whatever was happening, it was going to be completely epic. Because something set off the magic. And I knew it was only time before it would explode like dynamite in a fireworks factory, and then I would be the alpha that I was always meant to be. Either that or I was delirious. They did give me a lot of pain meds in the hospital. Christian spoke.
Her temperature's 120? I thought it was 109.
Another pause. Then Easton spoke.
So I lied, okay. She doesn't need to know how bad off she is.
Hunter again.
Maybe if you told her the truth, she'd wake the hell up, take the damn thing off.
Easton.
Look, Christian, just tell me what happened. I already told you guys. Come on, Christian. You know more than anybody that witnesses can forget important details. Just go over it again. Fine. I was flying overhead. She was running below me, practicing her shifting. She's in control of it now. And her wolf is so fucking glorious. She's the most beautiful wolf I've ever seen.
Easton growled.
Just get on with it. There was no one in sight. It was just her and me out there for miles. I heard the shot and saw her go down. That's it.
It was deadly quiet for a whole minute. Then Hunter spoke.
And you're sure about the bullet? I'm sure.
Easton jumped in.
I agree. Based on the wound, it was from a high-powered rifle.
I swear I heard Hunter rub his head.
So we're in agreement. This was an authority hit. The question is, why did they fail? No way an authority assassin would miss their target, even though she was shifted at the time.
Holy shit. My chest rose up and down in short spurts. I was pressing my fingers into my hands so harshly that they were bleeding. I couldn't hear another word they said. Someone in the authority was trying to kill me. Was this Sophia's doing? I could hear the blood rushing through my body. It sloshed to and fro as adrenaline was dumped into my veins, making my heart beat like crazy. Deeper and deeper I delved into my thoughts as I allowed my connection with my anger to overcome all thought. I was ready for tomorrow. I was going to kill that bitch. She would not leave the arena alive. The sound of a bell going off brought me out of my state of mind, along with the scramble of Christian to check the video feed.
What is he doing here? Who's there?
Hunter sounded like he wanted to come through the phone and rip someone's head off. There was another silence, and then the door opened, and I heard Easton's voice.
What do you want, James? I need to speak to her.
The creak of the door.
There's no way in hell I'm letting you in here. I think you'd better. Why should I trust you? 'Cause Riley sent me. Motherfucker, no wonder she wouldn't let me go.
I threw my covers off and my teeth chattered. Then there were soft beeps that sounded like Easton was tapping his phone. The muffled sound of Riley. I don't even want to hear it, Easton. If you're calling me, that means he's standing outside. Just let him in. He needs to talk to her, and I don't want to hear your opinion on it. I put my feet on the floor and stood up. Giving myself a second to get my balance, I grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around me.
You've got to be kidding me. It's his fault we're in this situation. If it wasn't for him, she'd have healed by now.
I opened my bedroom door and hopped down the hallway. I don't care! You let him in! I moved into the light of the living room. Christian rushed towards me.
Elizabeth, what are you doing up? You should be in bed.
He put his arms around me, and I leaned into him. He was so warm, and I was so cold.
Come on, let me take you back to bed. Are you hungry?
He tried to move, but I wouldn't budge. He looked into my face. Let him in.
But...
Please, Christian. I leaned my head against him. I didn't have the energy to look up at him anymore. He sighed and turned towards Easton, who was still talking to Riley.
Pinky says let him in.
Easton frowned.
You and I are going to talk about this later.
Then Easton hung up on Riley. James leaned against the side of the door jamb, smacking his gum.
Come on, guys. I heard her. She said to let me in.
Easton growled.
Fine, but you're going to talk to her in front of us.
I was so tired I couldn't stand anymore. Christian, will you help me to my room?
Sure, babe.
He gathered me up in his arms like a baby, careful to avoid my gauze-covered wound, and then carried me to my room. He turned the light on, and I blocked it with my hand. It was too harsh. He quickly turned it off, leaving only the soft light from a lamp to light the room. We were followed by Easton and James. Christian gently put me back in the bed and spread my blanket out. When I was settled back in the bed, Easton stretched out next to me. Then Christian and Easton looked at James expectantly, who was still in the doorway.
Sorry, guys. You know the deal. For Elizabeth only.
Both Christian and Easton growled, and their dragon magic lit up the room. It suffocated the room, and I gripped Easton. Please, guys. With a large sigh from Easton, he climbed off the bed.
You hurt her, and I'll kill you with my own 2 hands.
James sneered as they both passed him by. Then he closed the door behind them, and it was just me and him. I shifted to a more comfortable position. You shouldn't do that. He lifted his eyebrows.
Do what?
Fuck with them like that? He laughed and jumped onto the bed.
But it's so much fun.
The side of my mouth went up. I know, but you should cut them some slack. They're just trying to protect me. His eyes sparkled mischievously as he stretched out next to me.
That's what makes it so funny. It's not me they should be worried about.
I raised my eyebrow. They shouldn't be worried that you're not trying to insert your way into our group?
Well, maybe they should be worried about that, but I'm not the one trying to kill you.
And the ring? It was still causing a pulsing throb up my arm. He shrugged.
I can't tell my cousin no. She doesn't take orders from anyone.
I sighed. Let's get this over with. Why are you here? He scooted closer.
Well, it's nice to see you, too.
The only reason you're in this room is because I trust Riley. If she hadn't sent you, you'd still be outside in the cold. He shrugged and wiped my hair out of my eyes.
I'm here for you, not because she sent me.
I swallowed hard. Why? He sighed and put his hand back on the bed.
I told you, Elizabeth. I want you. I think I've made that abundantly clear.
I looked away. I'm pretty sure the guys would kill you first. He chuckled.
Oh, I can handle those guys.
I raised my eyebrow. And you think you can handle me? He grinned.
Oh, I'll have you purring like a pussycat in no time.
I laughed. Huh, you think so? He put his arm around my waist and pulled me to him. His face was so close it would only take a small movement for his lips to be on mine.
Oh, I know so.
I'm not into spanking. He touched my face with the tip of his finger, so gently that I could barely feel it.
I can be soft.
I turned away. Sorry, I'm with the other guys. No room for more. He sighed and moved back, then laid onto his back and put his arms behind his head. His shirt rode up so that I could see his hip bones jet out from his jeans.
All right, but I'm determined to wear you down.
Quit fucking with the guys, and maybe I'll think that you're serious. He flashed me a grin.
Your wish is my command, my queen.
Ew, that sounds incestuous coming from you. His laughter rumbled from his chest, but I turned on my back to snuggle under the covers. Now hurry up and tell me what you want. I'm tired.
All right.
He smacked his gum and wiggled his hips to get more comfortable.
Once upon a time, there was an evil witch who thought that the world worshipped the very ground she stood on.
Sophia.
And so everywhere she went, she treated others like dirt under her nails. She bullied some girls at high school so bad that one of them attempted suicide.
That's horrible.
Well, one day, the girl who tried to kill herself got sick and tired of the witch's shit. So she waited until everyone was asleep. Then she snuck out of the house. She flew over to the witch's house and, being the smart cookie that she was, figured out how to bypass the wicked witch's security.
I sighed and, turning onto my side, cuddled with him. His voice vibrated through my body. It was comforting. This sounds like a lovely story.
She was able to get into the wicked witch's room and stab her in the throat with a magic knife she'd stolen from the castle.
I gasped. What happened?
Well, Sophia survived, obviously.
And the girl? He was silent for a moment, and my hand on his chest felt his heart hammering.
They killed her.
I sat up and a wave of dizziness came over me. When it passed, I looked at him. Why are you telling me this? He sat up to face me, and his knees touched mine.
Because the knife was magic. Sophia never healed properly. She has a missing scale when she shifts.
I swallowed hard. Why should I believe this? He looked away, and I watched his chest rise up and down quickly.
No one knows this. She protects this information fervently. But I had access to her medical files before she paid to have it changed.
I studied the way he was staring at my curtains, as if they were the most interesting thing in the world. Why did you have access to her medical file? He shrugged.
I just did, okay?
James. My voice was soft. Why should I trust you now, with this? It could be another test from your cousin. He grunted, and then he turned his face back towards me. Trails from tears tracked down his face, and rage pulsed from his eyes.
Because she was my sister. My sister is the one who died because of that bitch, and I want you to take her down. I've never told anyone else in my life. That's why I didn't want the guys in here. This is between you and me. I'm trusting you with this information.
I stilled at his words. He was trusting me to take down the woman who'd killed his sister. I felt the weight of that settle on my chest. Feeling an intense sadness, I put my hand on his. His eyes shifted towards our joined hands. James. He looked into my serious stare. I'm sorry about your sister. I let the silence settle between us for a moment. I promise you that I'm going to take that bitch down. He nodded at me seriously.
I believe you will. I have faith in you.
I smiled, feeling warmed by his trust in me. Then I laid back down. All right, I'm going to sleep now. I was so tired. Your coat is over there somewhere. I waved towards the pile of laundered clothes. He chuckled.
Keep it.
Then he brushed his lips over my forehead. I heard him close my door softly, then walk down the hallway towards the front door.
Gentlemen, I want to give you my most gracious thanks for allowing me inside your home.
His comment was met by a stunned silence. Then Easton spoke.
What the hell did you do to her?
I awoke in the middle of the night. My arm was still throbbing, but now the pain was deeper, more intense. It moved into my chest, and I groaned, clutching my heart and trying to breathe. There was a movement to my left, and I turned my head. Then I jerked up, instantly forgetting all of my agony. My room was bathed in a soft blue glow, and in the middle of it was my mother. Tears sparked in my eyes and ran down my cheeks. I didn't even care that this was a hallucination. Mom. My voice was broken. Her wavy hair swished around her face as she came around the bed. Elizabeth, I've missed you. I was full out crying now. Mom, I want you back. I know, baby girl. She bent over the bed, and a soft warmth brushed my forehead. But I can't stay long. No, please stay. I don't feel well. I pulled the covers over my chest, trying to calm my tears. I wanted to pull her into bed with me, to put my ear over her chest and listen to her heartbeat, to tell her about everything that had happened, to apologize that I couldn't save her. But I was afraid to touch her, that if I did, she would disappear in a puff of smoke, or that my hand would go right through her, and the realization that this really was just a dream, a figment of my imagination, would make me feel so much worse. So I stared up at her in wonder, gripping my blanket to me as her soft, gentle eyes took me in. I came here to tell you something. I took in a deep breath. What? It must be something important. To tell you to remember where you come from. She bent down, touching the necklace at my chest. A small blue light flickered in the dark room. To remind you that you come from the goddess, and you have a part of her in you. She looked into my eyes. Just as much as your father's shifter ancestry. Then she shrugged, smiling. Although usually goddess powers are the dominant gene, women usually are the stronger of the two. Her eyes glowed with mischievousness. Then she ran her fingers over my head and down the line of my hair, and I swear I felt it. I swear she was real. My eyes suddenly grew heavy. I couldn't keep them open. Then her lips were on my head again, and I knew that I couldn't stay awake a moment longer. And remember, we always take care of the pack.
Look at her, she can barely stand.
Hunter met us in the locker rooms of the arena, and he was sitting in a wheelchair. He had yelled at everyone in the hospital and even threatened to pull funding if they didn't bring him here. I was leaning against Easton, trying not to put any weight on my injured leg. Well, you look like shit, too. You should be in a bed. He grinned.
Well, that makes us shit twins, then.
I smiled as a fuzzy warmth washed over me. I like that. Shit twins. We giggled together. Christian sighed.
Great, they're both delirious.
I'm fine. I patted Christian's arm, but I was having a hard time because there were 4 of them. He stared at me dully.
Sure. Sure as shit!
Hunter laughed again, and I joined him. Easton growled.
Hunter, Elizabeth, shut the fuck up. This isn't funny. If you don't win, we're gonna have a fucking big problem.
I stood up straight, saluting him. Yes, sir! Christian sighed again.
Maybe we shouldn't have given her all those pain meds. Looks like they gave some to Hunter, too.
Hunter grinned a lazy smile.
They gave me enough for a dragon, that's what they told me.
Then he laughed.
Get it?
Christian rubbed his face.
They probably didn't take into account that you wouldn't process it as fast as normal. Well, it's too late now.
Suddenly, cheers from what must have been 1,000,000 people blasted in my ears, and I gripped onto Easton, tipping over. Shit! Sophia must have entered the arena. Easton gripped my arm and pulled me to his chest, then enclosed me with his arms. I rubbed the back of my head against his chest. You feel so nice, Eastie. Hunter raised his hand towards me.
Come here, Elizabeth. Touch my chest. I feel nice, too.
I pressed my hand against Hunter's chest, feeling it. Ooh, you do feel nice. I looked at Christian. What about you, Christy? I tried to touch him, but Easton pulled down my arm.
Quit it. It's almost time for you to go out there.
Christian stepped in front of me, his eyes serious. His look sobered me up.
Are you sure you want to do this? We can still call it off. It's not too late.
I frowned. No.
Well, at least take the ring off, then you'll heal. Sophia didn't pass her second test, so you'll have a head start on her, but still, if you can't heal in the ring, there'll be no competition, no matter what James told you.
I sighed, glad I hadn't revealed James's secret. I told you, no. Easton's voice rumbled through his chest.
Elizabeth, take the damn ring off.
I swiveled in his arms to stare at him with a serious look. The effects of the painkillers were beginning to wear off, and my thigh was beginning to throb. Look, I trust the Queen. I might be crazy, but I do. He sighed, closing his eyes. Then he leaned down to brush his lips against my forehead.
Okay. If you trust her, then I trust her.
Then I heard my name announced, and I narrowed my eyes. It was time. I turned towards the door, and Easton helped me walk towards it. I took in a deep breath, steadying myself. I tried to step away from Easton's support, but I swayed, and he had to help me. Christian grumbled.
She can't even stand.
I ignored the guy's mumbled complaints behind me, and soon it became background noise. I steadied myself as I stared at the doors, and for a brief moment, Avery came to my mind. Where was he? Then I shook my throbbing arm, shaking off my worry. I couldn't think about that now. The guys weren't sure about me going in there, and I didn't blame them. They didn't know what I knew. Serious now, I felt the combined magic from the necklace and the ring pulse and throb inside me. It grew so powerful that I couldn't feel the pain in my thigh or hear the cheers of the crowd as I walked through the door. All my focus was on the center of the arena. I faced my enemy, who stared at me with a smirk on her face and her hands behind her back. Oh, she must really be confident. The sides of my lips stretched into a big smile, and her smirk faltered just a little bit. I was smiling because I knew something that no one else knew. This morning, I'd figured out the power of my mother's necklace, and I knew that once I shifted, I was shifting to beast mode. 7. My name was announced again, and the crowd erupted in cheers and boos. Andre stood across the arena, right outside Sophia's locker room, and the Queen stood on a platform over the whole stadium. An announcer was speaking, and the crowd was chanting something, but I couldn't understand a word. My eyes were on my enemy across the way. I walked forward, staring at her boldly as I moved. I now realized Sophia had her hands behind her back because they were tied there. Her torso was also bleeding. It wasn't healing. I looked closer. She had a barbed wire wrapped around it. Her consequence of not figuring out her test. But she still held the smirk on her face as her eyes traveled down my body to my wounded leg. Was she the one who ordered the hit on me?
Hello, you filthy dog. Ready to fight me?
Her stance was superior, but her eyes were hollow, empty. She tried to hide her true feelings, trying to appear confident, but the pulsing magic inside me showed me the truth. She was in pain, and it had nothing to do with her hands around her back or the barbed wire jutting into her chest. My mom's apparition, real or not, opened the floodgate of understanding, and I'd awoken this morning, pulse pounding and breathless. The females in the family weren't wolves by nature. Sophia's hands moved behind her back, and I knew that she was already trying to undo the ropes. Was she cheating? Hadn't she been instructed to wait until we were given the word to begin? And no, we weren't wolves by nature. We were motherfucking goddesses, a power higher and stronger than shifters. The goddess Luna had used her power to lower herself, to become a wolf because she'd fallen in love with Roark. And then Roark used the power of the necklace to transform himself into a god so that he could be with Luna forever. The announcer was still speaking, but I couldn't wait any longer. The rage inside me was too intense, and the power inside me was bursting to come out. Sophia was staring at me with such intensity I knew she was feeling the same way. I was her enemy. I had something she lacked. A loving father. And then I took away her greatest treasure, Hunter. I ran at her, shifting so quickly that I could see the surprise on her face. Jumping, I went for immediate victory and aimed for her neck. Hunter was a possession to her. She thought that if she acquired him, she could control him, just like her pink cars and her mansions and her red fuck-me pumps. But there was only one way to possess Hunter. I sailed through the air like an arrow. My long legs reached her quickly and I tackled her to the ground. I growled, rolling with her, and she pushed off me with her legs. She rolled quickly, and then her ropes were undone, and she was shifting. To possess Hunter, you only had to own one thing. And this thing couldn't be held in your hand, driven in a fancy car, or put on a pedestal in a fancy house. The only place it could be stored was in between the intricate muscles and bones in your chest, mixed with feelings and emotions. His heart. I ran after her. I wanted her down before she shifted. Wings burst out of her back, and her face shifted into a snout. But the wire at her torso clenched tight, and her blood drained to the ground. She was half-shifted, and her freaking huge tail slammed into me, throwing me across the arena. Ugh, mother-pucking witch! I tumbled and rolled, bones cracking. I slammed into the side of the arena. The world was spinning, but I rose to my feet as my body healed itself. Her wire finally burst. Her shift was instantaneous, a huge purple and pink dragon. Her flailing wings reached each side of the stadium. Wow, a lot of good that did. It gave me a 20-second advantage. Except that I could still see bits of wire stuck to her. They nestled in between her scales. Every time she moved, she winced. Clearing my double vision, I sprinted towards her again. She blew her fire at me and I backed up. Then I sprinted in between her legs and came out behind her. Twisting my body, I leapt towards her back. Her scales were like steel, and my claws couldn't dig into them. I slid down her body. As I fell, I searched for the spot James told me about. But her neck was perfectly covered. What the hell? I hoped I wasn't trusting the wrong people. Was the Queen really on my side? Did James really want me, like he said? I fell to the ground, grunting. As I landed, my necklace burned and vibrated. Jumping to my feet, I thought about my mom. Her greatest desire was to be with my dad, so the necklace transformed her wolf powers. But I doubted myself. I didn't see myself as a wolf or a leader, so the necklace couldn't give that to me. Fire spurt from Sophia's mouth, and I ran towards the edge of the arena. She flew into the air, and flames trailed my back legs as she attacked. I hugged the edges of the stadium and ran around in a circle, moving so fast that she couldn't keep up with me. I sprinted faster and faster so that she could barely see me as I circled. Then I jumped again, this time for her chest, trying to reach her neck. Now I knew what I wanted, and the necklace was going to give it to me. I was going to protect my guys, protect Emma and her family, and I was going to take that snobby bitch Sophia down. I landed on her shoulder and she swiveled around, trying to toss me off. I gripped her with my teeth, trying to tear through her scales, but they were impenetrable. I slid towards the ground again. Just before I landed, I saw a scale that was shifted just slightly. Oh, that smart dragon. She'd fitted a scale to hide her vulnerable spot. I hit the ground and tumbled over it. She tried to stomp me, but I skirted out of her way. Then I ran under her, aiming for her feet. The underside of a dragon's foot is sensitive. I jumped onto her front foot and bit into her toe. She cried out. The intensity of her scream hurt my ears. It was so shrill, just like her lovemaking, I was sure. I gnawed it down to the stub, then began on the next one. She moved, jerking her feet to throw me off, but I was too fast for her. Every time she threw me off, I just ran back. Over and over, I bit into her feet. Finally, she flapped her wings, rising into the air. I bit onto her toe as we flew into the air. Blood filled my mouth as she dragged me across the ground. Then she jumped into the air and slammed down, landing on top of me. I roared, squirming under her. The pressure was so freaking intense. My ribs cracked. I knew they were broken. I squirmed out from under her, wheezing. I lay on the ground, trying to catch my breath. My body was healing fast. She tried to bite me in half. I scampered out of the way just in time. She lurched forward again, and this time she caught me in her teeth. Biting down, she shook me. I flew from her mouth and crashed into the side of the stands. I heard a large crack. I slumped to the ground. I couldn't feel my legs. My back was broken. She was getting angry, and I decided to get serious. No more playing nice. She stretched her enormous wings, flying until she was right over me. Her hiss shook the stadium as a ball of flame shot out of her mouth. She wasn't supposed to kill me. This was a contest of dominance, but now she was aiming for my death. She was going to burn me alive. I growled, baring my teeth. I was going to kill this bitch. I tapped into my inner rage. She kept the dragons in the dark about the truth. She'd tormented James's sister. Because of her, his sister was dead. She'd lied and taken advantage of my guys. When she didn't get her way, she threatened them. I screamed, releasing all of my pent-up energy. A blue ball of energy burst from me. It met her red flame and they clashed in the air. Then my blue ball swallowed her flame and moved towards her. She hesitated, surprised. My blue energy hit her, throwing her across the stadium. Another ball of blue shot from my hands, moving over me and healing my back. I jumped to my feet and ran towards her, my front paw vibrating with power. I was ready. The time was now. She struggled to rise. I was feet away and she stood up, flapping her wings. They were shredded and she toppled over. This time, I wasn't trying to dominate. I was going to kill that motherfucking bitch if it was the last thing I did. My only thought was her death. My only feelings were power and rage. I saw it now. The one scale that was slightly more crooked than the rest. And suddenly, I knew what I had to do. I jumped towards her again, but mid-air I shifted into my human form. My wolf may not be able to beat her, but my human form could. Sophia may be a dragon, but I was a goddess. I landed on her stomach, right next to the embedded barbs. I climbed up them, vibrating with energy. A blue cloud of magic surrounded me, and I knew I was powerful. She tried to throw me off, but I hung on tight. Then I was over her weak spot. My arm throbbed and ached with my powers. Pouring all of my hate and anger into my powers, I punched her neck. The fake scale burst into pieces. Blood gushed out, draining down my arm. My hand was shoved all the way up to my elbow inside her. Her blood drained to the ground like a red waterfall. Dragon blood was powerful, especially from a powerful and ancient dragon, which she wasn't. The magic from my ring paralyzed her. She couldn't move, and she fell to the ground. Clinging tight, I twisted my arm even deeper into her, and she groaned. Adrenaline poured through my body, making my breathing harsh and angry. The necklace pulsed at my throat, burning my chest with my hatred for this woman. The ring began to vibrate, and I knew in that moment that all I needed to do was direct the power from my necklace into the ring, and it would kill her. She'd tried to kill me. I leaned to look her in the eye. I wanted her to see the triumph in my eyes. I wanted her to see the filthy dog who made her submit, who brought her to her knees, who made her take her last breath. I know your real name, Sophia. Her eyes were beginning to grow a pale gray, and they stared into mine intently. I spat out, I know you're not a pure blood. Her eyes grew wide just for a second, her genuine reaction to the truth. I poured all of my energy into the ring, and it burst out, enveloping her body like a raging fire. It also surged and flowed through me. I was all-powerful. I could kill in an instant. And then the life in her eyes faded, and I knew that she was dead. The shock of it made me freeze. I'd killed my enemy. All feeling drained from me. And then Christian's words were in my mind. It was suddenly there, as if he were projecting it into me.
She lost the baby.
I thought about everything he'd revealed the other night. Her devastation that she could never have a child. How the ghoul had almost eaten her alive. And the look on her face when Hunter broke the bond. She was truly devastated. She did love him in her own twisted way. I realized that I had become the object of my hatred. I hated her as much as she hated me. I was filled with shame. This was not who my parents had raised me to be. My mother's words came back to me. We must always take care of the pack. A leader must be strong and defend the pack. But a leader must never prey on those weaker than them. In fact, they must strengthen the powerless. Suddenly I realized Sophia was weaker than me. I had parents who'd loved me, who'd sacrificed their lives to save mine. I had a whole team of guys by my side who would defend me without a second thought, who would do everything for me. I was loved, and she was not. And I was filled with mercy. The power of this emotion pulsed through my body. It was stronger than my anger. Showing mercy was more powerful than giving in to my anger. Her father had beaten any kindness out of her, and she had let it define her. But I wouldn't let her assholery define me. I slowly pulled my arm out of her neck. The stadium was still in a frenzy, and the noise roared through my ears. They still didn't know that she was dead. I was heartbroken. I should have protected her, and instead I let her bait me into hating her. I stared at the dragon's ring. What kind of power did it have? It was too much. I wasn't strong enough to contain the hatred I could unleash. The ring was meant to be wielded by a dragon, one that could control the dangerous power it held. I clung to her neck, wishing I could take it back. My necklace pulsed at my neck, its blue energy growing and swirling around me. It clung to me, and I knew that I had the power to kill. That must mean I also had the power to heal. I closed my eyes, breathing in deeply and focusing the energy from my necklace. My arm began to throb again, vibrating into and through my body. I poured every ounce of mercy, anguish, and sorrow into my power. It surged through me like a tidal wave, choking off my air. It moved through me and into Sophia. It took command of her body, enveloping it in a mixture of red and blue until she glowed purple. Then she gulped in a staggering breath. Stunned, I let her go. I'd hoped I could do it, but to actually see it happen, I stared at her in disbelief. I truly did hold the power of a goddess. And then I understood. The necklace wasn't the source of power, but rather the way to direct it. The real power came from me, a descendant of the moon goddess Luna. Sophia struggled to rise, and her neck began bleeding again. I wasn't sure if she knew what had happened, so I shifted back into my wolf form. I had to make her and everyone else believe that I dominated her. I couldn't let her threaten my men. I also determined right then and there that I also wouldn't let her bait me. I was better than that. I put my head over her neck, growling low. She was so weak she couldn't move. The whole arena went deathly silent. Sophia shifted back into her human form. I stayed in wolf form, showing my teeth, forcing her to submit to me. She put her hands up as I closed my teeth over her soft neck. I could have torn her throat out in a second. She lay still, submissive. The crowd erupted in a deafening cheer. I growled a low warning and then backed up, allowing her to live. Medics scrambled into the arena. She lay limply on the dirt as her blood flowed into the ground. Then she cried out and struggled to her side. She moved to stare at me, hatred in her eyes.
Why?
Her voice was angry, demanding.
Why didn't you kill me?
I backed up, shifting back into my human form, and allowed 2 paramedics to kneel by her. One of them opened a pack filled with peanut-looking things and shoved it in her neck to staunch the flow of blood. Because you are not my enemy, Sophia. You're my pack, and I need to protect you. I grinned as the realization finally hit me that she couldn't hurt me or my guys anymore. I wiped her blood from my face. I'm your alpha now. Take that, bitch. Filled with a mixture of elation and utter terror, I ignored the cheers of the crowd, the disbelief on Andre's face, and the silent smirk of the Queen. I left the arena and went to the guys, my guys, who waited for me on the sideline. As soon as I reached the locker room, the realization of what just happened washed over me, and I turned towards Christian. He pulled me into his arms, wrapping them around my shaking body. His warmth pulsed into my body, but it wasn't enough to calm me. I was in shock. Did I really do that? How the hell did I have so much power? I slid the ring off my finger and threw it to the ground. I looked into Christian's eyes. Did you do that? I needed to know if somehow he'd sent me that image, the image that broke my anger. His eyes met my own. They were confused.
Did what?
I shook my head. Never mind. I didn't want to own up to it, to the fact that I had just killed Sophia and then brought her back to life. They didn't know. Hunter was sitting on the bench. He was still pale and weak, although he was already looking a little bit better. I crawled into his lap, naked and slippery with Sophia's blood, and let my tears fall down my face. Hunter's healing power pulsed into me, healing anything that was still broken. And yet it wasn't enough. He couldn't heal the part inside me that was broken.
Elizabeth, are you okay? What's wrong?
Hunter's voice vibrated through me, but I couldn't answer him. I couldn't say the words out loud. What had I become? I'd come so close to allowing my hatred to consume me. Is that what the necklace would do? If the strongest desire of my heart was filled with hatred, would the necklace turn me into a powerful monster? What if Garrett got a hold of it? What could he do with it? My body shook as I cried, and Christian sat behind Hunter and ran his hand over my arm, trying to soothe me. Then Easton sat next to Hunter, and Hunter passed me over to him. He put his head on mine and ran his fingers over my hair as he rocked me.
It's okay, Elizabeth. It's okay. Whatever happened, we can fix this.
I looked up to him, tears staining my eyes. How do you know? He gripped me tight and stood up. Then he walked out of the locker room, leaving the guys behind. I wasn't sure what he was doing or where he was going, but I didn't care. And even though I felt protected in his arms, I was still afraid. Not of Sophia anymore, or Andre, or even Scarface Garrett, but of myself. I had wielded too much power, and I could destroy so many with it. Easton moved me into the back offices of the locker room, and then he found the stairs. He climbed them, still holding me in his arms, not even breaking a sweat. Then he opened the door to a lavish sitting room. It had a large TV and a small fridge stocked with water and soda. A large window overlooked the arena grounds below. He sat on the couch, and I curled up in his lap, trying to contain the emotions inside me. There was a throw blanket over the back of the sofa, and he pulled it around my shoulders. After letting the darkness and silence ensconce us, he spoke.
I know what happened out there.
I sucked in my breath and jerked up to look into his face, ready for his judgment. Easton, the rule follower, the man who made me promise to protect his team, would see right through me, and it would crush me. Except his eyes were firm but gentle.
Tell me about it.
I shook my head. I can't.
You can.
My hands shook as I pulled them through my hair. I killed her. All it took was tapping into the power from the necklace and the ring. I looked into his eyes, waiting for the axe to fall. I could have killed anyone in that arena.
And yet, you didn't.
He didn't believe me. Not really. I frowned. I did. I killed Sophia in front of thousands of witnesses. His hand took mine.
How did you bring her back to life?
I shrugged. I'm not sure. I just thought that if I could kill her, why not bring her back to life? He inhaled sharply. For some reason, this stupid explanation made him believe me. I studied his eyes, watched as they changed from disbelief to shock, and I held them. I wouldn't let him look away. I would make him look into the eyes of a monster. I knew the moment he accepted it as the truth, and my whole body shook. I clasped the blanket to me, wishing I could disappear into the darkness that pulled and tugged at the edges of my mind.
You need to clean yourself off.
Suddenly we were up. He didn't cradle me, but stood me on my feet. He led me to a bathroom, complete with a shower. I was filthy with sweat and blood. Even my hair was knotted. I felt disgusting. He turned on the water, and after it was warm, I stepped into it. There was soap and shampoo, everything I needed to rid myself of the evidence of our battle. He stood outside of the stall, watching me bathe, but doing nothing to help me. When I was done, he wrapped me in the blanket again, and we walked back towards an armchair. He sat down, then pulled me into his lap. He hadn't spoke the whole time I was showering, and it was making me nervous. He rubbed his chin on the top of my dripping hair.
Are you afraid?
Out of all the things that I thought he would say, that was not one of them. But the question was spot on. He was in tune with my feelings, and that wasn't a good thing. Instead of answering, I asked my own question. How did you know?
Because I saw the darkness in you. I recognized it.
How? He swallowed hard.
It's easy to spot when the same darkness lives inside of me.
Then he looked into my eyes.
You didn't answer me. Are you afraid?
I shook my head and he growled.
Tell me the truth.
I froze. I couldn't answer him. Because admitting that I was afraid would be showing weakness. By admitting it, I would let go of my control, and I couldn't do that right now, not with the power that was still pulsing inside me. But Easton held my stare. He wouldn't let me look away, and something stilled me. There was something in his look that caught me. I held my breath, the truth a light caress on my tongue as I stared into Easton's eyes. They were firm but soft, and so absolutely fucking trusting that it hit me to the core. I realized I wanted to let go of my control. Easton was my safe space. I could trust him with it. And so I nodded my head. Yes, I'm afraid. We were silent, each considering the other. Then he spoke.
What are you afraid of?
Of the power. I'm afraid of what I can become.
You are not like Sophia or Andre.
That's not true. Maybe not all the time, but today I became just as angry. What if it happens again? What if I become like her, full of hate? I shook my head. That's not who I want to be.
That's exactly why you won't. Because that raw magic, that feeling of power, it makes you afraid. If Sophia or Andre had that kind of power, it would make them feel alive.
Looking down, I stared at my hands that only moments ago were coated with the blood of my enemy as I considered his words.
Elizabeth, look at me.
His voice was demanding. It was the voice that before had made me shiver, but now it made me obey. I looked up into his eyes.
Get on your knees.
I blinked, and his face darkened.
Get on your knees, now.
I slid my feet off his lap and kneeled on the ground in between his thighs, still holding the blanket around me. This position at his knees made me feel small. I let a little bit of my control slip, just a little bit. He leaned forward, his eyes holding me. He traced my bottom lip with his thumb.
Even now, when you're in pain and afraid, you still look at me with those fuck-me eyes. Those very needy eyes that are begging me to take you. And yet you have no idea that you're doing it. You can't help how sexual you are all the time. It vibrates from your very essence. It's the core of who you are, just as the power you hold from your necklace and ring. You have no idea the magic you've carried with you, that has become a part of you.
He leaned even closer, his face inches from mine. His breath over my skin made me shiver, and my lips part.
Right now, you're fixated on that power, aren't you? And it frightens you.
I nodded.
You are going to hand all your power over to me. Do you understand? You control nothing.
I shivered, and a sigh escaped my lips.
I let you have your fun with Hunter, and I even know that Avery finger-fucked you on the couch right in front of us all.
I blushed, and he smiled.
Oh yes, I knew what was going on. Those sexy little noises escaping your mouth made me want to take you right there on the couch in front of everyone. But it was Avery's turn, and I knew I had to wait my own turn. But all that doesn't matter, because you now belong to me. You will do whatever I say, exactly as I say it. If I say suck me off, you will wrap those pouty lips over my cock until you suck me dry. If I tell you to get on your hands and knees, you will crawl to me, like the good little wolf that you are.
My heart was pounding as warmth shot through me. I shifted my body just a little bit, moving my legs apart. He stood up.
Wait here.
I didn't move, and I heard the fridge door open, then ice clinking in a glass.
Stand up and face me.
He was watching me, and my whole body vibrated with a need to be claimed by Easton, to be owned, to be possessed. The need pressed against me with such intensity that my heart pounded, the hair on my arms stood on end. All it would take was one touch, one word from him, and I would belong to him. I was his, and we both knew it.
Come here.
I walked over to him. He had a crystal glass of ice in his hands, and it tinkled as he moved. He poured a drink, and I watched his throat as he swallowed. Then his eyes moved over my body as he put the bottle of vodka on the counter.
Take off that blanket.
I obeyed, letting it slip off my shoulder to reveal my naked body underneath. The air was just a little bit cool, and it made my nipples harden. His eyes moved over me in a caress.
I need you to touch yourself.
His words lit a fire in me. I wanted to touch myself, to do exactly as he commanded. I wanted to please him, to show him that I could play the game, to show him that I trusted him enough to give him control over me. And so, I obeyed. And the fear and anxiety that controlled me only moments before began to slip away. I ran my hands up my stomach, feeling the curves and hardened tips of my breasts.
Yes, just like that.
His eyes watched my hand intently, and then he stepped towards me, the glass still in his hands. He was so close that I could feel the heat radiating from his body, but he didn't touch me. I circled my nipple, coaxing the tips to perk, and his hand skirted up my thigh, causing a heat to stir in my belly. I moved my hand down my stomach, and it brushed lightly against his firm body. His hardness pressed against his pants, straining to be released, and I wanted to relieve him of that problem. I bit my lip. "Please, Easton." His eyes met mine.
Please what?
"Please let me help you." I lowered my eyes to his pants. I took in a sharp breath as his thumb dug into my skin. He wrapped his hand around my hip and pulled me to him. His unyielding body against mine made my whole body hum in anticipation for when I could feel his naked skin against mine. I slid my hands up his side to his neck, staring into his eyes. "Let me suck you off."
No.
He leaned forward. His mouth covered my lips, and I felt a shock of cold as he pressed a piece of ice into my mouth. I took it into my mouth, sucking on it softly.
Don't swallow it.
I nodded, understanding what he wanted. He took another piece of ice and pressed it against my nipple. I sucked in air.
Don't swallow the ice, Elizabeth.
I sucked on it greedily, feeling the strange sensation of the ice on my nipple in contrast to the heat shooting through the rest of my body. Then he kneeled down, and putting the glass on the floor, he took my other breast into his warm mouth. I moaned as his tongue played deftly with my nipple while the other piece of ice melted. It dripped down my stomach and was swallowed up in the heat of my thighs. His other hand was moving all over my body, touching and caressing, and I was lost in the way it was making me feel. I pulled at his shoulders. My need to have him inside me was burning against my skin, making me so hot I couldn't take it any longer. I rubbed against him, and the sharp button of his jeans prickled my skin. His palm clenched my hip, stopping me. I moved my hand towards the piece of ice in his fingers and took it from him. I put it in my mouth. The other one had melted. I sucked it in and out to the rhythm of his mouth on my breast while wiggling my hips against him. He growled.
Fuck, Elizabeth.
He stood up and pressed his lips against mine, his tongue entering my mouth, and then he sucked the ice back into his mouth. He bit into it as his thumb circled on my hips, his stare burning into me.
Get on the counter.
I immediately walked to the counter and sat on it. It was cold, and it took a second to warm under me. He took off his clothes, and folding them, placed them over the back of the couch. I moved my eyes over his sexy body, loving the cut of his stomach where his muscles came in at a V. Then he walked towards me, his dark eyes taking me in as he approached.
You like having a whole team of men vying for your attention, fighting over you, don't you?
He wrapped his hand around my waist, and his mouth was on my ear.
You love the fact that you can choose all of us and we'd be ready and willing to fuck you whenever you want. All you'd need to do is say the word.
I moaned. Yes. My voice was breathless and needy. I clutched at his back, pressing him against me. His dick was large and swollen and pressing against my thigh. His hand moved up the side of my waist and moved over my curves, sending a chill of goosebumps up my side.
Even now, after you just snuffed the life out of your enemy, you want my dick inside you, don't you? You want to feel me slide up into you, opening you up.
His mouth moved next to mine, and I wanted to taste him, to taste the mouth that was making my knees weak and my juices pool on the counter. Yes, Easton, I want you to fill me up.
Open yourself up for me, baby. I need to see your pussy.
I spread my legs and he leaned back to look at me. Then he ran a finger through my lips, and fire shot through my body. Damn, I wanted him so bad. His eyes stared into mine as his fingers deftly played with my pussy. I leaned my head back, pressing my chest out. He was bringing me so close to the edge. All I needed was just a little bit more, his fingers just a tiny fraction higher.
You want me inside you?
I nodded, and then his dick was right at the entrance to my pussy, but he didn't move, didn't push himself in, and I was so desperate for him to fill me.
Beg me for it.
I clasped at his arm. Please. Then he slid in, just a fraction of an inch, and it was as if heaven and hell were clashing together. My body vibrated as heat shot into my belly. I looked at the thick length of his shaft, wishing it was inside me, filling me up. I wiggled my hips, needing him inside me, but his voice in my ear stopped me.
Stop. Don't move.
I stilled, looking at the place where his dick was connecting with me, and I looked up into his eyes, desire overcoming any other emotion. I need more. He frowned, growling.
Elizabeth, you'll take what I give you. Do you understand?
Even though I nodded, I wiggled my hips again. I couldn't help it. I was so overcome by need and longing. I had to have him inside me, and I had to have it now. His hand was on my thigh, squeezing it. His eyes were dark, and his voice came out a growl.
Stop.
He looked into my eyes, his stare dark and demanding.
I told you to be still. Do you need to be taught a lesson?
I shook my head.
Be a good little wolf, and I'll give you what you want.
Nodding, I stopped and tried so hard to be still, even though I wanted to wrap my legs around him and jerk him to me. He leaned forward so that his forehead pressed against mine.
That's it, little wolf.
My legs trembled, and I bit my lip hard, trying to repress my desire to push my hips forward to make him slide into me.
Spread your legs wider.
I pressed them out more, spreading them as wide as possible, completely baring myself to him.
Put the heels of your feet on the counter.
I complied, and now I was spread eagle. I was so vulnerable, so open. He could see everything. And he was staring at my pussy like it was the most glorious thing in the world. And damn, I wanted to bask in that glory. It made me feel so weak, so needy, and so powerful at the same time.
Look at the way you affect me. You make my cock so fucking hard. I want to fill you up so that you'll forget Hunter and Avery and Christian. I want to make your orgasm so hard that the only word on your mouth is my name as you come all over my dick.
He pressed his thumb on the tight butt of my clit, and I jerked as fire shot up me. I clenched against him. I was so close to coming. It would only take just a little bit more, and I would go over the edge. But he stopped.
Your pussy is so hot and wet. It is just waiting for me to slide myself in there. Tell me you want me.
I moaned, nodding. Yes, I want you. He pushed himself in just a little bit more, and it took everything inside me not to wiggle my hips. I could feel the tip of his dick just inside me, and the rest of it, so thick and engorged, was so close to giving me what I wanted. He cupped my pussy.
I'm taking this tonight, Elizabeth. Tell me you surrender. Tell me you want it.
Yes. Fuck me, Easton. He wrapped his hand around my neck possessively, like he owned me, and slid all the way inside. I let out a guttural noise. His dick was so thick, and it pressed against my walls.
You belong to me, Elizabeth.
He pushed my legs out, spreading them so that I was completely open to him. He didn't move except to slide himself in a little bit, burying himself deeper inside me.
You think you're powerful? That you can kill anyone you want with only the wiggle of your little fingers? But how about now, Lizzie?
He pushed me further apart, and my legs shook with the effort.
You don't seem all that powerful to me.
Suddenly he slid himself out of me and took me in his arms, throwing me over his shoulder. I yelped, surprised, as he carried me to the doors to the arena, his hand sliding up my thigh to squeeze my ass. He opened it, and the cold air made goosebumps ripple over my back. He set me on my feet and turned me towards the arena. Pressing the palm of his hand in between my shoulder blades, he pushed me down to bend over.
Stay there.
My head was pressed onto the cool bar that separated the suite from the rest of the seating below it. My ass was perfectly positioned in the air for him, and I waited in sweet anticipation for him to slide his thick cock inside me. My pussy was dripping with want. I was so wet and ready for him. But instead of filling me up, he knelt to his knees and spread my legs further apart. Oh, my fucking hell! His tongue traced from my clit to my cunt, and I almost had an orgasm right then and there. He paused, as if to take a moment to appreciate the taste of my cunt, of me, on his tongue. He moaned, digging his fingers into my ass to spread my cheeks wider, and I was lost in waves of pleasure as his tongue caressed and fucked my pussy. His rough tongue lapped at my wetness, lighting my whole body on fire. I pressed myself against him, wanting, needing, and his finger parted my labia and slid up inside me, pressing against the backside of my clit so that I could feel the pressure from both sides. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could do was feel. He pushed me to the brink of my orgasm, and I groaned. Shit, Easton, I need to come.
Beg me for it.
I didn't hesitate. Please, Easton, let me come. His hand slid up my body, and his throbbing dick entered me from behind. I groaned as he filled me. The whole world disappeared around me, and all I was left with was Easton, solid and protective, determined to keep me safe. His strong fingers gripped me tight, and I knew that he would never let me go. His hips pressed into my ass as he filled me. Over and over he pounded into me, and it was motherfucking heaven on earth. His breath moved over me harshly, and I knew that he was holding in his climax. I didn't want him to hold it in. I needed to know that he wanted me so badly that he couldn't stop his rushing orgasm. I wanted his cum inside me, sliding through my insides. I pushed my hips against him, making him go in deeper, and he groaned. Suddenly he stopped and pushed me forward. I stood up, leaning forwards just enough so that we were still connected. His warm, firm body pressed against me, and a wave of warmth washed over me.
Look around you.
I'd been closing my eyes, taking in the sensation of the way that he was filling me up. I looked into the arena.
Today it was just you and Sophia here in the arena, but that will be the last time that I will ever leave you to fight alone again.
He moved in and out, slower now, as his finger found the butt of my clit. Sharp electricity shot through my spine, and every nerve was on end. Shit, I was going to come soon and fast.
Do you understand?
His voice was in my ear, his breath moving over my shoulder.
We will always be here for you. You will never have to shoulder that power alone.
Understanding shot through me. All of my fears and worries melted away, and I knew that I would never have to decide or do anything alone again. It wasn't just what had happened today. It was every day of my life. The pressure to fulfill my role as the fated alpha, and yet not being able to shift, had caused a loneliness and emptiness that was never filled. Even the love of my parents couldn't fill that hunger. And Aaron hadn't been strong enough to give me what I'd needed. His finger rubbing against my clit was building my orgasm, and I felt so fucking needy, so fucking wanting. Shit, I was falling fast and deep for Easton. He was going to own every single fucking piece of my body by the time the night was over. And I knew that now I had my guys, my clan, my pack. They would support me, giving me strength when I needed it and respect when I demanded it. They would be with me when we fought Garrett. I didn't have to do it alone. And the power inside me and around my neck would be balanced by their presence and guidance. I looked around the arena. It was empty and meaningless. All that mattered was the man slowly fucking me from behind and the rest of my guys. They would be there for me no matter what.
Do you understand me?
Easton's voice was rough and demanding. He would keep me in check. I nodded, and he moved faster against me. His hand left my bud, and I groaned, breathing heavily. No! I begged for it. I needed it. I couldn't wait any longer.
Rub your pussy for me, baby. Take it. We'll come together.
Easton knew exactly when and how to control me, and when to give the control back over to me. I pressed my finger against my clit and pushed my knuckles against his dick, causing more friction. It slid against my fingers, moved in and out, and I loved the way it rubbed against me.
Shit, Lizzie, don't stop.
I couldn't think, couldn't do anything except feel the rush of emotions that crashed over and through me. I was getting so close to the edge that every sensation in my body was pushing and pulsing towards the high that was going to come fast. I wanted to give in to my orgasm, to let it flow through me, and I wanted him to watch me as I came. So I stood up and turned around, putting my ass onto the bar. Then I guided him into me, rubbing myself against his thick shaft. I closed my eyes, moving my hips faster, and he grabbed my breasts, squeezing them. All my senses were heightened with the feel of his hands on my tits, his cock inside my pussy. And then he grunted, gripped me to him, and I came. Every feeling rushed over me as I became lost to the world. The arena disappeared. The pulsing, burning rock at my chest disappeared. Everything disappeared. And it was just Easton and me, and we were alone in space and time. He pushed his dick once, then twice, and then, mouth open, he spurted into me, his cock pulsing and tightening against me. His whole body convulsed, and I wrapped my arms around him, the bar under my ass cold and hard as I pressed him to me. His fingers raked softly down my back, pulling me close. His body was warm, his chest muscled, and he held me close and tight. Then he nuzzled my forehead and put his head on top of mine. I felt warm and protected. I felt strong and powerful. All the worries and fears I'd felt before had melted away at our fucking. I didn't have to do anything alone. He was my cove, my refuge. Staring into my eyes, his hands moved over my body. They were soothing and comforting. Then he pulled me into his arms. I was slippery from his cum and my own. He carried me to the couch, and I settled into his lap. We sat there for a long time, his fingers caressing my skin, making me feel loved, making me feel wanted. He didn't speak for a long time, but showed me with his fingers and his body how much he cared for me. I leaned into him as his chin rubbed against the top of my hair.
Did you like that?
His voice was deep, and it rumbled through his chest. I nodded. Yes.
Good.
He gripped my chin so that I was forced to turn my body to look into his eyes.
When we have sex, I want you to give your power to me. I will control you. I will be demanding and assertive, and it's because I know that you can take it. You are strong enough to handle what I need. I could never break you.
His eyes stared into mine, and I couldn't move.
Do you want that?
His words made me feel so fucking strong and powerful that I could give all power over to him and still take anything he could give me. Yes. I nodded, staring into those eyes that forced me to submit to him with a single glance, that made me want to beg for his dick inside me, that made me needy and yet powerful, because he could not break me. He leaned in, kissing me.
I want you to keep the ring. You don't have to wear it, but I trust that one day you will know how to control it.
I nodded.
We need to go get ready. They won't wait to have the ceremony.
He pushed me to my feet and stood up, holding my hips possessively.
Then, for the rest of the night, you are mine.
I was pissed as hell that they wouldn't wait for Avery to be here, but the Queen insisted, and the Queen always got what she wanted. Well, la-ti-fucking-da, what else was new? Since she wouldn't wait for Avery, I'd begged for a small ceremony, asking that only my guys be there. She mostly acquiesced. She only had 2 soldiers by each door. She stood at the front of the room by herself. This time Gerard wasn't by her side. She looked strange and almost lonely. I dressed in a red power dress with sexy lace lining the sides and bright red lipstick. Even if she hadn't given me what I wanted, I could dress like I had some power in this crazy country. I walked with confidence down this fucking room again, hoping that it would be for the last time, with a smirk, knowing that Easton would be taking full advantage of me later on. I glanced at him, and he smiled back, his eyes smoldering. Christian and Hunter stood next to them. They were at the front of the room and to the side of the Queen. I wanted to rush into the arms of my guys, for they were mine. Either that, or club them all over the heads like a motherfucking cave woman and drag them away from all this ceremony shit. Then I'd take them back to wherever had the biggest beds and just fuck and talk and watch TV and enjoy them being mine and together. I was tired of all the ceremony, pomp, and circumstance of the kingdom and just ready to move on with my life. I sighed as my dream evaporated around me. Later. I could do that later. James was also there, and he didn't approach me, but only shot daggers at me from across the room. I'm sure he was pissed I hadn't killed Sophia. Edward and Riley were also there, and I was happy to see them. This time the Queen didn't look at me with a haughty look, but one of respect as I approached her.
Elizabeth, you won the right to be alpha over the Ildrenes clan. Do you understand that this means you will do all in your power to protect them, each and every single one?
I nodded. Yes.
You will also lead and guide them the best way you know how.
Yes.
Step forward.
I sighed, relieved. She had done away with the formalities. I stepped towards her.
Put your hand out.
I did, and she sliced it quickly with a knife.
Elizabeth, I bind you to the Erwina kingdom. From henceforth you will serve me and my kingdom for the remainder of your days.
I growled and looked into her eyes. This had not been part of the agreement. I still had my pack to save. Her voice lowered so that only I could hear her.
You have shown power that every shifter will now respect, and you will promise to serve and protect me until I allow you to return to your pack.
Anger pulsed through my body, and my blue magic swirled around us, causing a gentle breeze to move around me. She stared me down, and I knew she was holding back. She could probably snuff my power with a small wiggle of her fingers. My pack. They need me.
I need you now, more than ever, and that is more important than your pack.
She allowed a trace of vulnerability in her voice that I'd never heard from her before, and it surprised me.
Please.
Her voice was a whisper, and now I knew why she had so few soldiers in the room. These were the ones she trusted the most. And yet, Gerard wasn't here. He wasn't here to threaten me with his magical pocket. That meant she was giving me a choice. I bowed my head, feeling the power of compassion once again, and my necklace pulsed at my neck, shooting fizzling sparks of blue. I will. She let out a breath. Then she cut her own hand and pressed it against my palm.
Because you have proven yourself trustworthy to the highest degree.
She raised her eyebrow, and I knew she was not only talking about my loyalty towards her, but of my sacrifice to restore her magic book, as well as showing mercy towards Sophia.
I declare my fealty and friendship towards you, my new sister.
A roar rushed in my ears, and then there was a loud explosion of magic around us. Flames of yellow magic enveloped us, and she reached over to hug me. Warmth rushed through my body, and I hugged her back, jumping up and down. The Queen hugged me. Then she pulled back, a smile on her face, and the magic diminished like fog and then disappeared in wisps of flame. She held out her arm.
You may approach your clan.
I stepped towards them, and Hunter stepped forward first. He still looked a little weak, but his face had more color. He looked much better. He kneeled and twisted his face to expose his neck. Growling, I leaned over him and nipped it softly. "Hunter, you are mine." My necklace pulsed again, and a twist of blue flame swirled around us. Easton and Christian were next, and I nipped at their bare necks, declaring them mine. The magic around us grew stronger, surrounding all four of us. Then their dragon magic began like a low throb in my chest, moving through my skin, making it hard to breathe. I drug in a deep breath, forcing my will over the dragon power. The Queen intercepted.
"Edward, will you please take the place of Avery?"
He nodded and stepped into the swirling, twisting blue flames, then bared his neck. I took his head in my hand and nipped his neck. "Edward, I allow you to represent Avery, who is now mine." The Queen held out her hand.
"Elizabeth, Alpha of the Ildrenes clan."
Suddenly the magic burst from my necklace, and we were surrounded in swirls of blue and orange, like we were in the middle of a batshit Cirque du Soleil production. It was moving through us and around us, and I wanted to bat it all away, but it was pulling and binding us all together. And then it disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. But we were different. And the feelings. I was feeling all kinds of things. Pride, elation, fear, power, and it was like a drug. I breathed in deeply, knowing that it was the guys I was feeling, and I wanted to know who was feeling fear. But I pushed it all away. There would be time for that, and not out in the open for the Queen and Edward and James to see. Then Easton pushed his way to stand next to me, and he took my hand. It was warm and possessive.
"I'm taking Elizabeth to the house, and no one is to enter that home for 24 hours. Got it?"
All eyes turned to me, and I tinged pink, but Easton was already pulling me away. Away from the messiness of the Queen and her fucking demands, away from the anger that was pulsing and throbbing, away from the bombardment of all the fucking feelings. And then it was just Easton and me, and all I was feeling was desire and lust and love and possession. As soon as we reached the passenger door to his car, I pulled him to me and kissed him. He groaned and pushed me up against it. His erection pressed against me, and his hands moved over my body as his mouth explored mine. I gave in to my own desire, tasting and probing him with my tongue as my own need rushed through my body. Then he pushed me to the side and opened my door.
"Get in."
The whole way there, Easton's hand gripped mine tight, as if he couldn't let it go. Even though we didn't speak much, we couldn't stop touching each other. While we waited at a light, he finally let my hand go to grab his phone. He opened an app, and I leaned over to run my hand up his thigh.
"Stop, woman. I'm trying to turn the heat up in the house."
Grinning, I leaned over and suckled on the base of his neck, moving my hand up higher. He leaned his head back as his hand fell to the side, closing his eyes. Then someone behind us honked, and I slid my hand away, taking the phone from him. My body was strung tight, and it felt like it took forever to get there. Finally, we pulled up to the house, and I couldn't wait to get inside. He walked over to my side of his car and opened my door. I stepped out into the snow, but instead of following him inside, I pulled off my jacket and dropped it to the ground. Then I took off my dress, and I stood almost naked before him in the snow. Damn if it wasn't cold, but something drove me to bare myself like this to him, out in nature, where our shifter parts were most comfortable. His eyes smoldered as they slid down my body.
"I should take you right here in the yard for anyone to see. Slide myself in you and fuck you here in the snow so hard that you can't walk."
He grabbed me, slinging me over his shoulder, and took me into the house caveman style. We didn't make it very far into the house. As soon as we were inside, I pushed myself down to press my mouth to his, and abruptly he dropped me to my feet. Then he pushed me against the cool white walls.
"Damn, Elizabeth, at least let me get you to the room."
Then his lips were over mine, consuming me as if he was a man starved of kisses. I wrapped my arms around him, rubbing myself against him and purring like a cat. Abruptly, he jerked me forward, moving me so that my face was pressed against the wall, my hands held tight around my back. His chest was pushing against mine, his hips pinning me. He wasn't hurting me, but it was clearly a domineering position.
Stop, Elizabeth.
All of a sudden, something came over me. The alpha in me stirred. A buzzing heat rushed through my body, and a low growl escaped my mouth. No. I took in large, sucking breaths, trying to control my breathing. Fear coursed through my blood. I didn't understand what was going on, except that I could feel something that wasn't a part of me. It belonged to someone else. Anger and rage poured through my body, pulsing and vibrating. All my thoughts and my feelings were out of control. My mind was spinning, and I was delving into a deep abyss of darkness and nothingness. Then I hit the bottom, and all feelings were gone. The bottom of what? I didn't know. But I knew I was there, and I didn't even fucking care. I was a complete failure, again. The most important thing that I'd ever needed to do was messed up beyond belief, and this time I was going to let it go. Because I didn't deserve it. I'd done something horrible, something that was past any sort of forgiveness, and I didn't even want it. The blackness, like a suffocating ink, surrounded me, pressing me from all sides, slowly seeping into my skin until there I was, filled with it. It became me. I was the blackness. I closed my eyes, filled with the sensation that nothing mattered. It was overwhelming. And even though my body was pressed against the freaking wall and Easton was tight and unyielding behind me, even though I was strung so tight with need and anticipation of his cock inside me that I thought I would explode if I didn't have it soon, I knew that nothing mattered. Not even him. Not even me. I gave in to the feeling. And then there was a soft breath on my ear, a voice in my mind, another feeling that was slowly beginning to leak into my consciousness. I struggled against it, the darkness and consciousness warring against each other, but the awareness of the new voice was just a little bit stronger, and slowly it began to open my mind so that the darkness wasn't so pressing.
I need this. I need her. I have to have her, to own her, to possess her. Give up all I have to dominate her, to cage her, to make her mine. Show her what she means to me, that she is everything, and I am nothing.
Easton's chest was pressed against me, and I could feel his dick, hard and throbbing against my back.
Yes, Elizabeth. Need to fuck her in the middle of the hallway, next to the window, to show her and everyone she is mine.
I opened my eyes and submitted, knowing that he needed it. Yes, Easton. As soon as the words left my mouth, he let go of my hands to yank down my underwear. Then he was pushing into me with his need. His thick, hard cock pressed against my dry walls, and it tore at my pussy. He rammed into me, still pushing me against the wall.
Look at what you do to me. Your body is so tight, your eyes so needy, your cunt so perfectly positioned for me. It's your fault that I can't even wait until we get into the bedroom.
I let him take me and dominate me, have me, own me, possess me, mark me as his, because I was his, and because I wanted to. Because he needed it, and I wanted to. Groaning, he came, his chest pushing against my back, his hands at my hips and my underwear around my ankles. After a moment, his lips pressed to my neck.
Fuck, Elizabeth.
He moved me around to face him, his lips caressing my skin as he moved lower.
Fuck.
His palms dug into my hips, holding me against the wall as he lowered himself to my opening, and then he kissed my sex with such tenderness that a warmth shot through me, and I wanted him inside me again. He pulled me into his arms and carried me to the bathroom. This time he got in with me and we showered together. He let the warm water move over me, wetting my hair and run down my body. His eyes took in everything, and his hands were now loving and gentle. He rubbed the bar of soap, lathering it up. He bent over, washing my feet and thighs, and his teeth followed his hands, nipping and licking my body in a seductive caress. Then he stood up and washed my arms, then my neck. He moved the shower nozzle so that it rinsed off the soap. Then his lips moved over my collar, and I felt a warmth spread up my body as he kissed me gently, worshipping my body. He moved the bar of soap over my cleavage, and then the water trickled in between breasts.
You are so damn sexy, Elizabeth.
He moved his face to stare into my eyes. They grew darker, and I knew that he wanted me again. His erection pressed against my stomach, and I rubbed myself against his thigh. I wanted, needed him.
Tell me you want me.
I want you, Easton. Will you fuck me again?
Yes.
He pushed me against the back wall, soaping up his hand, and then he slipped it inside me, pressing against my clit. I moaned, letting my head fall back as the water flit against my breasts and his fingers brought me to my peak again.
I want to watch your face as you come. You are so fucking needy.
I nodded, my voice breathless. You make me needy, Easton. He slid 2 fingers inside me, and I rubbed myself against his hand. Yes. Then he pulled his fingers out and grabbed my wrists, pulling them over my head to press them against the wall. He grabbed my wrists with one hand, forcing my breasts to press against each other. He leaned over to rake his teeth against the tips, and a shot of electricity bolted up my spine. I groaned.
Open yourself for me. Let me fuck you.
I shifted, and he guided himself inside. This time my pussy was slippery and wet, ready for him. He pushed in, filling me with his thick cock, and then he was pounding me. His eyes were closed, his mouth slack as the water ran over his face.
Milk my cock, baby. Show me you want me.
I wrapped my legs around his waist, rubbing and fucking, screwing and taking. His knuckles pressed against my stomach, biting and stinging as his thumb rubbed my clit. Shit, I was almost there. I ground myself against him, forcing my peak to come. My orgasm took me, crashing over me like a tidal wave, and I rubbed against his hand, riding it out. Then he jerked me forward and around so that my face was pressed against the shower wall. He slid up inside me again, holding his hands against the shower wall, jerking and pushing against me roughly.
Say my name, baby. Let me hear you say it.
Yes, Easton! I cried out as he pumped against me, pressing me harshly against the wall. My heart pounded in my ears, and I wanted him so hard, so fucking hard. Fuck me, Easton! Harder! He pushed against my back so that I was bent over, his hips riding me like a man possessed. And then he came, and I pressed into him as he jerked against my back. He held his hand on my back as his orgasm took him, and I felt his cum, warm and slick as it began to ride down my leg. Then he pulled me up and wrapped his arms around me, squeezing me tight. His lips pressed against my neck, his hand lightly squeezing my breast. I felt so warm and loved and protected that I couldn't hold it back any longer. I fucking love you, Easton. He swiveled me around to look him in the face, his eyes wide.
Say it again.
I put my arms around his waist. I love you, Easton. I want to be yours. His lips smothered mine, and his hand moved up my side, touching and feeling. Then his mouth moved over my cheeks to my ear, smearing me with kisses.
Yes, Elizabeth.
His arm wrapped around me possessively, squeezing me tight.
You are mine.
All through the night, we touched and felt and loved and fucked. I felt owned and loved and cherished and possessed. Easton unraveled me all night, and then put me back together so that I belonged to and was a part of him, and he was a part of me. Then I fell asleep in his arms, him holding me tight like he would never part from me, and me pressed against his chest like I could actually become a part of him. The next morning, his breath was over my ear.
Wake up, Lizzie.
Then he was climbing down my body, kissing my stomach and headed lower. I moaned and opened my legs to encourage him lower, but instead he rolled me over and nipped my ass. I yelped and rolled around to glare at him. "Excuse me, your mouth is supposed to be down there?" I pointed to my vagina. Not up there. He smiled, his dark eyes promising me of things to come.
There is nothing else I would rather be doing. But Edward called, and we need to meet him.
I groaned. I don't wanna. I sat up and pulled him to me. Then I moved over him, pinning him down as I ran my tongue up his sexy abs. Please, Eastie, can't we stay just a little bit longer? I was kneeling on the bed. My mouth was traveling up his neck towards his ear, but my hands were grasping his now hard cock. Please let me suck you off, I whispered in his ear. Then my lips traveled down his chest. I wanted to worship his body, fuck him so hard he would forget about everything else. He groaned and answered, his voice breathless as he was giving in to me.
We need to talk about who shot you. Plus, the Queen wants to meet with you later.
I was right over his dick and licked the pre-cum that was dripping off the tip. They can wait until tomorrow, can't they? He paused, just for a moment, and I gave him my best pleading look. Please. He nodded, closing his lust-filled eyes as I wrapped my lips over his shaft.
You make me so fucking hard, Elizabeth. I want you, all of you. So part those pouty lips and moan my name as you suck me off.
Later on, I awoke and Easton was snoring softly, his face pressed into my back. Hungry, I slowly climbed out of the bed. He moved slightly, and then his eyes fluttered open. I kissed his nose. Go back to sleep. He nodded drowsily and, grabbing my pillow to his chest, closed his eyes. I grabbed one of his shirts. It was the one he'd worn yesterday, and it smelled of sex and lust, and I pulled it over my head, grinning. Sex with Easton was so different than I'd ever had before, but it was just as real as any other way I'd had it. It was like he fucked me with his mind as well as with his body. I closed the door, not wanting to wake him, then went to make coffee. The aroma filled the house as I toasted a bagel, setting a reminder on my phone to get more groceries. There was one egg left, but still several strips of bacon, so I cooked everything, knowing that Easton would be ravenous when he woke up. When everything was ready, I sat down with a mug of the warm coffee and my food. I tucked my hair behind my ear, breathing in deeply as I bit into my bagel. I hadn't put on underwear, which normally was strange for me, but Easton had awakened a sexual side of me, and I was going to enjoy it. I hummed to myself, thinking of what I would do to him when he awoke. Of course, I would feed him first. Then we would call Edward to set up an appointment to meet. Then I wondered if sex on the kitchen counter was as sexy as the movies made it seem. Just the thought of his hands on my breasts, his mouth over my ear, demanding me kneel before him was making me hot again. My mind wandered to yesterday and how we'd screwed in the front room. I frowned, my mind churning over what had happened right before he took me. I shivered. I'd felt a darkness, so strong and deep. I couldn't deny it. Was that from Easton? He'd said he had darkness in him. It was deep and intense and troubling. Ever since I'd become alpha, I could feel so many thoughts and sensations at once. Sensations that were not my own, but belonged to my clan. I had a feeling that it was only going to become more intense. My thoughts drifted to Avery, and I wondered what he was doing, and what was taking him so long. A heaviness filled my chest. I missed him. I frowned, still angry that the Queen hadn't let us wait until he'd returned for the Alpha ceremony. Then there was the noise of a car door closing, and I jumped up. The knob to the front door turned, and it opened. Avery walked inside, a full beard on his face. His bag slid off his shoulder to the floor as he took me in. I jumped to my feet, tossing my bagel on my plate, and ran towards him. I threw my arms around him. "Holy shit, Avery, I was just thinking about you." I clasped my arms around him, holding him tight. "I missed you so much." He didn't move, just stood there limply as I hugged him. I moved back, and the feeling that something was wrong began to creep through my chest. I looked into his eyes. They were dark and opaque. and angry. "What's wrong?" He blinked slowly, and when he opened his eyes again, there was a wall up in them.
Nothing.
He walked past me and I stared at him. I followed him inside and tried to take his bag. "Let me help you unpack and we can talk." He jerked it out of my hands, pushing past me to walk down the hallway.
No thanks, Elizabeth.
I stared after him. He usually called me Lizzie. I remembered it very clearly because the first time he'd called me that, it stopped me from going after Andre. I frowned. I wasn't going to let this go. "Avery, where have you been? Why are you acting so angry?" I bit my lip. Had he missed me at all?
I'm not angry.
His voice was hard, controlled. He opened the door to his room and set his things on his bed, his back towards me. I stood in the doorway and pressed my hands against the sides. "Then why are you acting so weird?" He turned around and his eyes moved from my face to my chest. Then they slid all the way down to my thighs. He could probably guess that I wasn't wearing anything under Easton's shirt. The door to Easton's room opened.
Avery?
Easton's deep voice called up the hallway. Avery glanced away as footsteps came up behind me. Easton put his arms around my waist and pulled me into him.
Hey, bro. How did things go?
Easton's voice was uncertain. Behind me, Easton was so warm and comfortable, protective, and it was such a contrast to the cold hardness radiating from Avery. But that was Avery, right? Moody and sulky. Right? Avery took us in, and then he opened his mouth, and I knew that I wasn't going to like what he had to say. He looked into my eyes as he said it, and his cold, hard stare made me shiver.
So you fucked Easton, huh? 2 down, 2 more to go. Or did you already screw Christian, too?
His eyes slid over my body.
Do I get the leftovers?
My head jerked back. I felt like I'd been slapped. What the hell? Easton's arms tightened around me.
What the fuck, man? I don't care what you went through. You don't talk to her like that.
Then my mouth dropped open, my brain finally catching up with what Avery had just said, and several things went through it. I wanted to ram my fist into his face. I wanted to scream and yell and throw things at him. Pain tore through my chest. I wanted to cry.
Fine.
Avery turned his back to me again and shrugged. He unzipped his bag and pulled out a handful of clothes.
Actually, I can't deal with this. Just go away. Except...
He stopped. His hand froze in his bag. He didn't move. He didn't turn to talk to me. He just stared into his bag like it was a magical gift from Mary Poppins and that it would open up and swallow him inside.
Except I'm giving you my notice. I'm putting in for a transfer. I want to leave the team.
This concludes Elizabeth, Alpha of Dragons, by Ava Mason. Narrated by Angela Daw, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2017 by Ava Mason. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ava Mason, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.